How you guys doing? Good weekend. Played some D&D yesterday. Gonna play some D&D tomorrow, or at least that's the plan, anyways. Oh, so we're not doing the solo RPG stream today. That's not. So today we're going to do. I'm trying to mix things up a little bit. Trying to figure out, where people are interested in the channel and the content that I make. What are people looking for? And I've been finding that people aren't. It's not to say that they're not interested in the solo RPG sessions, and I'm going to continue doing those for sure. It's more that it's sort of a niche already within a niche, right? You have the RPG hobby or the board and tabletop game hobby. Within that, you have the RPG tabletop RPG hobby, and then within that, you have sort of the solo RPG community. So I mean, we're like three Matryoshka dolls in, right? So. So trying to open it up, I feel like a lot of people are looking for more of the sort of how to do things, what expert advice for running D&D or playing D&D and other tabletop RPGs. So those seem to be the sort of content that does a little bit better. So I want to make sure that they're going to mix so everybody gets a little bit of what they're looking for out of the pipe. Let's see, other things to do. I mean, this also comes with, I was talking with one of my friends at a game last night, and they were talking about how they've been following my streams, and they wanted to do some of the hex mapping stuff for their own campaign or their own solo play, and they were really kind of struggling to follow along with it. And I was like, oh well, I guess that makes sense. Like, I wasn't making that specifically. I was showing you sort of my process and me going through it, but not really a directed sort of like how for you to do it, right? Like how for the audience to do it. So I may do something like that in the future, but it did make me think, okay, well, maybe there's some other different pieces of content that we can kind of work on that are going to be in that same sort of vein that's going to sort of give people what they're maybe looking for. So just making sure, kind of throwing a lot of spaghetti against the wall and seeing kind of what sticks. Of course, my goal for, these videos and channel and everything have never been to sort of like try to make it my day job, right? I have a day job. I don't really a day job that I generally like, so I don't really need to. I'm not really trying to make this into sort of my primary moneymaker, because I feel like with D&D content creators online, or content creators in general, not just D&D specific, there's a shift when it becomes a business rather than the hobby, right? And you see a lot of different things, and I think that's where you start to see, at least it's been my experience as sort of like a viewer and, somebody who watches a lot of YouTube and things like that, is to see the quality of those channels and the content they put out kind of take a nosedive as, you watch people change the way they do their content to try to chase the algorithm and things like that, because it's all tied up with their money and living expenses, which I totally get. And I don't want to be in that same situation where I'm also having to, chase that ephemeral algorithm to try to, pay rent. Right? That's not what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to make fun stuff about D&D and other tabletop RPGs because I think they're fun and I like the hobby. And I have a little bit of experience in it, and I'd like to share some of that experience and help other people who are getting into the hobby or have been in the hobby, get more fun out of it for time invested. So today specifically, we're going to look at adventuring items, so sort of adventuring gear, things that kind of get glossed over a lot, especially in D&D 5e, where that exploration pillar isn't as dominant as some sort of OSR and old school sort of editions of D&D. So we're going to take a look at that. So I'm going to look at the adventuring gear, talk about things that can be used for, whether it's good stuff to take with you, bad stuff to take with you, make decisions on that, because I think that there's a lot of opportunities to do really cool things with some of the adventuring items, but a lot of people very, very much gloss over that from both sides of the screen, right? You have DMs who don't really want to focus on that aspect, or don't know how to focus on that aspect, is probably more likely the case, and players, especially who get sort of in situations and then they look at like their list of spells or their list of class abilities, and if nothing, immediately is like, oh, this is the X-shaped blocks that goes in the X-shaped hole, then a lot of people kind of struggle to figure out, what do I do to get past this obstacle or challenge? So that's what we're going to kind of look at today. As well, I've put together some additional items that I think are sort of things that people should consider taking on adventures that they don't necessarily take. And then some custom items as well. Some custom items that I introduce in my own games for players to use and their player characters to use. And ones that when I usually draft up a character is one of the things that I ask DMs if I can have it as a little bit of homebrew. So they're all mundane items. They're not game breaking in any real way. It's really more about sort of clever use and using stuff that's would be around but hasn't been included in the D&D adventuring items for, well, I mean, for obvious reasons, probably. That'll make itself very readily apparent once we get there. But unless you guys have any questions, we're just going to kind of hop into it. So I'm just going to pull up the Roll20. I was going to pull up the D&D Beyond list of adventuring items, but that thing is a mess, and I don't want to deal with that. It's poorly organized. It's kind of just threw everything that's in every single possible adventure into one area and includes things like guns in the adventure equipment, which I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. It's a weapon. It shouldn't be in there. So let's just go ahead and jump into it. The Roll20 compendium is a lot nicer. So let's go ahead and jump over. All right, hold on. Oop. Pull up the window. Let's see. That's the one. There we go. Alright, now I've got it. Perfect. Alright, so yeah, this is the adventuring gear table from 5e. And we don't really need the description of the things. We can always come back to those if we need to. So we're all at the top. Let's just jump down here to sort of the adventuring gear and sort of what we're looking at here. So yeah, I mean, it starts off with a pretty niche item right off the bat with the abacus. So the abacus does... What does the abacus technically do? I don't think it actually does anything. Yeah, it doesn't actually have any mechanical... any actual mechanical benefit to having it. Which is a problem with a lot of the 5e adventuring gear, is they don't really give you any reason. So abacus, kind of expensive, 2 gold for what is essentially beads and wooden rods. It's used for mathematical calculations and counting. That's what it's for. Does that come up a lot in your adventures? Probably not. Though I could see, like, if you really wanted to be kind of out there, that you could do like a very sort of large algebraic equation. If this was some sort of, like, I don't know, artificer's sort of tomb or something like that. It's something that you wanted to make that a skill test of knowledge, of intelligence, that you could do something like that. Something where an abacus might actually be helpful as a stand-in for a sort of a calculator, right? To sort of help with something like that. Or it could be something that maybe gives you advantage on, like, if you were doing the sort of downtime running a business, maybe gives you advantage on one of those roles, or something could give you advantage on the upkeep rolls, which I think are just basic straight d20 rolls most of the time. To kind of decide, like, how the business is doing. Well, if you had, you know, actual equipment, like, to go with sort of like your accounting books and things like that to help you sort of manage that, to ensure that accuracy and things like that, I could see that maybe you could use something for that, or it gives you some sort of bonus in there somewhere. But yeah, the abacus is one of those sort of, that's sort of a lame duck adventuring item just right off the bat. There's not really a ton of use for it. Now, of course, if you have come across uses for that, certainly, you know, let me know. I haven't come across it, and I don't foresee myself coming across it either, is sort of the thing. So I'm not really sure. Which brings us down to acid. So acid is... A vial of acid is incredibly situational, and it's also kind of expensive for normal adventuring equipment. At 25 gold, right, that's half a healing potion. Would you rather have 2 vials of acid or a healing potion? Most of the time, you'd rather have the healing potion, right? Probably don't need the acid. Usually, if you have a spellcaster, they have some sort of acid spell with them, which is either a cantrip or maybe a first level spell. If you really, really need acid that they can get, something like Chromatic Orb does that, right? Primal Savagery, I think, technically does acid damage. And that's what the acid does, right? It deals damage. And it really doesn't do anything else. So, right here, they kind of focus on really the combat applications of it, which I think really it should be focusing more probably on the object thing. Because I think that's really where you're going to want to use it the most, is when you have something that's like a wooden door that's barred on the other side or something like that, and you want to, maybe it's too difficult, maybe it's got an iron bar or something on the other side of it, so it's too difficult to maybe bash down, and so instead you're trying to basically corrode enough of a hole in there that you can sort of force your way through the door, and then use something like a crowbar or a weapon, something to sort of stick through that hole and sort of bump the bar out of place, right? That's when we talk about sort of that, which is what we're kind of focusing on, sort of those clever uses. So that's where acid kind of stands out. Now, you could also use acid to rust, potentially do something like deal with a locking mechanism. The problem is that usually anything that rusts or gets oxidized like that usually becomes harder to open rather than easier to open. So unless you're trying to corrode through the actual bar part of something like a padlock, which if you ever look at really old padlocks, you'll notice that the bar section is really, really tiny for that sort of reason, because it's usually the weakest point, and the padlock portion is really big. So as far as doing damage as an improvised weapon, and it says right up front, right, like you're making a ranged attack with an improvised weapon, and it does 2d6 acid damage, which is fine, but up until the point where you, obviously by the time you're 5th level, anybody's going to be able to do that with their cantrips, or be able to do that sort of damage pretty reliably with their weapon attacks. So unless you really just need acid, and I don't think there's really anything that's vulnerable to acid off the top of my head. I'm sure there is something, but I can't think of what it is. I think some trolls also don't get regeneration with acid, maybe? Can't remember off the top of my head. Maybe. But, yeah, I mean, the overall idea is that this is sort of a useful thing in an exploration sense, which I think is the most useful part, rather than combat. But still, like, there's other ways to get it. Somebody's probably going to have a spell that's going to do this, so this is the thing, because the damage is so low, and it's an improvised attack that only goes up to 20 feet. So, yeah, I mean, not super useful. It's got to be a very, very specific thing that you're trying to do with it. Also, D&D acid has the same problem is that it's trying to, well, basically acids and bases. Like, the pH scale doesn't really work like that, right? There's not just generic acid that works with everything. Just like there's not generic bases that have that same sort of caustic effect with everything. You have to extrapolate some of that, right? We have to abstract some of that because we're playing a game, and we don't want it to be 100% real world. But, so it also doesn't tell you, in what I don't like in here, is that it doesn't tell you what that's going to work on. Right? There are things that, like, if you're going to try to use acid on, that, depending on the type of acid that you're using and the type of sort of material that you're dealing with, really not going to have a lot of effect, right? So, or is actually going to neutralize it. Which is not necessarily what you want, right? That's obviously not going to be what you want. So, acid is not something that I really ever spend money on. It's nice to have, maybe, once you get up there in little levels, once you get in like 3 or 4, 3rd or 4th level, and you have a little bit of pocket change, that maybe you want something very specific, just as an in-case thing, but also it's in a glass vial and it can break on you. So if you have a GM who wants to really stick it to you, and start breaking things in your pack, like breaking your adventuring gear, like when you fall, or somebody hits you with a weapon attack and they attack your gear rather than you. right? That could be an issue. It's more likely to ruin your own adventuring gear than probably be useful in an adventure, which is probably why I don't take it. And in very similar vein, we have the next one, which is the Alchemist Flask or Alchemist Fire. Now that does come in a flask, which is better and less breakable. Because I don't think 5e makes any differentiation between metal flask and glass flasks, and they kind of assume that you're going to have a metal flask, if I remember the stat block from Flask, which we'll come across later. But yeah, I mean, Alchemist Fire is great. It's a great low-level thing. It's sticky, right? It's basically napalm. You're throwing napalm is what you're doing. So again, it's the range attack, improvised. It still, again, only goes up to 20 feet, which seems a little weird. Like, if you assume a flash is about that size, like, you can certainly throw that with an amount of accuracy that's higher than 20 feet. with pretty reliably. Even with an improvised attack. Like, I feel... The nice thing about this is that it does ongoing damage, right? Which is the reason you use it. And they have to make a check to stop it. So, Alchemist Fire is really great. I don't like the price tag on it. Again, it has the same problem that sort of Acid does, is that it costs the same amount as a healing potion for an adventurer, especially a low-level adventurer, who's, let's be frank, are the only people who are going to be using Alchemist Fire, is because they don't have a capable mage that's able to throw out high-level fire damage yet, usually. Some sort of spellcaster. So, it costs the same as a healing potion. Why would I not buy a healing potion? That's almost always going to be better for me in the long run. Because a healing potion is going to be useful from the time that you're level 1 to the time that you're level 20. Yeah, a common healing potion when you're, you know, in higher level D&D, only going to give you back, what, 7 hit points on average? But still, that's 7 hit points, that's not a healing surge, right? So it's free hit points at that point. Probably the best thing that kind of comes out of this is the flask. It doesn't really make... Okay, so the flask shatters on impact, so it can't be a metal flask. It has to either be glass or probably pottery. Probably more likely to be pottery. Which means if it's breakable, it's got the same problem that the Vial of Acid does, is that if you keep it in your backpack and your Dungeon Master, and you know, you didn't bring the pizza or the beer or whatever it is, and they're gonna stick it to you or you're very late, be like, oh, well, it broke in your pack. And we're gonna see how much of your gear gets ruined by it. Also, you're on fire. So yeah, it's a very dangerous thing to carry around with you. So keep that in mind, especially if you have a DM that's really kind of pointedly go after sort of the realism aspect that you're carrying a bunch of like really fragile, really delicate things on your person that can really hurt you, which is an important concern in reality. So obviously you're going to know whether your Dungeon Master is that person or not pretty quickly, right? You should know that, and that'll make a big decision whether you want to carry stuff like Acid and Alchemist Fire on you, or if you want to be like, no, we keep that off to the side. It's not in the pack with the rest of our stuff, right? It's somewhere else. Next up, we have the ammunition. There's not much to say about ammunition. I think it's a little weird that they include ammunition in the adventuring gear rather than under weapons, which seems to be where it would make more sense, especially since that's where we include things like thrown weapons, which are themselves ammunition, because you throw them and then you can't use them again until you go pick them up. Things to say about this. Arrows, blowgun needles. Again, we'll get into this because we're going to get into poison here in a little bit. But blowguns are going to tend to not be a particularly useful thing. Their range sucks. They don't really do anything unless you have something to coat those needles with. And that's very expensive, and tons of creatures are immune to poison or have such good constitution saves that they'll very rarely be impacted by it. So this I always think about blowgun needles as sort of a very sort of, you have to be playing a very cloak and dagger kind of game. Like, to me, it stinks of urban fantasy, a grimy sort of low magic setting where you're going to be fighting mostly humanoids who are not going to have great con saves most of the time, and you can get that poison off. You can get that sort of like knockout poison or whatever, and you can hit them within, you know, KO them and then drag them off for interrogation or disappear them or whatever you're doing in your sort of like spy urban cloak and dagger kind of game. To me, if I'm playing a game like that, it's like, then blowguns start to make a lot more sense. They're really easy to carry with you. They're very easy to hide on your person, right? Those sorts of things. And assuming you're in a city, right, most people aren't wearing like plate armor and stuff like that as they're walking around in their day-to-day, so you don't need to worry about having a particularly high AC to hit. So that's where the blowgun really shines for me. But out in the wild, doing normal exploring, normal like dungeon delving D&D stuff, they just don't really work very well, or I haven't seen them work very well. And the whole poison and coding aspect in 5e is a bear of a thing. We'll probably talk about that a little bit more once we get down to poison, but yeah, I do not interact with it very much on either side of the screen, right? As a DM, if somebody wants to really go down the poison route, I usually try to steer them away from that, not because I would like them to play it, but then it's gonna, for me to feel like they really get what they want out of it, I'm gonna have to create like a really full, robust like poison system, which that's a lot of time and prep to spend on one PC rather than the entire campaign. So I'm not usually trying to dive into that pool if I can avoid it. Also let them know that, you know, like, such a large percentage of monsters are immune to poison or have resistance to poison that it's very cool flavorfully, like thematically, but in practice it just doesn't ever seem to mechanically work out very well. Sling bullets. Not sure. Sling bullets are super cheap, very easy to get. They're great for things like the catapult spell, if you want things like that. Actually, I think they're probably more useful for the catapult spell than they are for actual slings, which you can just use rocks for. Granted, right, that with a real sling, you want very specific kind of rocks, or you might shape those rocks, which is a very cool sort of like downtime, sitting at camp, and you watch the person with the sling, you know, they're sort of chipping away at rocks, trying to make them that sort of like oblong shape that work the best as sort of sling bullets, rather than getting sort of forged sling bullets, which are usually made of like lead, I believe. So sling bullets are really great for catapult. Otherwise, not that great because rocks are free and they can be found on the ground. But if you're in the city, yeah, pay the 4 copper. I mean, the expense is negligible even at first level, right? You can afford 4 coppers. You're gonna have that money on you most of the time. I almost guaranteed, actually. Now, that said, I do love slings, and I think more people should take slings. Because like I said, the ammunition's free. If you're on a long journey, if you're on a long dungeon delve, and you're playing a game where you track ammunition, which I think is a very important part of the game. I think you should track light sources. I think you should track ammunition. I think you should track rations. If there's not a safe place to resupply those things, then you should pay attention and like really focus in on those things. As this sort of like tension wrapping, and this way to sort of tell the players implicitly when it's time to maybe turn around and go back to town, right? Once you hit sort of that 50% mark, right? That very 5 torches deep kind of feel, right? The idea is that you're doing this management because that aspect is sort of the danger aspect of it, which I really like. Excuse me. And I think it really does a good job of sort of like shifting the danger away, because in things like 5es, oftentimes the only real danger are from traps and hazards and monsters. And sometimes if you can move that away to sort of like the resource management aspect, be like, there's rarely going to be like one specific combat encounter or one specific trap that's really gonna hurt you. it's death by 1,000 cuts, right? It's that how many times are you going to be spending resources? How many spell slots do you have left? How many, how many rations do you have? How many torches do you have left? Because if you start running out of those things in something like a dungeon or even an overland sort of travel or exploration encounter, like deep in the wilderness, that's when things start to get really, really dangerous. When you're like, oh, well, we can't heal because we're exhausted, because we don't have any food and water, so we can't take a long rest. Those sorts of things. And so then then you start to feel what they call that death spiral, right? This idea that, oh, well, things are going to get real bad real fast because we didn't manage this aspect of the game very well. And that's where the sort of exploration pillar can kind of step to the front. Now, I like slings because rocks are everywhere in most places you go in D&D, right? You can find them in dungeons, right? There's usually rubble or something in dungeons. You can find them as you're adventuring overland, unless you're in a very specific, like you're probably gonna have a hard time finding rocks in something like a wetlands and like a swamp, or obviously ocean faring, or something like the desert. You're probably not going to find large enough rocks, but in most other biomes, you're going to come across rocks pretty regularly that you can use to sort of like refill your ammunition. And that's relatively free, doesn't really cost a lot of resources to sort of craft that ammunition, so it's really, really useful. It's really cheap. You can, right, slings are very cheap. There's no reason, and they take up basically no room. They have negligible weight. There's no reason every character shouldn't have a sling in their pocket, I feel like. It's like, why would you not? Because you could. And it's going to cost you basically nothing, and you can always find ammunition for it. That's a lot to say. I like slings. Pretty much is all I'm saying. I really like slings, and pretty much all my characters always take a sling, even if it's not my primary ranged weapon, even if I'm still using like a crossbow or a bow. Or even if I have a magic user. Well, if I have a magic user, I might not take a sling. Just because I'll have something like Firebolt, which will fire further and more accurately and deal more damage. But any sort of like martial class, I'll usually take a sling with me, even if it's not my primary ranged weapon. Just so I don't ever have to worry about, running out of ammunition. Next up, we have the arcane focuses. Oh, sorry, antitoxin. Just about to skip right by it. Antitoxin. Again, it's expensive. That's part of the problem. And it gives you advantage on saving throws against poison for an hour. It's very cool, like if you really want to play that sort of Witcher-esque sort of game where preparation takes a lot to fight whatever monster you are, and oh, well, this monster does a bunch of poison damage, like it has spines or venom or something like that, then yeah, the antitoxin absolutely makes sense, and you're definitely going to want to take that. But oftentimes in D&D, if you're doing dungeon crawling or something like that, you don't necessarily know the monster you're coming up against. And that's, again, when it comes down to 50 gold, how do I want to spend that, especially as a low-level adventurer? Do I want to buy Alchemist Fire? Because that's probably actually a better use than the antitoxin. Or do I want to get a healing potion? And that's technically probably a better resource than both of those things. Hey, how are you doing? Good to see you. Just talking adventuring gear today. Yeah, so, I mean, antitoxin is really great. I think it's a good... Antitoxin is the sort of thing that I think feels like a good reward, rather than the thing you buy. And I think that could go for Alchemist Fire, and probably Acid as well. Those are good things to sort of... they're nice rewards for low-level parties. They're like, oh, Alchemist Fire, we can definitely use this, right? There will always be a place where you can use it. But do you want to go out of your way and buy it? No, especially not for the price it is. But it is something that you can give a party, and they're probably not just going to resell like they might with other loot. That's something they might actually keep on hand, because they'll be like, oh, but that antitoxin, and let's be honest, it's D&D, you're gonna fight something that's gonna give you poison damage or the poison condition that you're gonna need to save out of. And especially if you have somebody who doesn't have a particularly good constitution, which could be somebody like like a wizard or a sorcerer, usually one of the spellcasters, be like, here's the antitoxin, take it. If you're in my games, and like most other games that I play with, where you use the house rule that drinking a potion or something like that is a bonus action rather than a standard action. Yeah, there's no reason, you get into the fight with, I'm trying to think of a good poison monster. I think carrion crawlers. Well, I mean, that's paralyzing, right? A spider, right? Spiders are a good low-level enemy that technically does a lot of poison damage. If you're a wizard and you run into an encounter with a big spider, you're like, yep, bonus action, immediately drinking that thing at the beginning of the fight. Like, I don't want to get fucking KO'd by poison damage. That's really not a great way to get knocked out in a fight. It's poison damage. Especially ongoing poison damage. Not fun. So that's the thing. Antitoxins, those sorts of things, I feel work really well as low-level rewards. Like, that's good loot, but not something that as a player I'd probably spend money on. Also, typically don't dump con for my characters, kind of because getting knocked out by poison is really bad, and lots of things do. The con saves are one of the more common saves. It's what, the third most common save, right? Dex, Wiz, Con, right? So yeah, it's gonna come up. So next are sort of the arcane focuses, which we'll kind of talk about in general. I am a staff person, and the way that I rule staffs is not the way that I think that they talk about it. I'm pretty sure they don't talk about it this way. Oh, nope, they do, in fact, list it. I didn't think that they used to do that. Maybe that was one of the updates. I didn't think that the staff was originally listed in 5e as a quarterstaff, because it's the only piece of adventuring gear that also works as a weapon. So why would you not take it? Everything's going to have to take at least one hand, including the quarterstaff, which is versatile, so you can wield it in one hand as a weapon. I'm not sure why you wouldn't with two as a mage, if you were using it as your implement for spellcasting already, to just whack somebody with it two-handed and then just take your hand off of it. Because you need that hand open for somatic components anyways. So yeah, I almost always go with the staff because you get a wand and an arcane focus for the price of one. It also tends to be one of the more resilient ones as far as items go. Like, wands are... It's also cheap, right? It's the cheapest. Staff is the cheapest implement. Yeah, it weighs more, but again, you get a weapon for it, which is nice. Plus, just having, what is it, a 6-foot staff-ish piece of wood is useful for all sorts of exploration things. You can make a bindle with it, right, to carry stuff. You can use it to cross a 5-foot pit if you need to. I mean, maybe don't let the paladin with plate armor walk across it. They're going to snap that thing. But your halfling can definitely run across it with a rope and secure it. Your halfling thief can run across that little pole and get to the other side and secure a rope for everybody else to go across. Very useful thing. Rather than carrying a 10-foot pole with you, which is also in here. I'm sure we'll come across it and talk about it. So yeah, I'm definitely in the staff camp. Rods and wands are fine. It makes me think of Harry Potter, and those kids do not take care of their wands. They just stuff them. It's the most important thing. You need it to cast your spells in that universe, and they don't carry it around in a case or holster or anything. They just stuff it in the pockets of their robes, the same place they keep their candy and stuff. I can only imagine how sticky and gross and disgusting a child's wand is in the Harry Potter universe, because they do not treat them with any respect, even though they absolutely need them to cast magic. Orbs are good because they're also pretty resilient, usually because they're just big pieces of glass, right? Which means you can roll them, which you could use them for probably creative solutions that I'm not thinking of right now, or use it to sort of refract light or something like that if you wanted to do that. You could do something really interesting with that. You could also do the same thing with crystal, but I feel like crystal tends to be a little bit more vulnerable, right? It's a little less resilient, a little bit easier to break. Like, I could imagine taking a good tumble would probably break a wand, maybe a rod, and probably a crystal. But probably not an orb, and probably not your staff, unless it's a really hard fall, or you fall on it or shear it some way to break it in half. But you know, those are the arcane focuses. Especially, like, why are you going to pay 20 gold for an orb, specifically? Like, because none of the arcane focuses do anything different in 5e mechanically, or a spellcasting component pouch. And, like, none of them do anything different. So why would you spend 4 times the amount of money for something that almost weighs the same amount? So it's not even saving you a lot of space. It's very weird. Yeah, but those are arcane focuses. Next is backpack. I don't know what to really say about backpacks. They are... They're backpacks. They're super useful, right? It's definitely something that you want. That basically every character starts with. I actually usually go out of my way to use different sorts of satchels, or what's it called, the sack that goes over like that, Martleboro, is that right? Sack that's kind of like a newspaper boy vest thing that's got a pouch in the front and a pouch in the back. Sometimes I'll use something like that, or, you know, a satchel, a haversack kind of thing. Just to kind of mix it up with my characters, just because otherwise every character has a backpack and it's a little samey. So just to, it's a little flourish, right? A little flavor for the character. Usually I'll have them, not usually, but sometimes I'll have them use something other than a backpack. Just to, I don't know, just kind of break the mold a little bit. But yeah, no, backpacks are great. You put your stuff in it, and it holds quite a bit, right? Well, only 1 cubic foot. Actually, that's a relatively small backpack if it only holds 1 cubic foot. I don't think I've ever looked at that before. And only 30 pounds of gear. That's a tiny backpack. I mean, not tiny, but it's a small backpack. It's certainly not what I think of as a standard adventuring backpack, which probably holds closer to about 2.5 cubic feet if I was gonna make a guess. Which is not like a super huge backpack, but a pretty sizable one. This is a small backpack. This is what I would consider like a school backpack. Like a JanSport. Which is not very large, and as somebody who's done, you know, quite a bit of hiking and backpacking, that's a very small pack. You can also strap things to the outside, which is very useful, right? The only thing that they don't talk about in the backpack, which I think is something that's useful for making clear in an adventure, is whether a backpack is water resistant or not. Because I assume most are not. Most are pretty much made of things like canvas. So they are not water resistant, which is something that doesn't come up in a lot of D&D games, but probably should. Usually there's not a lot of negative effects in a D&D game, especially newer D&D games, newer editions D&D games, is that getting wet is a pain in the butt. That's why crossing things like a river or a pond is a pain, because you're gonna have a bunch of gear on you. You don't want to get wet. You don't want to get wet first, because that can have, you know, health problems, right? That makes you more likely to get things like hypothermia or get sick, or especially because your clothes are wet and you're walking around in cold clothes, all the way down to your socks being soaked. But also, we have a lot of adventuring gear, especially depending on the class you are. A lot of things that can be absolutely ruined by water. Any sort of paper, ruined. So that could be books, right? Including, because most wizard spell books are not magical items, unless you go out of your way to get the magical item ones. They are not, and water and paper and ink do not mix. And so you could absolutely just ruin a wizard spell book if it's not kept, if it gets submerged in water and isn't in a, container that's going to help with that, or in a resistant container at least. So it's something to consider talking about, where it starts to make the weather a real problem. So you can't just do a day's full march through heavy rain adventuring because your stuff's gonna get wet, which includes things like torches. Now you can't light your torches because your torches are wet. Those sorts of things. So making the environment more of an issue that player characters need to deal with, because it's really going to screw up the way that they normally operate. And we'll talk a little bit more about that, because we're going to have some other stuff that's going to come up that's going to be dealing specifically with weather, temperatures, and water. And again, right, that alchemist fire, you could burn up a wizard's wizard's spell book in their backpack if that flask of alchemist fire breaks in there. So there are some very easy ways in universe to absolutely screw over some PCs. I'm not saying do that as a DM. I'm just saying that there's a lot of ammunition at your disposal to do things like that. But again, I would not recommend it. You're not going to have happy players, but especially if you're not leading them up to that, if you're not letting them know that you're playing in a campaign where you're going to take those sorts of very, very mundane common issues very, very seriously. Especially as the wizard, right? The wizard is the person who should be absolutely neurotic and paranoid about everything all the time, because they have a very flimsy book that is the core of their entire power, which is basically vulnerable to everything in the world as being a book. Right? Fire, water, it can get dirty and unreadable. It can wind, the pages can get ripped, it can get warped, it can get lost, right, it's very easy to lose. Just, there's a lot you can do with it. That's all I'll say. Ball bearings. Actually, go to ball bearings. I actually do not like this item. It doesn't make a lot of in-universe sense to me. Ball bearings are very much in sort of like modern post-industrial revolution kind of thing, for the most part, and 1,000 of them for 1 gold, that would require manufacturing on a scale that does not make sense for anything else in the universe. The normal sort of like D&D universe we kind of assume to play in, which is sort of that late medieval, early Renaissance sort of area, doesn't have assembly line manufacturing, doesn't have replaceable parts. That's not really a thing yet. It's just, it's on the horizon, right? We're gonna get there, but it's not there yet. The technology level's not there. So I don't really like it. I've also seen people talk about ball bearings, using them to set off things like pressure plates for traps, but they don't talk about like throwing the bag on it. They talk about throwing a ball bearing on it. I was like, but the ball bearing doesn't weigh very much, so that wouldn't be a very good pressure plate, because anything could set that off. Like a lizard crawling across it could set it off. You really definitely want something that's heavier, that's more of a person size. Yeah, and the dex saving throw is really easy on it. And interesting is, one of the things that doesn't ever come up in D&D, and even anytime I see ball bearings being used, they don't talk about picking up the ball bearings afterwards. Like, alright, how much time do you think it takes to go and find 1,000 marble-sized pieces of metal that you've thrown across a dungeon hallway? Like, just forever that square area of 10 feet, which is not how that would work anyways, would just be difficult terrain forever, for you guys as well. It's, I don't know. I have a lot of problems with ball bearings. They make my brain hurt as an item. Plus, I'd rather just have caltrops, frankly. I'd rather just use caltrops and do damage rather than carry around 2 pounds of a improvised trap that just knocks somebody prone. There's so many reliable ways to knock somebody prone, especially in 5e. Including, you know, pushing. You could just push them down if you wanted to. Is that I don't ever feel like ball bearings are using that as a trap unless there's just it can only affect up to a maximum of 4 creatures because it's a 10 by 10 square. So I don't know. I just don't like it. I don't see it being particularly useful. It feels very Home Alone to me. And that's not exactly... I think that maybe that's part of the problem, is that it meshes with my tone, what I feel is the tone of D&D, which is usually, especially in a dungeon, like doing those sorts of things, figuring out how to get one up on the things you're thinking about, sort of like a guerrilla warfare kind of thing, and there's a tone shift between that and what is, again, like a Macaulay Culkin like Home Alone, like, oh, the guy stepped on my Lego, got him, or slipped on the marbles or the banana peel, right? The tone just doesn't. I think it's a big issue for me, is that it doesn't feel right for me. And again, I'd rather use caltrops, something that's going to hurt somebody and potentially slow them down rather than just knock them prone, which they'll just get up on their turn, and you have to be close to throw the ball bearings anyways, so they don't really need to move very far to get to you. If that makes sense. I realize this is very much a personal problem. I know lots of people like ball bearings. It's a personal problem for me. It's a tone thing. It doesn't make sense in the universe. It just makes my brain hurt. So I don't use them. Now that said, I don't stop people, when I'm the DM, I don't stop people from using them. If you want to get the ball bearings, that's fine, unless I'm going to go out of my way to strike it from the equipment list, which I don't think I've ever done. And frankly, most people don't pick them up most of the time, in general, but you can still use them. I'm not going to stop you from using them in my games. But I'm like, you could also just set up a tripwire if you want to do it. Basically the same thing, which is frankly probably going to be cheaper than the gold anyways, and reusable for having twine or fishing line is going to be useful in other contexts. Thin cable. So next up is barrel. What do we need to... so we're going to get into some of these areas where a lot of the stuff that kind of falls into that adventuring gears area is stuff that's just containers, right? Containers. In fact, in my hold on, grab it. Oop. There we go. In my Dungeon Master's binder, my DM binder, thinking of it for a second, I'm looking at it because I have the list in here for stuff. Is that I have an entire, I portion things out by the type of gear they are, and I have an entire section that's just like, hey, here's the containers. And really just the prices on them, because if you're getting a container, you're getting it for a very specific purpose. So barrels are heavy, first of all, and I think these are big barrels, right? Barrel is such a very generic term in the world of actual cooperage, like people who make barrels. So a barrel holds 40 gallons of liquid, which, I mean, they make tons, right? Those gigantic ones. And they make hogsheads and casks, and it's very fascinating, like, wide range of different sizes of barrels, and their names, hogsheads, and things like that, in different sizes, and they have very interesting names. So this is just kind of a standard sort of like 40 gallons. So, but you really need barrels for... So once we get into things like containers, there are going to be containers that don't make sense for walking around adventure equipment. Barrel's one of them, right? It weighs, by itself, 70 pounds. So, you know, certainly doesn't fit in your backpack either, right? As we've looked at. So this is the sort of thing that you need a cart or you need a wagon for, or this is something that you store in a home base. And you store either solids or liquids in it. Now, you can get away with the barrel if you have something like a bag of holding, which I tend to not give parties. I know a lot of DMs will very quickly throw a bag of holding in a party. I tend to not. That's a personal preference. But I want... And I think we've talked about this a lot in the sort of like the solo RPG streams, is that I often make a lot of loot, a lot of treasure that's not just coinage or gems or things like that. Like, they're usually like trade goods, like they're wealth in material form. So it could be pieces of art, it could be, you know, lumber or stone or, you know, iron ingots, those sorts of things. Where you have to make a choice when you're going through the dungeon. It's like, this is a very heavy thing or a very bulky thing. Do we want to take this with us? Can we take this with us? When it's something that's like, all right, well, you know, the fighter and barbarian can together sort of take out a large portion of this very expensive exotic wood lumber, and it's very valuable. But to do that means that they're not going to be ready for any fight that comes along the way, because they're going to have to use both of their hands and occupy this, which means they're going to both have to like sit down the valuables and then take their weapons out or take their shields out and then get into a fight. So they're basically, if you're carrying this around, saying that, hey, in the first round of combat, we're not going to do anything. Which is not necessarily what you want from your big, beefy tank defender people. Right, that's not really what you want to be like. Want them to not be available in the first round of combat. Now, when you have something like the bag of holding, that basically minimizes your need for that. So you can stuff quite a few barrels in there and not have to worry about it. So it's a different type of play. It also makes it more useful for things like vehicles, right, where you don't need those things when you have a bag of holding. So the barrel's really great. I mean, the obvious reason that you might want a barrel is to do something like the Hobbit when they're escaping Mirkwood, right? You might want to jump in a barrel and ride it down the river, or, you know, use it to... You can always roll a barrel too. So I mean, as far as if you want to carry around something with you that's heavy, it's a really good one, because obviously barrels roll. So having it like on the trail, you could have, assuming you're on a road or something like that, you could have somebody push it. It's a pain in the butt, but you could do that if you can't afford a cart or something for whatever reason. You can, you know, take turns pushing the barrel down the road. And that'll give you your access to your, you know, pretty significant amount of liquid or food or whatever you're keeping with you. But, right, how much does the barrel hold? 4 cubic feet of solids. So we're not given a weight for it. But that's a lot of liquid, so I mean, you could definitely roll a pretty sizable, expensive barrel full of wine, right, pretty easily. I was thinking you could put rations inside of it, but that might not work. They would kind of jump all around. Depending on what the rations were, that could ruin the rations. Or something else. But you could also put wealth in there, like if you wanted to put all your gold coins in the barrel and just roll the barrel around, and nobody's going to try to steal your barrel full of gold coins. Because they're like, what are we going to do? Steal those guys' barrel? We're not going to steal their barrel. If you want to hide your egregious wealth as you're traveling. Next up is the basket. Yeah, baskets are pretty common, they're cheap, which is why you might want to take them. They're also very useful because, especially if you look back at sort of like medieval-ish times and this sort of technology, backpacks weren't really a thing yet. Just FYI, history sort of lesson. Backpacks weren't really a thing yet, but there were baskets that people would lash to their backs, basically, and put stuff in them and carry them around. So there are basket ways, but as far as sort of like a large sack with straps that go on your back wasn't really a thing yet. Baskets are... So to use a basket, it's got to be something that is not liquid. It's got to be something that's not going to fall through the weave. One thing that baskets are really good for that probably don't get a lot of use for is that you can use it for fishing, right? Whether it's custom made for that or you're using the basket in basket sort of method to create a fish trap or an eel trap or whatever you want to use it for. Crawfish, that sort of thing. Is that you can make a trap with them, which would give you, I'd let you get a bonus to survival rolls if you're next to some sort of water source that you want to, and you have something to use as bait. Use that survival, because the best thing about doing something like a basket trap, a fish trap, is that you don't have to actively fish for it. You can set it and then do something else with your time and then come back and check on it and be like, oh, yep, I've trapped a couple of fish, so now we have dinner. And I actually got to spend my downtime doing something else, which could be really useful if you're doing sort of like a camp day. Again, doing what I do in sort of like the solo RPG and doing that sort of stuff, I use camp days. Camp days are pretty common, and you have to spend an entire day in camp. And so it's very useful. There's a lot of time in there to be able to do sort of specific days of those sort of ongoing downtime activities that you're trying to do, where you're trying to learn proficiencies or learn skills and tools, or do something else, like maybe you want to practice a hobby, those sorts of things, to make craft items, things like that. But you also still want to like forage for food. This is a good way to sort of like get the best of both worlds. I don't think baskets have anything really specific about them. Let's double check. Yeah. All right. So it holds 40 pounds of gear. So let's look at that. So we know that the barrel holds I mean, this is part of the problem, right? Is that this tells us how much cubic feet it holds, which the barrel holds 4. But it also tells us the weight, which the barrel does not. Which would be really helpful to know. But, I mean, you could basically get... Yeah. I mean, for 2 baskets, they're going to cost you a lot less than a barrel. So, unless you really need a barrel, specifically, you need a watertight container. You probably better go with baskets. If space isn't a concern. Though probably not if you're looking at a barrel already. Right, probably not a concern for you. Bedrolls. So, I'm going to talk about bedrolls and blankets together because they're basically the same thing. And in fact, you'll notice that in the pricing, a bedroll is exactly twice as expensive as a blanket. That is because traditionally a bedroll is made just using 2 blankets. And usually it's got sort of like an outer layer of canvas, and that's usually got some sort of water-resistant coating on it. They try to do that since it's going to be laying on the ground and stuff like that, so your blankets don't get wet, or at least not as wet. But yeah, I mean, blankets and bedrolls a bedroll is literally just 2 blankets together. So often, actually, for my own characters, I'll just buy 2 blankets. Because the blankets are a little bit more versatile, at least for me. Because assuming that these are wool, right? I don't think they say. Yeah. They don't say, but I'm going to assume that most blankets are, given the sort of time period and geographic area that we're trying to talk about, are probably wool, which means that they stay warm even when they get wet. And blankets can be used to wrap any sorts of gear or anything to be silent. Right, if you have something like a whole bunch of gold, you can wrap it up in a blanket, and that will help sort of muffle the sound, things like that. Things to keep in mind. I've also run a game in which the characters, they were hunting Vargwheel, and they came across a room which was clearly like the main room where they were headed, and they were asleep. They ended up finding them when they were asleep. And they were like, well, what we're going to do is we're just going to put a blanket over the entrance, because the Vargwheel are very stupid, and basically trap them in there. And instead of doing a big combat with all these sort of nasty flying creatures, they instead were like, yeah, we're just going to put a blanket over the entrance and just walk away and hope that they die in there. So having that blanket to do things like that, and again, whether that's you can use it to carry somebody or carry gear, if you mix this with something like the staff or the 10-foot pole, right? You can make yourself a litter, or you can do all sorts of weird things with it. You can do a makeshift trampoline with, if you have enough party members to kind of throw somebody up in the air with it, those sorts of things. So very clever, just to have a basically what is essentially a piece of cloth, which you can actually, if you wanted to, you could just buy cloth. It's in the trade items, which is pretty close to the cost of a blanket. Where did I? Here we go. Which is very close to the cost, I think, of just the blanket in general. Trade goods. Here we go. Yeah, so a yard of canvas is only a silver. So very, very similar in price. So if you want to just have some canvas on hand, like a larger area, like if you, which is very interesting, if you want to use that as sort of like a tent instead of buying a tent, which can be kind of expensive for what is essentially, you know, a couple pieces of wood and a piece of canvas. You can instead just have the wood that you have, whether that's a staff or a 10-foot pole or whatever it is, and just have some canvas instead. And that canvas is a little bit more versatile. Lets you do other things. Next up is block and tackle. Block and tackle, actually, I don't think... I'm not sure I've ever actually... maybe once. I think maybe I've seen block and tackle actually used in Adventure once. The great thing about block and tackle is it allows you to lift 4 times what you normally would be able to. So it's really useful for moving heavy things. Whether that's loot, or a big rock that's covering an entrance, or anything like that. The downside about block and tackle, which I don't think this ever addresses, certainly in the stat block, but I think anywhere. Yeah. Actually, the cable is frankly probably the most useful part, and it's probably useful just to get it for the cable. Because, again, this doesn't tell us how much cable it is, but it's got to be enough to lift a large item off the ground, so it's got to be pretty sizable. And again, it says cable, not rope, which is usually, in this time period, what kind of anachronistic time period would be used with a block and tackle, not metal cable. But it's a good way to get yourself basically stronger rope. So keep that in mind. You can basically get yourself stronger rope without having to buy 10-foot segments of chain. Because you're going to assume that this is probably, I'd say probably at least 20 feet of cable. So the only thing that does, right, it's about hoisting. So this is about vertically lifting something. I mean, you could theoretically arrange it to pull something, but generally, right, a block and tackle, the pulley system's used to pull something up, hoist it up, rather than pull it along the ground, or pull it laterally. So the thing that it doesn't address here, which is the thing to keep in mind, especially if you're the DM, is that a block and tackle has to be, it's not just a thing. It's not like you put on gloves and now you lift, right? They're not the Legend of Zelda gauntlets that just allow you to just lift heavy things. It has to be secured to something that can also hold the weight of what you're trying to pull. So, if you're, let's say that you are, I'm just going to create a scene. So you're in a ruined temple, you know, through investigation, you have discerned that the big stone altar at the middle of this shrine or temple can be moved, and you're pretty sure there's a passage to some sort of undercroft in it. And you're like, great, can we push it? No, this is a massive piece of stone, you can't possibly push that. Like, okay, so, but we've got the block and tackle, so we could hoist it, right? We could move it that way. Absolutely. All of you pulling on it, being able to quadruple your strength, absolutely, you could do that. You're going to be able to move that. It's like, all right, so we do that. How? How do you do that? What do you mean, how? All right, well, it has to be secured someplace. Oh, yeah, well, right, because if this is we talked about being a ruined temple, there may not be a ceiling, right, on the temple. If there's not a ceiling, then you can't. Even if there was a ceiling, somebody would have to get up there, drive basically this thing into a gigantic piece of wood up there. So they're going to have to spend time doing that. And then you're going to have to hope that that brace, that sort of rafter or whatever that brace is going to be able to hold that entire altar up, because you have to be able to get it off the ground. Otherwise, you could just bring the temple down on top of yourselves. You're like, okay, well, instead we could maybe like hammer it into one of the columns, one of the support columns, and just use it laterally to just kind of drag it and pull it that way. Perfect. Same sort of issue. How are you going to secure it to the column? You might try to lash it, which may or may not work with the rope. So it's just some more. I like this part of the game, right? This is what I call the sort of like engagement with the exploration pillar, being like, you have a good idea, now you have to problem solve how to enact that idea, because that idea will absolutely work. You're pretty sure it's going to work, and then you're going to have to be like, okay, so now we've got to secure it, so we're going to try to get some ropes around the altar itself. We've got this here, and then we're all four of us, the entire party's going to get on one side of the pulleys and just pull for their life. And absolutely, but it does take that extra step. Is that block and tackle? It's not like the portable ram. The portable ram's a really good example of something that's just like, you have it, you're able to do more than you normally would be able to, right? You get an advantage on the strength checks to break down doors because you have the thing. Block and tackle is not just you have the thing. You have to figure out how you're actually going to do it, because you have to secure it to something to be able to. And that thing also has to be able to hold the block and tackle plus the thing that you're actually trying to move, which is already very heavy. That's why you're using the block and tackle. Otherwise, you're just going to pull the lesser of those. So if you attach it to that column, and the column's is more easily moved than the altar, then you're just going to end up pulling the column down, which again might pull down part of the ceiling, which again might kill you. Just collapse the building on top of you more. You got to be careful. Good ideas, but you have to implement them. Right? That's sort of that's, at least for me as a player, like, that's the juice. That's what I'm trying to get out of that exploration. Trying to get out of those the fruit of the exploration pillar. I'm trying to squeeze that juice out, that problem-solving, thinky, clever play juice. That's what I'm looking for. Let's block and tackle. Books. We'll talk about this a little bit later in sort of the custom items, because I have some custom items that are books. But, yeah, I mean, books are very expensive, first off, right? Actually, they're not that expensive. I thought they were more expensive than that. So, I think that they should probably be a lot more than that. I think they should at least be 50, if not more. Especially because these are printed books, or published books. The thing is that they give you this book, but then they don't give you any sort of mechanical benefit to it, right? What do the books do? They're just like, they're books. It's like, that's great, but because of their cost, right? Their cost is so low, they don't make very good loot. And it also then puts a lot of impetus on the dungeon master to be like, you have to come up with some sort of mechanical benefit for having this book. It provides you the ability to get information you otherwise wouldn't have, or gives you context to make a check, maybe it gives you advantage on a check, but all that cognitive load is on the DM, and none of that's provided sort of by the system of 5th edition D&D. Also, books, like I said earlier, they're susceptible to basically all the elements. They're very flimsy. They don't make good loot. But that said, right, the right book for the right person, for the right, like this is just standard books. But if there was a very rare book sought after by a very specific collector, right, you could easily probably charge 10 times that. So now it's a 250 gold value book, which probably makes a lot more sense. Going and looking for something very specific. You can make an entire adventure, like I talked about. Talking about how vulnerable books are to all the elements, if you wanted to be like, I want you guys to go into this ancient crypt, or I want you to find this ancient crypt and go into the ancient crypt and recover this book that's supposed to be in there, and the book's very old and very frail, and the adventure's more about protecting the book, like it's a FedEx like escort quest, wrapped up in basically the trappings, like trying to pretend that it's just like a go and get it, like it's a FedEx quest, but it's really an escort quest, where you set up challenges that are not necessarily meant to specifically harm or endanger the player characters, but more about endangering the books. Like, okay, now you got to cross a river. Okay, well that's an issue for the book. Or there's there's fire, things like that, things that are going to make transporting the book very, very difficult. Now again, if you have the bag of holding, that's not a challenge. You just you wrap the book up in something like a blanket, like we talked about, put it in the bag of holding, and you're good. As long as you don't lose the bag of holding, and being a magic item, it's only almost indestructible. Right, then that basically takes the quest away. But if you wanted the challenge to be like, you need to be able to protect this thing as you need to find it, and then protect it as you bring it back to the quest giver. And that's really the adventure. Plus you throw in maybe a rival adventuring party, somebody who also wants the book that kind of dogs you along the way, those sorts of things, are waiting for you when you get out of the dungeon, those sorts of things. You can make a really, really interesting low-level adventure, but again, almost entirely mitigated by the fact if you have this one specific magic item, the bag of holding, then the adventure's not really challenging in any sort of way. So, something to keep in mind. Next up, bottle. I almost always carry a bottle with me as a player character. I think of it as the vial on steroids, right? Vials are very useful. Vials, flasks, and bottles are very useful for holding, especially any sort of caustic reagents, things that you can't hold in wood or you couldn't hold in a basket. They're really good for liquids, basically. They're really good for liquids. And allows you to take something and then use it as an improvised weapon later. Right, you can make a Molotov cocktail out of it, right, if you need to. Which, because a bottle is larger than a flask, if I'm being the DM, I allow you to improvise more damage up front, but it's not... Again, Alchemist Fire is basically napalm, which is sticky. That's part of the problem. Molotov Cocktail is not sticky. So it does more initial damage, but it doesn't do damage over time. But it's basically useful for putting anything in it, right? So if you find something that you want to keep, if you're playing a druid or an artificer or somebody who does a lot of research and they want samples, right? That's a core thing about your characters. You want samples, or you want to save stuff for later to figure out how to use. A glass bottle is one of those perfect things. Use also the sort of thing that I would consider, like, if I was a DM and somebody wanted to use it to make like a will-o-wisp trap or a fairy trap or something like that, I'd let them do that, and then they can just stopper it up and catch it. Very Zelda style. You just have the fairy in the bottle, that sort of thing. So yeah, no, I really like glass bottles. We're going to talk about a custom item later that's going to deal with this. And so bucket I don't usually carry. I'll be honest. Bucket's one of those hard ones. Buckets are great if you're looking for, again, you need to carry a large amount of liquid. Well, I mean, you could carry soil too, I suppose. So you could carry solids. But it has to be something that you wouldn't use some other type of container for, which is very rare. So buckets are more of a moving things. That's not really the right way. It's an item you use to get rid of other stuff, usually, right? Whether you're bailing water out of a boat, or taking dirt out of a dig site, those sort of things, that's where you use buckets, right? That's what they're used for. They're not really great as just sort of storage containers, because most buckets don't have a lid, so stuff will fall out of it. How much is it? 3 gallons. Okay. Half a cubic foot of solids. Alright, so I mean, it's pretty sizable. If you had the barrel, frankly, the bucket only weighs 2 pounds, and holds 3 gallons of liquid, and a half cubic foot of solids. So I mean, even if you were going to, I mean, that doesn't make sense in a very practical sense, but in money theoretical terms, a bunch of buckets is probably much more cost effective and weight effective than carrying around a barrel. But then you'd have a bunch of buckets, and that's silly. But if you had that staff or 10-foot pole, you string them all along that staff, and you can carry all of those things, right? If you're putting your thinking cap on, right, allows you to carry a lot of those things very quickly. Otherwise, not much to say about a bucket. Again, like I said, you really need, and we'll run into that when we run into more of the mining sort of things, like shovels, mattocks, and pickaxes, and buckets. All those things are kind of like, we need to move earth is usually how that stuff's used. Or we need to bail water, right, in the case of a bucket. Is there a very sort of like trade application, like you're trying to accomplish a very specific thing when you're using them. You're not necessarily, they're not super versatile. They're really meant for a very specific purpose. And I'm not sure that I would carry most of that stuff around as adventuring gear unless I knew I was going to a specific location where I would use those things. So like if we were going into, say, an abandoned mine, we might want to take some mining equipment with us, right? Some pickaxes, some shovels, some buckets, things like that. Especially if it's an old mine and we don't think that we're going to be able to find those sorts of usable tools at the location. But there might be something like a cave-in or things like that, which is really going to, having the right tools is going to expedite the time that it takes us to remove a cave-in or rubble to get through a passage, while also making it less likely that we're going to get exhausted than if we were trying to move stones by hand. Trying to move rubble by hand and get it out of the way. Which is the difference in play that I would make there. Caltrops. We talked about that a little bit earlier. I like caltrops. I think of them as the better version of ball bearings. It covers a smaller square area, and I think this depends a lot on the size of like dungeons you use. I tend to use dungeons that have this sort of 5-foot hallways rather than 10-foot hallways. Then it's just a very specific choice that I have. Usually I don't want a ton of very wide hallways, so I tend to use 5-foot hallways for smaller passages, and then obviously 10-foot hallways for sort of the more main thoroughfares through like a dungeon or some sort of complex. And these are more the sort of like side passages where people can squeeze by each other, but I mean, you're really not. Sometimes large hallways are sort of like statement pieces for a complex or something. And this is not that. This is like literally like traversal. We are trying to get from point A to point B. And so caltrops work really well for that because they close off the whole area. It's really good for doorways, right? Doorways is a pinch point usually. Any sort of like pinch point where you're trying to tactically sort of maximize your advantage. So you can throw those down and force people to have to go through the caltrops to get to you. The dex save's higher, right? Which is nice. And not only do they fall prone, they stop moving and take piercing damage. And until they regain any hit points, which monsters usually don't do during a fight, their walking speed is reduced by 10 feet. Which means you can throw them down and run. And you can this is immediately that minus 10 feet for most monsters, right? Most monsters move about 30 feet, which is the same speed as most player characters. And then if you reduce their speed by 10 feet, that means that even your characters that only have 25-foot speed, right? Your smaller guys, are still going to be faster than the monsters. Which means you can run. Now, it does mean that the creatures moving through the area at half speed, which basically means if they treat it as difficult terrain, they don't have to mess with it. I would argue that... Nah, I guess that doesn't really matter in 5e. That's not a 5e thing. I was going to say that you could, as part of the disengage, but you can disengage through difficult terrain in 5e. That doesn't matter. In older editions, sometimes you couldn't move around enemies through difficult terrain without getting opportunity attacks. But in 5e, you can. So I caught myself. So yeah, I mean, but you're also making them make a choice. Which, 5 feet may or may not make the difference. Could not. But also, if you're using some sort of illusion, or if you're definitely trying to hide or obscure the caltrops, then that's really going to make a difference. So yeah, like I said, I like caltrops. I think of them as the better version of ball bearings. They do cost more, right? Actually, they cost the same. Never mind. But, I mean, obviously you get 4 times the amount of surface area coverage with ball bearings. But again, the DC is lower, and I don't think ball bearings has the same rider, does it? Oh, no, it does. If you're moving at half speed through it, you don't need to make a save. Which, I mean, honestly, I'll probably never... I don't think I've ever looked up caltrops or ball bearings in play as the DM to even recognize that you can move through them at half speed with no damage. And I don't think I would, because I don't think that seems like a reasonable thing to try to do during a combat encounter, which is when you would use probably both these things. If, honestly, in the case of caltrops, if I'm running bad guys, they're more likely to try to just jump over them, right? Because basically every character can make a 5-foot jump in 5e. So really it's about obscuring it or having it at a very specific pinch point where they can't do something like jump over it. So like if it's a doorway, it's really hard to kind of jump through a doorway. So I don't think that they would try to do it through a doorway. Candle. Candles are great. I like candles. I think they're cheap, they're useful when you need just a little bit of light to do a very specific thing. They're really good. I think candles really shine when you use it with a rogue. Right? Somebody who's really, really sneaky, who just needs like a little stub of candle to like pick a lock or something like that. They just need like a little thing. And then they can just snuff it and go about their sort of skullduggery, as usual, being hidden in the dark. That's where I find candles very useful. Otherwise, candles are really just kind of generic lighting for a lot of places. Well, a candle shines bright light, not just dim light. Interesting. But light is such a weird thing in 5e, because the way that we decide to make... We did away with low light vision, which is basically what dark vision is in 5e. We just call it dark vision, but it's technically low light vision. But here's where it's really the difference maker is that it only gives 10 foot of total light, which makes it really good for when you're doing, like I said, those really, really small... You just need a little bit of light to get something accomplished, like a very sort of very specific, very... dexterous, minute, concentration kind of thing. Like picking locks, messing with traps, investigating something very, very small, very close. Like if you're, let's say you broke into a noble's house and you're like trying to look for a very specific book in their library, in their study, and you have like the candle out just kind of like going across the spines, book by book, trying to read, trying to find the book that you're looking for. Right, that look... Rather than using something with a torch that gives off a ton of light, right? In a very large area. So, yeah. And the 1 hour, again, like, I can't foresee myself ever being in a situation in which I would use a candle for an hour to the point where it would burn out in one use. Unless it's being used to light a chamber. And even at that point, you're probably going to use oil lamps if you can. Because again, they give much more light. Cases. So I usually just fold these both into the same thing. It's for cases. I find the cases for crossbow bolts interesting as an idea. Because I wonder why this is not just included, why this makes any sort of distinction between a case for crossbow bolts and, where is it, a quiver, which literally costs the same amount of money and weighs the same. So why do we have a very specific item that's for crossbow bolts? Yeah, literally doesn't make any difference. I think the quiver also holds 20 arrows. So I don't really understand why we have a very specific item that only deals with that. That's always been kind of weird to me in 5e. I assume this is one of those weird things that the developers put in, that game designers put in, because this is one of those sort of like nerdy, like, actually they use cases, not quivers, even though they definitely use quivers. Definitely use quivers for crossbows. Because why would you want a case? A case assumes that you have a lid or a covering on it, right? It's fully enclosed. Not particularly useful when you're trying to fire bolts in a combat situation, right? That's why you use a quiver. So you can grab ammunition very easily. So I'm not really sure why. And yes, crossbows bolts are shorter than arrows, but I could assume that a quiver would cost the same. You would just have a very specific quiver that was made for crossbow bolts instead. Like they make those. Rather than have a case that closes. I'm not sure why you would want a case that closes for crossbow bolts. But I also basically, like I said, I just roll them into cases for maps or scrolls. They're the same price. They're roughly the same size, right? Map or scroll case, absolutely. Have it every time. I almost always pick one up, even if I'm not playing a spellcaster. Because the idea of a case for a map or scroll is that, by definition, it's a leather case, and I would consider it sort of like fundamental, implicit by its name, by what it does, is that it's water resistant. It's meant to protect paper, so it must be water resistant. And that's one of the things, like we talked about earlier, is one of the things that I'm looking for, like specifically to protect things from moisture, from being submerged in water, even just for a moment. Because otherwise, now you could argue that scrolls are magic items, which they are, and so are resistant to normal sort of mundane damage or being destroyed through mundane means, like permanent magic items are. But I don't know with consumable magic items. That's like saying that a healing potion can't be broken. I'm not sure that that's the case, and I'm not sure that that's how I would rule that. But better safe than sorry. And obviously if you have a map or something like that, or any sort of important documents, right, whether that's some sort of writ or a charter or any some sort of identification, which would be paper, pedigrees, right? You know, letters of nobility, things of that nature. You're going to want to protect those things. They are not magical items. They are very expensive. They are very important. Even down to something like directions. If you have directions to a place and they get wet and now you don't know where you're going. Which, I've talked about this before, but I'm more like the itinerary method than maps. Maps, again, not accurate maps, not really a thing, until centuries later. So I think more like the itinerary, which is basically like driving directions. Hey, you want to go to this town, and once you go to this town, you want to get to this town, and to this town, and to this town, and you want to pass by the left side of this lake and get to this town, and that's how people travel, rather than have a nice big accurate map of the land that they're traveling with all the cities and roads on it. Not really a thing. Which I like, because I like doing that for my games because it implicitly allows more RP and engagement. It'd be like, hey, every time that you get to a new town on your journey, you need to ask people around town which road takes you to the next town you're trying to get to. Right? And that sort of implicitly gives it there, gives them some more interaction to kind of talk with other people, try to gives them more allowance for like side quests or jobs, or to just fun stuff to do in town. In sort of like every little village they kind of stop by, there's sort of a reason for people to kind of jump in and do different things, which I really like. Gives them a reason to, basically it's used to force players to sort of interact, and their characters to interact with NPCs, because they need something from those NPCs. And they may have to pay for it, then people might just give them that information for free. It kind of depends. But as far as cases go, yeah, I always carry one, because like I said, the idea behind it is it's either water resistant, if not waterproof, even though I really, really wish they would explicitly said whether it was one or the other, or anything really. Just because they don't do it in 5e. So I assume they're at least water resistant, if not waterproof. Probably water resistant. And because it's made of probably like boiled leather that's been shaped, I assume it floats, which is nice. So you don't have to worry about your maps or very important documents sinking to the bottom of a lake or river or whatever your pond or whatever you're trying to cross. So yeah, I use them. I put stuff in them. Sometimes I use them for documents. Other times I use them for just anything that I want to protect, or I want to... You can even put things like samples in them if you have... like forage or fungus or mold or something like that you want to keep safe as samples to examine later, or use it for something. You can stick it in there, put the case on it. You don't have to worry about, let's say if it's like yellow mold or something like that, like you could cover your face, take some scrapings, put it in there, because maybe you're, like I said, like a herbalist or poisoner and you want to make something out of it later. You can stick it in that scroll case and pop the lid on it and not have to worry about the spores. Very interesting way to sort of deal with that. After that was chain. So chain, I don't technically use a lot. Let's go back up to, where's block and tackle at? So block and tackle is cheaper. It comes with cable, which means it's metal cable of some type, and it weighs less. It clearly weighs less than chain. And so once you get the actual pulleys out of the way, and the block out of the way, it makes you wonder exactly how much the like wire or cord weighs, which is clearly metal. And it clearly, I would assume, has to be at least 10 foot. If you're using it to hoist things, I would actually probably assume that it's probably closer to about 20. Because nothing, if not actually larger than that, because you also need somebody to pull it, because nothing about the block and tackle actual description actually says that you need to use rope with it. So that kind of assumes that it's all using the wire or cable, which implicitly means it's made out of wood, or out of metal. We also know that it needs to be, that it's strong enough to hoist something that's very, very heavy. Heavier than I think chain can. Yeah, so the only thing that chain gives us for the stab block is that it has hit points and it can be broken. So, right, it makes it very clear that the only use for chain is to basically tie up some sort of strong creature, whether that's a humanoid or a monster, to secure one of them. But also, at that point, that's barely any hit points. Now, granted, most objects usually have resistance, but still, that's nothing in terms of hit points. Even for a first level character, that's like a couple rounds of attack. It's 2 rounds of successful attacks against it. Also, more damning is the DC 20 strength check to burst it. Not just get out of it, but burst it. This is a DC 20 strength check is perfectly reasonable for a strong monster, and even some strong humanoids. at low levels. And certainly by the time you get into the sort of the mid levels of 5e D&D, this chain is basically worthless. They'll do 10 points of damage to it just with their unarmed attack. Because they'll just hit it again and again with their unarmed attack and be able to break out of it if they don't feel like they can successfully, you know, do a DC 20 strength check in one go. So yeah, I'd say buy a block and tackle and keep that cable. That's probably a lot stronger. And just discard everything else with the actual block and the actual block part and the pulleys, and just keep the I keep wanting to say wire. It's not right. Or cord. Why am I blanking on the word? Keep the cable. It's cable. And I'd say keep the cable, because the cable's obviously stronger than the chain. Even though the chain doesn't, it can be broken with a DC 20 strength check, which, I mean, we could spend the time to try to figure out, to do the math that, to figure out what that actually, as far as sort of like pulling and lifting equals. But it's guaranteed to be less than that cable, because that cable is a 4 times multiplier. So, yeah, I would say don't waste your time on that. I would say. That's my personal recommendation anyways. This is actually something, that's the first time I've ever come across it. I didn't realize the block and tackle had cable in it, which makes it way more useful. So that's definitely going to be something that I will probably get into in a little bit. Oh no. What's going on with this? Hold on. Seem to have some sort of streaming error. Oh, you guys might be experiencing buffering. Saying poor signal. What's going on with the poor signal? Oh no, is my internet okay? It seems okay. It looks okay. Maybe that's I don't know if that's a YouTube issue. I'm just gonna keep going until something gets knocked out or not. Fine. Oh, there it goes. Okay, now we're back apparently. Okay, so it must have been a YouTube issue. Sorry about that. I just had a notification that popped up to do that, so I took a look at it real quick. Where were we? We were finishing up, we just basically finished up Chain. So yeah, Chain, basically worthless. I never pick it up because it's super heavy, it costs a lot, and it's very, very silly. The stats mechanically do not make sense. This is one of the things where I probably shouldn't have had the mechanical aspects in there and let the DM's discretion do it on this. So it's really weird the things that they choose to make very clear mechanical decisions on, and things that they give up to DM's fiat, like as they're playing. So Chain, we have mechanical things for. Books, we have no mechanical information for. Chalk, yes, buy chalk. It's a copper piece. Nothing weight. Will not keep you down. Will not hold you back. Buy chalk. It's incredibly useful. For a lot of different ways. So there's obviously a lot of there's the very basic straightforward thing, right? Obviously, and of course it doesn't even tell you. I'm sure, let me see. It's gotta be up here, right? Let's see. There's gotta be chalk up here, right? Or not. They don't have a little thing for chalk. Alright. I guess they only have things that have some sort of mechanical information at the top. So, chalk, obviously you use it to, like any child knows, make markings. Color, make markings, that sort of thing. You can get them in different colors, which is very useful. Put down information. Traditionally, the reason that it's actually in there is because it's one of the go-to things for dungeon delvers, especially. It's one of those legacy things that's sort of in the 5e thing, which I assume is why block and tackle is in there, and why things like baskets are in there, right? These sort of things that were more important in older editions of D&D, where you had to do things like map, which we don't really do in the D&D games today, but where mapping is very, very important, because it's very easy to get lost in the dungeons and not be able to get figure out how to get your way out. But yeah, anything that you want to make markings on, chalk is also really useful if you want to make rubbings of something. Because I would swap in pretty interchangeably either chalk or charcoal sticks. Both are going to allow you to do rubbings, which is very easy. So like if you come across, you're in the dungeon, you come across some writing above a doorway, and you're like, well, we don't want to mess with that door. It looks like it's magical, and it's got an inscription across the top in a language we don't understand. Well, we can take a rubbing of that language or symbol or whatever it is, and we can carry that around with us and see if we can match it up if we come across that symbol again in the dungeon, or we can take it back to town and ask somebody else who might be able to figure it out for us. And that way we don't have to worry about, like, you could always take out a piece of paper and write it down. Of course, we already know the issues that come up with paper, we talked about, but also that there could be transcription errors, right? If you're trying to draw a language that you don't understand and the amount of time that takes, like if I was going to sit down and look at an inscription and it's a block of text that's in, let's say it's in, you know, the fantasy equivalent of Korean, I'd be like, I'm almost guaranteed to make some sort of transcription error as I'm trying to copy that down by hand. Whereas if I just threw up a piece of parchment on it and took the charcoal and just did a rubbing of it, it's going to be 100% accurate. Can't screw that up. And again, also useful for things if there's like symbols or things like that that aren't like actual writings that's easy to transcribe. Other uses for chalk. You can crush it up into a powder, which means that you can blow it in people's eyes. You can use it for invisible creatures, right? You can do the old flower pouch trick. We'll talk about that more when we get to pouches. But that sort of thing, right? It's very, very simple to use. Another good thing that you can use about chalk is that it is naturally alkaline to some extent, which means that you can use it if you have a character that's got diseased or sickened for whatever reason. I have a DM who would give you the flexibility if you are smart enough as a player and your character would be smart enough to know with a medicine check or something like that, they could crush up a little bit of their chalk and feed it to their sick companion, that person would be able to get some sort of indigestional relief from that. Which is basically you're taking ye olde Tums, right? Calcium carbonate. So to try to settle your stomach, because usually it's the acid and stuff that really makes your stomach sort of upset, whether that's indigestion or diarrhea or whatever it is. Like a little bit of alkaline material will help sort of soothe that. So you can use chalk for stuff like that. There's probably a lot of other things that I am not thinking about that you could also use chalk for. Other than, because of its alkaline nature, you could maybe use it to neutralize acid. It's going to depend a lot on the acid. But you could potentially use it for that, which is a very interesting way to use it in play. So the next one is chest. Ooh, what to say about chest? Let me get these guys out here. What to say about a chest? It holds more than a barrel does, and weighs less. For some reason, a chest only weighs 25 pounds. Huh. Because when I think chest, which makes me think of the closest modern equivalent that I can think of is like a steamer trunk or a footlocker. Which, if you've ever had like an actual footlocker, not like today, most footlockers are made out of like wafer board with very, very cheap attachments. But if you got one that's actually made out of like wood, like a plywood or a heavier wood with actual like strong metal that's in it to sort of protect it, right? It's really a protective vessel. I'll tell you, it weighs a lot more than 25 pounds. A lot more. It weighs a lot closer to that sort of like 50 to 75 pounds that the barrel weighs. It's a pain in the butt to try to carry by yourself. I can tell you that from a lot of experience with footlockers. But yeah, and it carries quite a bit of stuff. So obviously, if you got to make an informed decision between chest or barrel, probably going to go with chest. Because it's more expensive, but according to this, weighs a lot less and allows you to carry a lot more. Now, a chest is not waterproof, right? Keep that in mind. A chest is not waterproof, so putting liquids in there is going to be an issue if they're not in some other sort of container. But again, chests fall into that very same category. You're going to need some sort of vehicle or beast of burden to carry this thing for you, because you're going to have 2 people carry it, because it's not really a 1-person carry, especially if it's laden. If you've got a bunch of stuff in it, that's not really a 1-person carry job. That's at least a 2-person carry job. So that is a consideration. Again, a lot of these things are mitigated if you have a bag of holding. And also why I tend to not give bags of holding, especially to low-level, because I want them low-level parties, because I want them to have to deal with these sorts of issues. And certainly once they get, probably past 5th level and higher, then that's when I'm going to throw them a bag of holding, and because there's going to be different aspects of the game that they're going to start interacting with at that point. They're not dealing with that sort of nitty-gritty stuff. They'll get to the point where they'll be like, well, this would be a pain in the butt to carry, it's not worth enough money, so we're not going to carry it. We're just going to leave it behind. And then, right, the rewards structure of the game changes a lot in what they bring, and they have a lot more versatility in their magic, and there's a lot of gear they don't need to take with them anymore, because they can figure out how to get around that with a lot of magic, mainly, and have enough spell slots to be able to cast those and not feel like it really takes away a lot from their combat capabilities. Yeah, those are chests. Yeah, I like chests. There's not a lot to say. It's a chest. A lot of the containers are like, it's a container. That's it. It holds things. That's what it does. Chest, I think bang for buck is probably one of the better ones. I think it definitely outclasses barrel. I think there's an argument to be made that you could probably fashion a frame to carry a chest on your back, which would probably serve you better than the 1.5 cubic feet that you can carry in an actual backpack. Again, yeah, 12 cubic feet. I'm gonna go with the 12 cubic feet. Assuming that it is standard sort of like chest sized, you could potentially create a frame to carry that on your back. If you're able to carry, 325 plus pounds on your back, which you probably can't, but it's good to know that the option's there, right? And if you have a big beefy barbarian or fighter or paladin, that's maybe a better carrying option than a wee little backpack is. Especially because, like we said, looking at the backpack is like, I didn't realize, because I guess I never really spent a lot of time looking at the capabilities of a D&D backpack, is that you can barely carry anything in that thing. It's like a JanSport school backpack. Like, it's not like an actual, like, expedition rucksack, which would be much larger. And allow you to carry a lot more. Which seems like a weird, bizarre oversight. Clothes. So I'm just going to kind of mix clothes all together. I think clothes are really important. I think you should always have a change of clothes on you. And remember that, like, as you can tell here, and things that kind of gets brushed over, I think, in a lot of D&D games, is that clothes, the importance of clothes is that they are the signifier of your social rank in a lot of situations, right? You have commoner clothes, you have fine clothes, the traveler's clothes, right? You have costumes. Each of those, if you see somebody wearing one of those, you have an idea of kind of the type of person they are, right? You see somebody wearing a common clothes, you know that they're some sort of skilled or unskilled laborer, right? This isn't sort of like a merchant or a noble, but if somebody's wearing fine clothes, they might be a quite successful merchant or a guild master, a noble, someone of those ranks, somebody who maybe if we want to go to sort of like the clerical side, somebody who's maybe sort of a bishop's rank or above, right? These are people who can afford some sort of finery in their sort of like daily clothing that they wear. So I think it's important to have those. And then, like, if you see somebody wearing a traveler's clothes, then you know that they are somebody who's on the move. This isn't somebody who lives in town, right? You know, those sorts of things. I actually don't really like the idea of traveler's clothes. Because I think really the only difference is a cloak. It's actually technically the only difference in it, I think. Oh yeah, they don't even give me what the description is here. But yeah, I think literally the only difference is that adventuring gear technically comes with a cloak and boots rather than some sort of shoes or sandals. So yeah, I mean, again, these are... You need the right appointments to talk to the right type of people. So if you're dressed in your traveler's clothes, your adventuring clothes, or, you know, some fine clothes, and you start walking around the sort of low-end sort of area of a settlement, some sort of city, you're going to stick out, number one, right? So you're not going to be subtle at whatever you're doing, because everybody's going to be like, who's that person? You're also more likely to be targeted for some sort of attack, either robbery or theft or something like that, because you clearly have a little bit of money on you. And I think people are going to be less likely, in that context, they're going to be less likely to talk to you. Right? If you're trying to get information out of somebody's going to be less likely to talk to you, because they're going to know that you're not from around here, right? You don't fit the vibe. And that means that you could make more trouble for them, and lots of people are not going to be interested in talking to you. Doing that. In the same way that, like, if you're not wearing those fine clothes and you're trying to make inroads in the sort of society of a settlement, the, like, sort of upper crust areas, like if you want to get an audience with somebody and talk to a noble or a council, or you're trying to make some sort of trade deal or adventuring deal with sort of like a guild hall with a guild master or something like that, and you're not coming wearing your finest clothing, there should be some sort of impact in the game for that. Like if you show up with your traveling clothes that are all sort of like mended and stitched and show like a lot of battle damage and stuff on that, and you come in your full armor, right? That's going to put them on their back foot. They're maybe not going to want to deal with you, because they're like, you have to remember, especially with the arms and armor section, it's like if you walking through town and basically like tactical SWAT gear, and people are not going to want to interface with you. They're not going to be comfortable talking to you in a lot of situations, especially people like shopkeepers. Like if you walk into a shop armed to the teeth, you know, ready for violence, people are not going to be super... They're going to try to get you out of their shop as fast as they can, either by selling you something, which maybe that works in your favor, maybe you get a better price on something, but more likely they're going to be like, oh, sorry, we're out of the thing you're looking for. It's like, well, I see large coils of rope right behind you. Oh, yeah, here's this rope. Here, you can just take it. It's free. Please get out of my shop. please don't hurt me. So those sorts of things. So a lot of clothing has to deal with that. And as well with the costume clothing. If you're going to do any sort of like performative kind of thing, I feel like you need that sort of costume clothing. Like that's part of the act, right? Even when it comes to something like even contemporary music artists, when they're putting on a performance, right, they have a specific costumes or outfits or things like that that fit the vibe that they're trying to send out, right, that they're trying to represent. Very similar, whether, right, you need tights for like tumbling and acrobatics, and maybe you have a motley outfit for doing gestures or telling jokes or whatever you do, and making sure that you have something that adds to the performance. Otherwise, you're just kind of a person, maybe with a musical instrument, which is a lot different than being a performer and being recognized as a performer. So yeah, I like to carry at least one change of clothes for my PCs. Usually, assuming that they have the traveler's clothes, I will usually invest in a pair of fine clothes if I want them. If I'm going to be, especially if I'm playing a character that's going to do a lot of the talking in the party, whether by nature of I'm playing a character that's got high charisma and has those skills, or just no other players in the party seem very interested in handling that role, then that's the sort of thing where it's like, all right, well, my character is going to invest in these fine clothing so they can at least look the part, even if maybe they don't have the greatest charismatic skills. They don't have exactly the silver tongue for it. They at least look the part. They look like they're supposed to be here when they're talking to important people. So yeah, I usually try to carry at least one change of clothing that's going to allow me to interface with a very specific type of people. And you can definitely carry all the types of clothes and maybe multiples of them if you want to, depending on what you're trying to do. I've definitely played with a player who played a very vain character who had basically a wardrobe and a chest that they carried around with them, so they always had some sort of right outfit for whatever they were trying to do, right, where dressing up was a big part of their character, which was a lot of fun to have them. And then, right, we could always pilfer their stash of basically like their stage wardrobe to look the part. We did a little thing where we were trying to sneak into a big gala party kind of thing, and so we each sort of like grabbed some fancy looking clothes out of there because our characters didn't have those sorts of things, because it's the very beginning of the adventure, right, and we didn't have those things, so we sort of pilfered in there and we were able to cobble together some vaguely upper crust fine looking clothing, as long as nobody really spent too much time looking at us. So as long as we didn't spend a lot of time talking directly with somebody, they wouldn't realize that, we're wearing basically costume clothing. Next up we have the component pouch. Again, this is a very expensive alternative to a staff. So anytime that you're picking, in my mind, anytime that you're picking a magic implement for whatever class that's not staff, which some don't get the access for staff, but most do. If you're not choosing staff, you're not choosing the utilitarian option, which is the thing that costs the least amount of money and also doubles its weapon. You're doing it for a flavor reason. So then, I do think the cost for that is kind of high, but I guess it makes sense, because component pouches is another one of those sort of weird D&D things that kind of makes my brain hurt. So it's supposed to be a pouch that's full of consumable components, but you never have to restock it. So you spend the 25 gold on it once, and then you always have it. But I'm like, that doesn't make sense. It's like some sort of weird quantum components. It's like, why is this even a thing? Why are we not just using arcane implements for everything then? But they're fine. Right? Component pouches carry anything that's basically not any basically costless material components. So yeah, if you want to be the person who has that very thing where it's like, I pull out the butterfly wings and the eye of newt and all that stuff, and the small piece of beeswax or whatever, and you're using as the sort of component. So it's got a lot of flavor to it, which is really cool. So if you want to go down that sort of very sort of folkish, sort of witchy even idea of like, right, you pulling out these very specific, very esoteric sort of elements as sort of the conduit for your magic to make it happen, then that's really cool. Utilitarian though, get a staff. I don't have any problems with the component pouch. I think a component pouch is a really good backup arcane implement. Because this is one of those things where it's like, somebody would have to know about magic to realize that the component pouch is a component pouch, I feel like. Like, if you were walking through the streets, like if you walked into a settlement and people were like, oh, well, you got to give over your clearly magic wand or your big orb, right? Those sorts of things. But you can get away with the Gandalf thing where you're like, oh, you wouldn't take an old man's staff, would you? His walking stick, would you? Or it'd be like, here, what's in this pouch? And they open it up and there's a bunch of weird, like, insect parts and things like that. They'd be like, oh, I don't want that. You can hold on to that. Ooh, snacks for later. Or you make some other very silly comment. And then you can have sort of like, that's the sort of sleuth way to keep it on your person, along with the staff. If you have a very sort of nondescript staff. So that part I like about component pouches. It's a good backup where if you were like, oh, especially like if you were like, I have this magic wand. Well, obviously we're gonna hold on to your magic wand while you're in town. It's like, all right, well, I guess I won't be able to cast any spells. Then you can always bust out the component pouch later and use your magic as normal. So I like it from that aspect, but it is kind of pricey for what is essentially a what-if tool. So at low levels, no, but once I get into, if I'm a player and I get into the higher levels, right, £2 is kind of heavy for what it is, but I'd rather them take my obvious magic implement and still leave me with the ability to cast spells if I really need to for whatever reason. Like having an audience with a royal or something like that, and if things go south, and you'll still be able to cast spells using, because you'll still have that focus that you need. The last one is crowbar. Crowbars are great. They give you advantage on strength checks, I believe. Yeah. And anything where the crowbar's leverage can be applied. Yeah. I typically take a different piece of custom gear. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But instead of a crowbar. But if a character comes with a crowbar, I'll always take the crowbar. Like the burglar's kit, right? I think the burglar's kit comes with a crowbar. So take it, right? Especially if you're not playing, like I feel like I've run into more parties like that recently than in the past with 5e, where nobody in the party is particularly strength oriented. Where if you run across a door that's barred or stuck, or closed for whatever reason that can't be lockpicked, gives you the ability to open that much more readily than trying to do strength checks alone. It's sort of, this is what a lot of people think of when they try to use block and tackle. It's like, oh, I have the thing, so I can do the thing. It's like, at least in the crowbar is very explicit in the instructions. It's like, it has to be a place where the crowbar's leverage can be applied. Right? This doesn't just allow you to lift heavy things. Like, it's not a like lever, right? You can't, it's not a fulcrum, right? It doesn't allow you to just lift heavy things magically. It has to be something that you can actually use a crowbar on, and, explain how you're using a crowbar. But it's really great if you're trying to bust open crates and barrels. Because there's a lot of times, and I've come across this many times, on both times as a player, and then some times as DM, where I'm like, duh. Where you walk into them and be like, oh yeah, it's a storage room, it's got like crates and barrels in it. And they're like, okay, what's in the crates and barrels? I don't know. How are you going to open it? Oh, right. And oftentimes Dungeon Masters will tell you what's in the crates and barrels, assuming that you will open them. But if you don't have a nail bar, a pry bar, a crowbar of some type, it's like, how are you... Like, you need those tools to open those sorts of things. That's why they're constructed that way. How are you going to tell what's on the inside of them, right? These are things that are usually, like, sealed and shut with some amount of force. Like, they're a pain in the butt to open. That's why you need... Without breaking them, right? Assuming you don't want to break them. Then you need something like a crowbar to actually open them. And I've had that point as a dungeon master and been like, told them everything that was in there. Was like, dummy, how would they know what's in it? How are they going to open these things? Be like, yeah, that's not something you can just pry open with your hands, really. So yeah, crowbar is very useful. I almost always take it or something that's like it. Next is Druidic Focus. Actually, what I'm going to do real quick is I am going to take a break, and then we will jump back into this. But I'm going to go get a refill on my coffee, and then we'll deal with some of that other stuff, and I'll be back in just a second, guys. Alright? Bye. Alright, let's go ahead and head back into it. myself a refill, use the bathroom. We did crowbar. So we can jump into druidic focuses, or foci, technically. So between these, obviously totem or sprig of mistletoe's pretty good, pretty cost effective for the most part, and don't weigh anything, which is always nice. But again, there's no reason why I can think of from a utilitarian aspect to not use wooden staff. Again, just like with the quarterstaff in general, for any sort of magic user, is that if you have the option to also have a weapon in your hands in addition to being able to cast your spells, why would you not also want the weapon in your hands? So anything beyond that is very much a versatility, or not versatility, a flavor sort of thing. So if you decide that you want to do Sprig of Mistletoe, or you want the sort of like carved animal totem, or you want to use the sort of like yew wand, perfectly usable, right? It's a very specific flavorful choice rather than taking the thing that is, from a sort of like objective aspect, probably the best choice, which is going to be yew wand. By far is the least useful choice. It costs the most, has some weight to it, but isn't useful for anything else except casting spells out of it. Whereas the wooden staff weighs more, but it costs less, but it's also a weapon, and which means that it's perfectly good for doing the tried and true shillelagh, right, spell for your druid. And totems and Sprig of Mistletoe, again, right, if you're looking for a very specific flavor, and I think based off of sort of how these work, I would be very open, specifically for a druid, to whatever sort of original idea that a player wants to bring for a druidic focus. Maybe it's like some sort of like fetish that's got like a owl skull, like a bird skull on it or something, and some bones that like crinkle and clack with like feathers and stuff like that. Like, I feel good with that. Like, if you want to come up with some sort of original idea for that, I mean, I feel like anything is in here, from literally a piece of wood that you've pulled off of a tree, right, Sprig of Mistletoe, to a carved totem, to a staff, to another piece of wood. So I feel like as long as you're working in sort of that sort of organic, natural sort of material, I feel like just about anything can be a druidic focus. Like, I'd even go as far as if you're gonna make wand a possibility, a wooden wand a possibility, and a wooden staff a possibility, then I don't see any reason why you couldn't make, if you wanted to have a druid that also used a shield, be able to use a club basically as a druidic focus. I can't see, being a DM, a good reason, and a sort of like weirdly objective reason not to do that. Like, I think that works perfectly fine. Let's, so yeah, I mean, there's not a lot to say about the druidic focuses, other than I would be open to sort of whatever a player brings to me for them. But otherwise, I mean, there's a clear winner here, from a strictly objective sense, right? There's a clear winner. That works specifically with one of the spells. But any of these are fine. And a lot of them are cheaper than the arcane. They're arcane cousins, so whatever. Fishing tackle. Yeah, fishing tackle is something I bring sometimes. Kind of depends on the character. If we're gonna play in like a very coastal or ocean-faring one, I'll almost always bring fishing tackle. Or if I know that rivers or lakes are going to play a pretty significant part in the game, then I'll pick up fishing tackle. But if we're doing a thing that's like mainly dungeon delving or running through forests or up mountains or things like that, probably not going to take fishing tackle, because probably not going to run to a lot of fishing-specific areas. The nice thing about fishing tackle is that it gives you... Oh, it doesn't actually mechanically say that. So again, another one of those weird things, another weird pieces of equipment that doesn't actually have any mechanical value to it. So you're kind of wondering, why would you ever get this? I would obviously give you advantage on a survival check if you were trying to forage for food with fishing tackle. Otherwise, the standout thing is the silken line, right? That's why most people are going after fishing tackle in general. And you want that because you can use that in collaboration with something like Bell. Or something else. Your rogue can easily use that silken line to basically set up a trap, whether that's an alarm trap or a trap that's going to be some sort of like snare or some sort of tripwire that they'll set that up with. Because yeah, I'm trying to think of the netting's really nice too. So netting is another thing. Net is technically under weapon, so we can talk about netting a little bit right here. So netting kind of falls under the area of baskets. Netting's pretty useful and has been used for a long time for carrying gear, because it's a good way and a nice, easy way and very favorably way to contain gear. So if you want to contain a lot of gear and carry it, a lot of very hard to carry objects, in a way, netting is a really easy way to do that. So if you had a bunch of, let's say like a number of like amphorae or like clay pots that you wanted to carry, well, one person could probably carry one clay pot. But again, like if you took netting and put like 4 of them together and wrapped them in the net across like a wooden pole, you can carry a lot of them too. People can carry, you know, that doubles the ability that they're able to carry, basically. And you can do it with all sorts of like weird, cumbersome things that you can normally not carry. So netting's pretty cool. It is, unfortunately, the only nets that we have as far as reference in D&D 5e is the weapon net. Whereas this is narrow netting. This is definitely for like holding fish or even catching fish. If you're doing, I guess you could be net casting, net fishing. So it kind of gives you a lot of options here. Again, it doesn't actually give you any mechanical benefits out of those, but I think any reasonable dungeon master would give you advantage on a wilderness survival check for foraging for food, because that's clearly what you do with fishing tackle. Unless you're using the parts in it to do something very specific. So you could, right, we have corkwood bobbers, which means that you could use them to stopper bottles if you needed to, because none of the bottles say they come with stoppers. I think vials or flasks might, but I don't think glass bottles do. They say. I assume that they come with a stopper. That seems integral to me, but you can use those to stop those. Silken line we talked about for tripwire. The wooden rod is nice, but assuming that you have a caster, one of them probably has a staff that you could probably use. If not, you could always cut like a new growth off a tree and use that, because you need a kind of bendy rod for a fishing pole. You don't really want a super rigid one, for obvious reasons about fishing. Steel hooks. Not a ton of use for those outside, except to make a very nasty trap that's more about causing pain than doing actual damage or being nasty. Lead sinkers are not going to be big enough for you to really use as something like a sling bullet, but velvet lures, if you wanted to make some sort of distraction, I guess you could do it that way. And then you could use the netting for net fishing or for carrying gear. So yeah, I mean, like, there's some versatility in those sort of items that you could get away with. But for the most part, very straightforward. And I really wish they had something attached to it. Tasker flanker, I almost always carry a flask or tankard with me. Almost always carry a flask. Again, this is one of the things where it's like, I wish we had a little bit more to go on. They don't really give us any information. Is this flask made of metal? Is it made is it pottery? Is it like a water skin but different in some way? Like we don't really get a lot of. It could be glass. They don't give us a lot of information here. My assumption is that if we're going to throw a tankard into the same sort of arena, I assume that that means that the flask is probably made of metal. As a tankard's usually made of like tin or pewter or something like that. Flask is going to be made of a similar material. So that's always been my assumption in 5e. Is that then a flask. So I'll carry around the flask and the bottle, because there are going to be some things that can't be held in one of those objects that the other one should be able to hold. So right, if you have a very corrosive substance, you probably don't want to put that in your metal flask, but you could put that in the glass bottle. Or if you want to put something, but you want to make sure that it doesn't get broken inside of your backpack, you might opt to put that in the metal flask instead, because it's less likely to break or to rupture and get that stuff get all over your gear, the rest of your gear. So yeah, I usually take that. Sometimes I'll take a tankard too. I have a sort of idea in my own homebrew settings when you do go to a thing like a tap house or a pub or something like that, that they probably, especially if it's a beer cellars that's either outdoors or is in like a small village where somebody's doing it out of their home, where it's like they probably don't have a lot of serving ware. So when you show up to be like, hey, I want to drink, they don't hand you a cup. They don't have like just dozens of cups sitting around. Instead, they have like a vessel that they pour from with it that like measures out like a pint, right? Take the pint, and then you have to have a tankard that they pour into. And if you don't, they're like, I don't know, open your mouth and I'll pour it in. However much you get is however much you get. But that's just my own headcanon from my own world. Be like, nobody's sitting around here spending a bunch of money on cups. Bring your own cup. You have to bring your own tankard. For a place that's not like a traditional tavern, which will have cups. Oh, hey, we're going over adventuring equipment and different uses for it, creative uses, that sort of thing. So that's what we're doing. Good things, trying to identify what are the good things, what are the bad things, what are the things that maybe you should add to your game, things maybe you want to gloss over as a player or a dungeon master. That's what we're up to. So we just got done with flask or tankard. Grappling hook. Grappling hook is okay. I'll put it that way. Again, this is one of the areas where they don't actually give us any mechanical benefit for grappling hook. Doesn't make climbing any easier mechanically. The idea being that you would just be able to attach a rope to a place where you normally wouldn't be able to attach a rope, right, as far as climbing goes, which is why it's outdone by a very low-level magic item like the rope of flying, or animated rope, right? It's called animated rope, which will just snake its way up there and you can just climb off of that. So yeah, a grappling hook is not a piece of equipment that I usually go out on my way to get. It's also, a grappling hook is surprisingly limiting, and that's something I really only noticed on the DM side of the screen. And somebody is like, if you build a passageway, like I have a classic dungeon that is, okay, that's got a vertical section, that's got a 20 or 30 foot wall, something like that, that the PCs need to scale. And they're like, oh great, I'll use my grappling hook. And I was like, but there's not really anything, it's like a cavern, there's not really anything to grapple onto. Like there's no stalagmites in that section of the dungeon that makes sense for anything for that grapple to sort of like hook onto. So I'm always wondering like, okay, but like what is it gotta hook onto? It's like technically you could get it on the edge of the ledge, but that does not seem secure. I would not try to climb up that rope. That seems like a good way to fall once you're halfway up a wall. So yeah, kind of surprisingly limited. But it's nice to have in very certain contexts. So obviously if you're like outside and you're trying to climb into a tree, or you're trying to climb a mountainside, there's a lot more sort of crags, ways to sort of like get that grapple stuck in. Or climbing up the exterior of a wall, right, that's got crenellations, like, and matriculations on the underside, like, very easy to, you're going to find places for that grapple to find purchase. But surprisingly, in a lot of, like, I think archetypical dungeons, surprisingly not a ton of places where the grapple's actually useful. You kind of have to, as DM, kind of have to go out of my way to be like, okay, what is a way that they can scale this thing with a rope? And sometimes I'll think of something, and sometimes I don't, which is okay. At least in my opinion, that's okay. It's like, remember, my job is to create the obstacles and the challenges. It's your job as the players to figure out how to get past them. So I don't care how you get up the wall, but you got to get up the wall somehow. Sure, maybe somebody spider climbs or runs up there with a rope. That's fine. Perfectly good. Here's all the stuff up there. Perfect way to deal with that. Right, very easy way, and then makes it feel like the person who prepared spider climb or has the scroll of spider climb, they always feel really great. They're like, oh, I have the perfect situation to actually use this thing in, and they can take care of that. Where perhaps a grappling hook wouldn't be able to be useful. So it's a good piece of mundane gear, but it's not something I ever go out of my way to get. It comes in, I think, the Burglar's Pack. So it is something that I'm not really sure. Part of me thinks like the grappling hook should be sort of one of those things that's implicit in things like thieves' tools. I know thieves' tools are specifically lockpicking usually. That's usually how we treat it, but thieves' tools is a kind of a generic umbrella that we could throw a lot of other stuff under. And grappling hook kind of feels, grappling hook, glass cutters, things like that feel like the sort of stuff that could also kind of be under that umbrella. But that could just be me. I don't know how other people feel about that. So our next piece is hammer. Hammers, well, they solve a lot of nail-related problems. Again, like most of this gear, D&D 5e does not give us any sort of like mechanical information about how to use those. But it's a hammer, so there's actually two types, right? We have hammer and we have sledge. Does the sledge give us any information? I don't think the sledge does. Nope. Great. Yeah, I don't think either one of those do. So it's pretty common for me to take a hammer or a custom piece of equipment. I said we'll do the custom piece of equipment at the end. I've got some custom pieces that I usually ask for in a campaign as a player or offer as a DM for people to take a look at. And so I have an alternative for hammers that I use. Unfortunately, a normal hammer can be kind of supplemented by a lot of other tools. Whether that's somebody who has an actual war hammer who could use like the flat of it to potentially hammer something down, as well as an axe or something like that. Any sort of hafted weapon will usually work. Hammers are useful specifically in the context of iron spikes, which I think are on here, or pitons. There we go. They have it on pitons, which are basically iron spikes, but with a loop on them. Because I think iron spikes and hammers is part of the Dungeon Delver kit, I think. But basically, right, as for hammering iron spikes, it can be into a wall, right? Or something that you're trying to rope around as you're climbing. It's part of climbing kit. That's what it's part of, for sure. To sort of climb or ascend or descend a sheer surface, whether that's a cliff or a wall or whatever it is, going up or down it. Very useful for that. The other thing that those two items are really useful for, which was incredibly common in sort of like old editions, old school D&D, but not really OSR types of D&D still very much use this, but not very often used in contemporary D&D, is that you can use it to basically force a door closed. Right? You take your iron spike and you put it in between the door and the jamb and the frame, and you just hammer it shut so they can't be pushed open, basically. It's a very easy way, and that can do a lot of things. It can protect you if you're trying to take a rest someplace and you don't want anybody coming through that door. You can put stuff up and be like, all right, we're relatively safe. At least nobody's going to sneak up on us. Like, if they try to get through that door, they're going to make a bunch of noise. The other thing is that if you come across something that's dangerous, but otherwise you wouldn't have to deal with, you can also just, like, fasten that door shut. So, classic example is a bunch of zombies in a room, right? That's something that you can just close up. You usually can't do it with oozes, though oozes would be a good monster for it, because oozes can squeeze through underneath the door, usually. But yeah, any sort of, like, generic monsters that basically are non-humanoid, right, don't have hands or the intelligence to know how to open a door, you can usually get away with, instead of fighting, just being like, yeah, we just close it in there and it will just die, or be somebody else's problem, but it's not going to be our problem. And that's a very old school mentality, where the idea is usually to try to, what's the best way to get past this challenge using the least amount of our resources? And hit points is one of the resources in spell slots, so if we can avoid a fight and not have to deal with this or this specific monster or group of monsters, then that's usually what we're going to try to do. If we can try to do that. So we're going to try to avoid that as much as possible. So that way we can save those spells and those hit points for when we really need them. And there's not much to say about the sledge. It's a heavier hammer. It's specifically good if you're using it for the iron spike, if you're trying to break floor tiles or something like that. If you're trying to break through a stone or tiled floor, like to get to, like if we go back to the example we did earlier with the temple, and we were in that ruined temple, and we saw this gigantic stone altar, and we're like, we're pretty sure there's an undercroft under there to get access to, and we don't have the block and tackle, so we can't physically move the altar off where we think the entrance to the secret passage is. Instead, we could use things like the sledgehammer and the iron spike to sort of try to break through the floor around it, break through like the tiled floor to get into the undercroft that way. And that's when you start mixing in with the things like like those mining tools, where we start taking out the pickaxes and the mattocks and the shovels and using those buckets to like get fill out. We're trying to get debris out as we sort of dig down into it. So yeah, and I talked during those tools about why I probably wouldn't bring those on most adventures, and then just gave a very specific adventure example about how they would be useful in that adventure. So, you know, it's all relative. You use the tools that you have, right? If you don't have the block and tackle, you find some other way to get in there, whether that's stone shape or some other spell, or you do it by physical means and just hard manual labor to break through something like that using the tools you have. But yeah, so I probably wouldn't bring a sledge, because the sledge is a very specific tool for a very specific purpose, which is usually breaking heavy things. So yeah, I don't think I'd bring a sledge with me, but I do pretty regularly bring a hammer or hammer-related item for almost all my PCs. Because there's always going to be, you know, if you have the hammer with you, you're going to be looking for nails. And that's a great way to solve problems. Right, you're going to look for nails to hit with a hammer. And probably works as a pretty decent improvised weapon. If you ever needed that, if you lost your weapon for whatever reason. Holy symbols, we can knock these probably out really quickly. They all cost the exact same, and they weigh a little bit different. I typically I feel like I always use amulets whenever I can get away with it. Because the idea of an amulet is that it hangs around your neck, which means I don't need to put it in my pocket. I don't need to worry about dropping it. Rather than something like, I mean, technically a reliquary could also go around your neck depending on what it is. Basically, I don't want a holy symbol that's like a silver or golden cross, something that I have to hold out. especially when I'm playing something like a cleric or paladin, because your guys got shields and weapons they need to be holding. They don't have time to be also giving up all of that to hold their sort of holy symbol implement to cast spells. So that's why they have the options for doing things like the amulets that hang around their neck, which frankly I always use for things like sorcerers or anyways, like rather than hold it in their hands. That it just makes more sense to me that other classes should also be afforded that luxury of having a spellcasting focus that you don't have to hold on to. If there already is a 1 to 2 classes who don't need to do that, and there's nothing specific about those classes written mechanically or flavor-wise anywhere else that says why they can do that and nobody else can do that. Emblems, right, great on using them that's on the weapon or on their shield or on their breastplates or on their sort of armor or wherever. Helmets. Very simple. So yeah, obviously emblems the standout because it doesn't weigh anything. If it's on your shield, that does mean you have to have your shield out though. So I probably just put it on whatever your armor is. Now, assuming you're playing a cleric or a paladin, you're probably wearing heavier armor. Probably. Not always, but probably wearing heavier armor. So it'd either be something that's emblazoned on your armor that you'll always have on, or like I said, an amulet or reliquary, something that like hangs around your neck off a cord, like a crucifix or something, where that way, just when you need it, you can grab it and cast from it, and then you can just let it go without having to sort of like pull it out, have it in your hand all the time, have to put it away and or drop it, then pick it back up to cast again whenever you, because right, clerics and paladins more than probably any other spellcasters switch between attacking with weapons to casting spells. I feel relatively confident in saying that I think they do that a lot more than probably any other class does that also cast spells, with the exception of maybe Ranger. And I guess, yeah, you could do it. Right, there are a lot of fighters, if you take the fighter subclasses that allow you access to spells, you could do that. But yeah, I mean, again, that's an option that I would afford, as a Dungeon Master, I would afford to basically any other class to allow them to do that. To have it around their necks if they want to. With a cord or something. Holy water. Flask. 25 gold. I like... Let me double check the actual stats on this before I say that. Yeah. So I like the holy water flask a lot more than I like alchemical fire or acid vials. I like it because it deals with typically deals with a very specific type of monster, and this monster comes up often. That's usually undead or demons, right? Those are like undeads and fiends are the ones you're going to run across that are very susceptible, very vulnerable to radiant damage most of the time. So that in my mind makes sense if I'm looking for a consumable, especially if I'm running in a party, or I'm running a party as a DM who nobody decided to take a divine class. So we don't have any clerics or paladins. Then that's one of the things I look at, making sure that there's things like holy water is going to be available to them that they can pick up, because it's going to be extremely useful when they run across, those specific enemies that otherwise they don't really have a good way to deal with. And you can make the argument that alchemical fire does the same thing for a group without some sort of arcane caster in it. But it's at least been my experience that you're more likely to have a party where nobody wants to play one of the divine classes than an arcane class. That's been my experience anyways. Because I feel like most people don't want to play the healer. Me, I love playing clerics. They're easily my favorite class. So I don't have any problems with it, but I know lots of people don't like that aspect or don't want to deal with that, or they don't want to touch on the religious aspects of it. Perfectly understandable. Not my experience. But I understand why people, don't go after that as their favorite class. Or often wouldn't play it. The only change that I would make about holy water in the flask is that I would absolutely use it like they use it in Delicious in Dungeon. If you haven't watched it, it's technically still on, at least at the time of recording this, still on Netflix. Still coming out on Netflix week by week. And it's got a lot of that very cool exploration type. I mean, the show, it's an anime. The show in general is about eating monsters in a dungeon, so that's sort of what it's about. But they also use it, because of that's sort of the focus, they do a lot of these cool, sort of like cool, clever uses of exploration stuff. And one of them is holy water. Because the holy water flask is, you can splash the contents of the flask onto a creature within 5 feet of you or throw it up to 20 feet, shattering it on impact. Again, in this case, flask obviously either means some sort of pottery, either clay or glass. We don't really know, but clearly not metal. But it doesn't tell us what the material is, which would be very useful, because that would make a big change in maybe how things go down. Again, more information would be better, but we don't have that information. So what I do like about the Delicious in Dungeon thing is that they have a holy water encounter with some ghosts, and they, instead of breaking the flask and splashing it over the ghost, they instead tie a piece of, I guess, twine around it, or rope, a cord of some type around it, and they just swing the bottle around. Because they very smartly recognize something I never recognized as an adventurer, is that when you're dealing with ghosts and specters and things like that, they are incorporeal creatures, which means they pass through matter, right? That's why attacks usually do half damage to them. And it's like, which means that they will pass through, the glass will pass through them, and they'll come in direct contact with the holy water without breaking the vial of holy water. And I was like, oh yeah, no, that makes total sense. They can absolutely just like put it on a string and swing it around, and that 125 GP worth of holy water can last for an entire encounter. I was like, oh, that's way more useful. Yeah. So obviously you're going to have to break it for undead, like corporeal ones like zombies, skeletons, that sort of thing. But especially for a low-level party that really struggles to deal with things like shadows, right? Shadows are a low CR. They can absolutely kill players, low-level PCs, very easily. So dealing with them with something like the holy water without them having to spend hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of gold coins stocking up on them, being like, no, we can have like two of them in the party, and then we just have the string tied around them, and we can always just swing them if we need them, if we run across those incorporeal undead. So yeah, definitely like this one a lot better than the other options for improvised thrown weapons, basically. Hourglass. Hourglass is expensive. Hourglass is made of glass, so it's fragile. Again, one of the things that typically don't want to take in the dungeon with you or go really exploring with. I mean, I guess if I was doing like a very specific type of... If I really, really needed to keep track of time for some reason, it would be useful. I think it just standard measures an hour, right? Oh, it doesn't even tell us. Of course it doesn't tell us. Oh, it would be giving useful information for us for like how much time passes in the hourglass. But it is my understanding that a typical hourglass, like if we wanted to standardize hourglasses, which is already a weird thing, pretty much come in 1 hour segments. I mean, you can get Sam timers for 1 minute up to many hours. But in general, I'm assuming like your traditional like handheld one is usually like an hour, or maybe a few hours depending on what the purpose is. So I would have to need something that I would really, really need to keep track of for an hour, which you might say is spells, right? There are definitely spells with concentration that go up to an hour, with or without concentration. But again, not really useful because of the nature of the hourglass. If you're bumping along, fighting, jogging, whatever, moving around, that changes how the sand falls through the hourglass, which means it can't keep appropriate time. So this is definitely a more of a resting thing. Like, this is a thing that you keep if you guys have a base of operations and you want to keep track of stuff like that, then that's when the hourglass is useful. Or you're wanting to take, if you really want to measure like the specifics of how long a short rest is, I guess you could use an hourglass. I don't know why you'd do that. I mean, we already hand-waved the time of D&D, especially in 5e, very, very liberally. So I don't know why you would need the specifics of how long it takes to get a short rest. Like everybody's sitting there staring at an hourglass for an hour, just waiting for it to heal up, for it to be done, so they can keep moving on. I guess maybe. Sorry, piece of gum called me. I guess if I was thinking about, like, if we had a very, very specifically timed adventure, where like every hour was going to be crucial, and we wanted to make sure when we were taking a short rest that we only took the absolute minimum of time to get the short rest, that I would use it. But otherwise, this is just not that useful. And maybe a minute hourglass, like a small one, like a minute hourglass might be more useful. I'd have to think about that, about the actual usefulness of that. Maybe. I'm sure I could devise a way to use it if I had it on hand. But I also wouldn't pay 25 gold for something to carry around with me that I really have to go out of my way to come up with uses for, as far as gear. And it's incredibly fragile, right? It's made out of glass and sand. Like, that thing's gonna break. Like a lot of adventuring gear, like, it's very easy to get ruined. Like, tripping and falling down, you can break this thing. Right? Not maybe the greatest adventuring gear in the world. Hunting trap. Hunting trap very much falls under fishing tackle, right? It's super useful. And if you're using it for its intended purpose, which is to hunt, again, like using something like I talked about with the baskets, where you make a basket trap for fish. The whole point is for trapping is that it's a sort of a passive way to gain your foraging. So if you want to forage but also do something else with that time, or improve your ability of catching something by having multiple traps or multiple fish traps, that's why you do trapping. That's the reason people trap, is because it's certainly less intensive than trying to actively hunt animals or actively fish. So by making it passive, that frees up your time to do other things, and you can just check on it later. Now, the thing is with this is that clearly, in D&D's perspective, D&D 5e's perspective, we are not supposed to be using this for its intended purpose. We are instead supposed to be using it for, obviously, that in a combat situation, or to set a trap to start a combat situation. Yeah, a trap is affixed by a heavy chain to an immobile object, such as a tree or a spike driven into the ground. How would you attach it to a tree? Just thinking about that. Without also driving a spike into it. Because most of them just have, like, a chain with a loop, I think, at the end. Anyways. So it's got a lower DC, dex save DC than the caltrops, but higher than the ball bearings, a 10. And unlike those, there's nothing in here that says you can just kind of step around it, which is a little weird. So instead of doing 1 piercing damage and stopping them moving, it does 1d4 damage and stops their movement. Ooh. But then they have to break free of the trap, which is not something you have to do with caltrops. Caltrops instead just reduce your speed. Oh, I didn't realize that part. This last little stinger at the end. Like, each time you fail a check to try to get them out of the trap, it does more damage to the trapped creature. Which is interesting. Huh. I hadn't really thought about that. That's interesting. I feel like the hunting trap, like this entire way that it's written, this is very much a DM tool. This is not really supposed to be a PC tool. This is supposed to be something that the DM and their nefarious NPCs and monsters put down for the PCs to get into. Because that damage is clearly not going to be enough to kill any PC right off the bat. Assuming they're at full hit points, even a wizard, right, is going to have, let's say they dumped con, they're going to have at least 5 hit points at first level. So they can't be like one-shot killed. But they're also going to kind of struggle to get out of it. And their friends can try to help them get out of it, but if their friends fail, then that does more damage to them. So there's like a trade-off here, which isn't common in a lot of things, where if you fail, that there's actually any negative repercussions to failing. So that, I actually like that part of it. But obviously this is something that you throw down to start an ambush combat. I feel as a DM, like, this feels like it's clearly intended for that. Like, that is what we're trying to do. It's like, this is supposed to really actually be for DMs to throw down and be like, oh, you step into the cave, you step into this trap, and then the goblins hop out and attack you, and you're immobilized. So, you know, well, even though you're not technically immobilized, right? You're not paralyzed. And the way that it's written, your movement is limited by the length of the chain, typically 3 feet. Okay. I don't know why you did this, and if it's 3 feet, that's not moving square to square, so it's like, why do you not just have them be immobile? But this does mean that they can move around. It also means that they don't suffer, they don't grant advantage to attackers, and they don't suffer any penalty to dexterity saving throws because they have enough movement. So yeah, I like the hunting trap, but yeah, I mean, going in and reading that information, it feels very much like it's written for the DM to use and not for the players to use. Which makes sense. I mean, when you're talking about traps and their use in D&D, it's easily, what, 95% of the time it's going to be the bad guys that are making the traps and laying traps for the good guys. Usually, because the PCs are usually the more active participants, obviously, in the campaign, because they're the protagonists, they're the main characters, right? So they're going to be moving through it, so you're not going to have a very, very interesting session if they're just the ones setting traps and waiting for bad guys to show up. That's not really a super... yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that, and I don't think anybody would like to play that. Ink. I mean, ink's... yeah, just making sure it doesn't say anything. I didn't think it would. Ink is... it does what it says on the tin, right? If you want to write something down. Other uses for ink is if you want to... the thing that comes to my mind is, like, either put it in somebody's drink, right, where they get the drink thing where then their teeth are all nasty and black, or if you use it as a coating, as sort of like an invisible coating on something. So if you want to see if somebody's messed with something and it's, you know, the object that you have is dark, you can put a layer of ink on it, and then nobody would really recognize that until they, like, put their hands on it, and then, right, you can find them red-handed, right? You can find the person who's got the same sort of way that they use the dye explosion bags in, like, sacks of money, right? When people steal them, and then the blue dye explodes all over them. And you're like, oh, well, that's clearly the person who at least opened the bag, so... right, that makes it more, significantly more difficult to hide nefarious actions. Especially, it's a good thing. I should think about using that more as prevention from thieves in my D&D games, especially in sort of like urban environments where people would use like an ink squirt or something like that as a trap, where it's really just meant to sort of like mark you as somebody who's stolen it. Ink pen. It's a pen. I don't think we really need to talk anymore about that. The only bad thing about ink is that they tell us a 1 ounce bottle, so we have a indicator of size. That's not what I was trying to do. So we have an indicator of size, But that doesn't actually tell us how much writing you can do with it. How many pages is that? Like if I'm making a spell scroll, how many spell scrolls can I make with a bottle of ink? No idea. Great. Cool. I'll just figure that one out, I guess. Again, right, if you're hand waving it, if you have to hand wave it to that amount in the game, why is it even in the game to begin with? Right, why do we have both of these things? Yes, we know that they would have ink and ink pens. Why are we focused on spending money on these things? If you're not going to tell us how much money we need to spend to get a certain amount of product out of it. I don't know. I don't know what. I don't have an answer for that, unfortunately. So yeah, I think that's just, in my mind, I would make that a resource die thing. It's like every time that you're, making notes or writing down stuff, you roll a resource die. If you roll the 1, it reduces the number. If you get down to 1, you're able to do one more thing with it, and then you're out with it. Which is why I really like the resource die mechanic, which maybe I should make a full video on. If you guys watch the solo RPG, you've seen the resource die kind of in action. But if you guys actually want sort of like a breakdown about what it actually does, make sure to like leave a comment so I know that, and I can sit down and I can actually make an actual explanation, kind of show you guys how that works and why I prefer to use that as opposed to the resource management idea of like ticking boxes for individual uses, and how it can be abstracted to be useful for things like ink, where we have no idea how much it uses. So let's move on. Also, ink pen. I'm not really sure why you'd spend money on it. You can just make one out of a quill, out of a feather. Which you can find for certainly less than 2 copper pieces. So I'm not sure why you'd get an ink pen. I guess it's a little bit nicer for calligraphy. That's about it. Jug or pitcher. It carries liquid. Again, it's a container. Jug, by definition, a jug could have a lid, could have a cork stopper. A pitcher does not. So keep that in mind. I don't think I usually carry a jug. It's one of the things that sometimes I use as an alternative, and I don't think I actually put this. I'm looking at my those custom items that's what we're going to talk about. I'm going to add a custom item down here, which I have used many times before. And we can talk about that later. But it's something that I would use instead of carrying a jug or pitcher with it, because most of those are going to be clay, or a pitcher, depending on what it is, could be tin, could be metal. But generally they're going to be some sort of pottery, for the most part. Some sort of crock. And then we start getting into the kits. So the kits, I'm actually not going to make a lot of explanation for. I think most of these, because these are all in, I'm pointing up at the shelf, Xanathar's Guide to Everything. So Xanathar's Guide to Everything did a lot better idea of really diving into the kits and tool proficiencies and like what you can do with those proficiencies, because they finally realized, years after 5e came out, that nobody knows what to do with these kits most of the time. And they don't know how to use them in sort of clever ways to do other things with. Some of them make sense, right? It's very easy. Like, you're going to know what a disguise kit can do, right? You're going to make disguises out of it. You're pretty clear what a forgery kit does, right? It allows you to forge documents. But then you get into things like herbalism kits, and you're like, yeah, but like, what does it do? Right? And so then that's when things get a little bit weirder, and I don't think, because I think these are technically just the basic rules. It has any of the extra stuff in there. Yep. Used by herbalists to create remedies and potions. You can add your proficiency bonus to any ability checks you make to identify or apply herbs. Why would you ever apply herbs? We'll never tell. We won't mechanically tell you why you would ever want to do that, because we don't have a medicinal herb thing. We don't talk about that in D&D 5e, even though, right, again, that's something. So 5e's a very weird system in that we see the move away from 3rd edition and 4th edition where we're really trying to sort of catalog the minutia of rules, and we're going back to sort of an older style that's sort of original through 2nd edition, well, 2nd edition at least at the beginning, not necessarily towards the end, where it's more about where the idea of rulings, not rules, right? Give the dungeon masters the ability to make rules calls, but to be like things where, oh, well, now I can make rewards, or if you use forage, you can find herbs and you can use them as medicinals, but then doesn't give us any framework as to be like how many hit points could somebody get back from that? Should they get as much as a healing potion? Should they get less than a healing potion? All right, doesn't give us like any, it gives us the, or rather than gives us, forces us to make rulings as Dungeon Masters in 5th edition, but then doesn't provide us with the necessary framework to really be able to contextualize those decisions. So you just kind of have to guess a lot of the time in 5e. Like, oh, yeah, you got those medicinal herbs. Well, I'd like to apply it to a wound. Ooh, yes. Okay. And I don't know, maybe you cut it in half and you do 1d4 plus 1 healing. Hit points are back. Right. And then you also don't want to step on top of Healer's Kit, which is a very specific thing where somebody has the healer feat they can do that sort of stuff with. So, yeah. It's a little weird, but like I said, all that stuff's in Xanathar's Guide, where they have a lot more clarification about what you can and cannot do with it, and different ways you can kind of use it in fun ways. Mess Kit. I'll be honest, Mess Kit is probably the thing I drop most often from my player characters. I usually just don't take it. I'd rather have the 2 silver pieces back. Just because of what it is. It's a tin box with a cup and simple cutlery. And it can be used as a cooking pan and a plate or a shallow bowl. Considering that if you go by D&D 5e and how it's actually played, everybody's just basically eating iron rations all the time, which is an awful living experience, but the idea with the iron rations is that you typically don't need to cook them. So the last part of this is already kind of redundant because you don't need the cooking aspect of it. And you can get a cup and simple cutlery. If you want to be anachronistic about the time period, people weren't using forks yet. So they ate with their fingers and or with a knife. Well, almost every character comes with a dagger on it. And in 5e, we don't really make any difference between a dagger and a knife. Actually, I'm not even sure knife... Is knife even on the adventuring gear? No, it's not. Which should be. Knife is a very different... Knife is a tool, dagger is a weapon. Which means they're constructed differently to do different things. But the idea is that there is not a... I don't think there is a single character that you can make in 5e that doesn't end up with at least a dagger in their possession. A dagger or some other sort of weapon. So, I mean, everybody has access to a dagger, and then you can just buy a tankard, like I said. The flask or tankard, like you can just buy a cup, and then that's already going to be larger, even though I think that technically costs more money. No, it doesn't. Alright. It's actually a tenth of the price. So, I mean, between a knife that you're already going to have on you and a cup, which holds a pint, so it's probably going to be bigger in general because it doesn't fit inside a mess kit. And doing a lot of backpacking, that tends to be what you do anyways. You might have a spoon, maybe a wooden spoon, which certainly is not on here. I can't imagine spoons on here. No, okay. Which means it's negligible cost. Maybe a copper. That's already still not the same price as your mess kit. So yeah, mess kit's easily one of the things I drop the earliest. It's just not useful. And having done a lot of backpacking and hiking, that is usually what we sort of carried with us. Rather than a full mess kit, you carry like a nice cup. Usually a nice metal cup of some sort. and a spoon, basically. Assuming that you have some sort of general tool, backpacking, outdoor knife on you in general. You don't need a specific knife for eating. You might want a specific knife for eating, but you don't need one. Especially because if you kind of look at what people are doing with the rations, if they were actually going to cook them and actually make a meal out of them, most of the time they're going to be making soup and or some sort of like porridge or gruel, some sort of pottage. Which means you're going to need a bowl, cup type vessel anyways. It's not usually a plate kind of fare. So yeah, mess kit's easily one of the first things I drop. Poisoner's Kit. We can talk a little bit about Poisoner's Kit. So this does... unfortunately, 5e poisons are just not good. They're really not good. Lets you add your proficiency bonus to any ability checks you use to craft or even use poison. Oh. I don't know. Okay, so you make a check to use the poison. I guess if you were trying to apply it. I don't know why you'd need a check for that, but if you needed to apply it, you could add that proficiency. Yeah, so poison in 5e is really awful. We talked about that a little bit earlier when you could buy the vial of poison. But the idea being that so many creatures are just immune, if not resistant to poison. That it's a losing battle, and unless you're playing, like I said earlier, with the blowguns. If you're playing a very cloak and dagger urban thing where you're mainly dealing with humanoid antagonists who aren't going to have great con saves, who aren't going to be immune to things like poison, where you can, then the Poisoner's Kit and those sorts of things suddenly take a big jump up in really usefulness and really stuff that I might consider bringing with a character or providing to a party. Those sorts of things are able to, you know, ye olde chloroform characters, the blowgun, right? The knockout dart. Ah! And then they fall over. To do those sorts of things, because that's the sort of game that I'm playing, a very sort of spy kind of noir, kind of dark and gritty kind of intelligence kind of thing, which would very fun campaign idea, but definitely not what we would consider sort of the standard D&D dungeon delve kind of exploration kind of adventure. Not that kind of game. So you'd have to play a different type of game for it. Ladder, 10 foot. I'm gonna go ahead and put this in the don't carry it with you. Not because I think a ladder's not useful. It's that carrying a 10-foot ladder is a pain in the butt. Right? You think going through a dungeon. I don't think a lot of people realize like how much a pain in the butt it is, even in 10-foot passages. Being in a 10-foot passage, carrying a 10-foot ladder, means that you can just barely turn that thing sideways. Like, it's literally scraping the walls if you try to turn it around, or scrapes the ceiling if you try to go up and down. Right? Trying to maneuver with a 10-foot pole or a 10-foot ladder would realistically be such a massive pain to carry it for the amount of usefulness that you get out of it. Because what really is the usefulness of the ladder that you can't do with a length of rope? Here's the thing, with 2 lengths of 50-foot rope and a little time and some natural resources that you can find, you can make a rope ladder. You can make a 50-foot, well, not 50-foot because you have to tie it, but you can make a significantly longer ladder. If you really need a ladder specifically. But a knotted rope works just as well for climbing, because a ladder, you still have to use both your feet and both your hands to scale it either way. And you're going to have to do the same thing with a rope. So the ladder itself doesn't really provide a lot of super great usefulness. The only nice thing about a ladder is that it's rigid, which means like if we get into that situation that we were talking about earlier with the grapple not being useful in a lot of situations, where those are going to be definitely situations where the ladder is useful, because we don't have to attach to anything. We can just lean it up against whatever we're trying to climb. Heck, we don't even need that. We can have 2 people hold it straight up if we're trying to reach something that's in the middle of a ceiling, and have the rogue or whoever dexterous climb up to the top and do balance and grab whatever it is. That's about the only useful thing. But there are other ways to accomplish that same task, unfortunately, either through magic or mundane means. So, let me make sure I'm not missing anything. I couldn't be missing something. No, and it weighs a lot, 25 pounds for what you get. That's a D minus. That's basically an F tier item ladder. Not great. The only good thing that ladders are going to be good for, well, because of the rigidity again, is like if you want to get across a pit, you can lay it down over a pit. Now, if it's a 10-foot pit, that's not going to work. So it has to be a 5-foot pit. Well, this is D&D 5e. It's a 5-foot pit. Nobody can not jump over a 5-foot pit. Just about. I think maybe if you really built your character specifically not being able to jump 5 feet, you could maybe do it, I think. But yeah, I mean, in general, it's just not useful. Like we said, we've got the 10-foot pole or the staff. Like we'll be able to get across the 5-foot gap, and it's not going to help us with the 10-foot gap anyways, unless we fall in there. If we fall in there, it'll help us, I guess. But we could also use a rope to get out. Lamp. Great. Love lamp. I love lamp. But not, again, this is one of those weird pieces of adventuring gear that's really not for adventuring. A lantern is, but a lamp is not, right? A lamp is like the old oil lamp that's got the nice big glass part that goes over the flame to protect it. It lasts for a long time, shines a good amount of light, but it is not meant to be carried around and used. It's meant to be sitting on a table, like in a structure, burning. It is not useful because nothing in this is going to keep it from, if it falls over or you drop it, it's going to break, it's going to spill oil everywhere. That oil is very soon going to be on fire because, assuming your lamp was on, it'll be on fire. So it's not great. It burns for 6 hours though, which is nice. But again, what you want is a lantern for adventuring, not a lamp. Lamps are for desks. Lanterns, which I think, yeah, all the lanterns also burn for 6 hours on pint of oil, which, you know, for the amount of money that a pint of oil costs, it's pretty good turn, especially for how easily torches can go out and how little light they give off. The nice thing about the bullseye lantern is obviously it shoots in a cone. And I think, though I don't think this one says it, is it the other one? 60 foot, so it's a ton of light. 60 bright and then 60 dim, so 120 total, which is really great. Is it hooded? No, okay. So I don't think it's on, so it's not on the bullseye lantern. It's not in the description, but it certainly used to be in old descriptions of bullseye lanterns. The idea is that you can shut it off, right? There's usually like a little door that you can put over the light. So if you want to stop the light from going, you can stop it without having to put it out. Obviously that's not perfect. Some light will escape through the little facets, but in general, like if you're sneaking around the dungeon and you want the ability to not get seen really quickly, you can shutter your light, so you're not drawing a bunch of attention to yourself, which is why it's useful. In addition to already being sort of a thin cone of light, which is more useful. So obviously, if you are a roguey person, you're gonna want to spend the extra money, the 10 gold, to get that bullseye lantern. That's gonna be useful for you. The hooded lantern is good. This is the one that you probably hand to somebody who's in the middle of the pack in your marching order. Maybe your wizard. Your wizard might have a free hand if they're not casting light by themselves anyways. I like the Dragon's Dogma idea. If you guys have never played I guess it's an old video game. They just did the remake, or they're doing the remake. No, they're doing 2. They're making the second one finally after however many years. But they did a remaster, right? Not that long ago. But in those games, you have lanterns, and you need to use lanterns in the dark and at night. But it's just on your hip, and you just turn it on. It's the idea that you have this sort of like enclosed hooded lantern is that you could hang it maybe off your belt. It's going to cast in that radius. It doesn't give as long as cone as the bullseye lantern, but it does it in a radius, so it's a full 360. So that already makes it a little bit better. So it's a really nice thing. It's one of those things that if you get in a fight, you put on the ground and you get to fighting and hope nobody kicks over the lantern. Of course, if you have really, really nasty monsters and you're really nasty DM, you're like, yeah, I absolutely punt that lantern the first opportunity I get and put everybody in darkness, which generally affects the PCs a lot more than it affects the monsters. But yeah, those are lanterns. Great. Always typically go for the bullseye lantern if you can. Hooded lantern's nice, but also, again, there's no way to shutter it, so once you have it up, you're a walking beacon in a dungeon. And there's no way to get rid of that easily except by snuffing it. And if you snuff it, then you don't have any light. So the bullseye definitely, because even though it doesn't mechanically say that, it definitely has a shutter that you can open and shut on it. That's sort of the point. Other than it does a cone, and you're able to turn it on and off without actually extinguishing and having to relight the flame, which is very useful. I tend to like bullseye lanterns, and I'll take them. I'll even take them if I'm, say, a wizard. Because in general, especially for spellcasters, those cantrip slots are very precious. And I don't want to cast it. I don't want to fill up an entire slot for light. Something that can be forever taken away with 10 gold pieces. Be like, yeah, just buy a lantern, man. Just buy the lantern. It's always going to be worth it. Instead, I'd rather have some sort of other utilitarian spell. Like, if it comes down to it, would I rather have guidance or light? And I'm almost always going to choose guidance. Again, unless I'm playing a very specific campaign. Like, if we were playing, like I said, an aquatic campaign, something like that, like I used in a previous example, where then maybe I want light, because lanterns go, fire and water usually don't mix. So if we're ever going to need to go underwater, or we're in heavy rainstorms or stuff like that, like, that's the thing where a lantern can go out. But most of these lanterns usually are designed in a way in which rain doesn't put them out. Usually they've got a top to them, so rain doesn't put them out. And most of them are shielded in some way, usually with a glass pane or something, where you usually can't just like throw water on them and they go out, usually. But if I was going to do something where we're going to definitely go underwater, or definitely go into areas where there's not going to be oxygen for the flame, or having an open flame, like if you're going through areas that have a lot of flammable gas, right? That's when you don't want a flame, where you might want that magical light. Yeah, I mean, again, right, I'm playing Artificer right now, and they have the ability with one of their tinkering tools to just make an object that lights. So I don't take a lantern for him, and it doesn't cost him anything to do it, because he can make a number of those little trinkets. There's no reason to not have it, basically. Locks. Locks are a weird one as a player character, right? Because usually you're the people breaking the locks, not things that need to lock their stuff up. Useful, but considering how easy I believe they are to break. Yeah, a DC 15 with the +2 from proficiency, so objectively a DC 13 for a dexterity check is not by any means bulletproof. Yeah, your DM may decide that better locks are available at a higher price, which I absolutely would allow. But 10 GP is not a lot, and yeah, I don't really foresee a reason why you need to buy a bespoke lock for a lot of things. I've definitely done it in the past. I've definitely had a lock in the past, But usually, I think if I'm playing a roguey character, luck is usually I'll just pilfer that lock from somewhere, just in case I need it. Like if we come across a chest and we find the key to that chest, even if we don't, but it has a really good lock on it that especially as a rogue, that I have to pick the lock of, and it ends up being like a DC 18 check or something like that, and be like, I just take that lock. That's a lock. That lock's better than the one I could buy, right? And it costs me nothing. Now, sure, I don't have a key to it, but being the owner of whatever I'm trying to lock up means that I can spend a lot more time on it than somebody who's maybe potentially trying to steal it or break into it, than they have the opportunity to do. So I'm happy to make that concession. Or, you know, I could use the thieves' tools, perhaps, and smithing tools, and working with, like, Artificer right now has both thieves' tools and smithing tool. So functionally, he could probably locksmith a key for a lock. He certainly would be able to do that. But yeah, so I think locks are good, again, but that's not anything I would ever spend money on as a PC. That's something I would take from other things that were probably going to be better quality locks than one I can buy, certainly off the rack, or is going to cost me a lot of money if I try to buy it. The DM's like, yeah, you can get this DC 20 lock, but it's going to cost you like 100 gold pieces or something like that. And be like, yeah, but we just broke a chest in the last adventure that had a DC 20 lock on it, so I'm just gonna use that lock. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, every time you need to get into it, you're gonna have to pick the locks because you don't have the key until you fashion one. But that's perfectly serviceable, right? I just hope you don't put anything in there that you immediately need in like a combat situation, because then you're not gonna be able to get into it reliably. But yeah, locks are a weird thing. I think it's one of those, like lamps and some of the other things. It's like, this feels like very much like if you're stocking your home base, these are the sort of items you use, which I might argue shouldn't fall under adventure gear, should be in a separate table, but that's just me. Manacles. I actually take manacles quite often. I think this depends a lot on your game. So, do you have games where prisoners are very common? So, I've talked about this before in the solo RPG and stuff, is that I play with morale rules, and people try to run, bad guys try to run pretty often if the fight starts to go poorly for them. Like I said, it kind of goes back to the death by 1,000 cuts, trying to run a campaign that way rather than trying to make these sort of peaks of tension, which are the fights, instead of having a more reasonable tension that kind of flows out, that kind of escalates naturally by the use of resource management. And to do that, we have shorter fights where bad guys run away. After they, you know, probably on average, fights are about a round, if not two, less than they would normally be, if everything fought to the death. But sometimes, if they can't run away, they just surrender. And then you're like, cool, what do I do with this person? Well, manacles, open them up right here. So already, basically, they cost less and they weigh less than a chain, but still have the same conditions of a chain, that being a DC 20 strength check to break. But also a DC 20 check to escape. And if they're proficient with thieves' tools, they could pick it, but they have to have the thieves' tools. And manacles, for some reason, have more hit points than a chain. Not really sure how that works. But yeah, this is one of the things that I'll usually carry around on a character, especially if I'm running in a campaign where we might want to take a prisoner or we might want an informant on something. Is hit them with the manacles, and then usually tie a rope around them. So that way, you know, they can't run, and right, they still have the manacles, so they can't untie themselves very easily. Yeah, so I would say I definitely take manacles with them, and they pretty much come up in I think pretty much every time I've taken them for a character, because I take them pretty regularly, I've always found a way to use them. Always. There's always somebody you're gonna need, some sort of captive you want to take at some point. And it's a lot better way to restrain somebody, an NPC, than rope or chain. And it costs less, it takes up less room, and is way more secure than rope, and way more cost effective and load effective than chain. Now, of course, now we know that you can get that metal cable, but tying a knot in metal cable seems like maybe not a thing that you're going to be able to do very easily. So maybe not that one. Or attach a lock to very easily, unlike chain. Let's see, next up is magnifying glass. It's great. It gives you advantage on investigation checks. It allows you to light a fire with it if you have light that's as bright as sunlight. So yeah, it's dual use. I mean, I don't know if I would ever accurately try to use it to start a fire if I have flint and steel, which every character is going to end up with flint and steel. So unless you go out of your way to not have it, you're going to have a fire kit with you, so not really an issue. But good to know that you could if you needed to. Look, it's very pricey, which makes sense, and this seems to be one of the weird things where books are really cheap for some reason in D&D 5e, but magnifying, like, glass, specific, like, ground glass items are really expensive, like magnifying glasses and, like, the spyglass. Which maybe don't make a ton of sense because a lot of glass stuff's really cheap in 5e too. So, it's weird. Lens making is a very expensive craft, and that makes sense for the anachronistic time period. But sometimes not in the context of other things not being very expensive. Oh, I had skipped that. So yeah. I have one of my custom items that actually will get around this. Get around primarily this price tag. Would you like a magnifying glass with, I don't, maybe a 100th of the cost? We can do that. We can do that. We're gonna do that at the end. We're gonna talk about some custom items. And we already talked about mechanicals. Mirror steel. Again, like one of these items that should be way more expensive. Mirror technologies, relatively, I mean, it's been around for a long time, but like good steel mirrored surface technology is relatively recent and very expensive comparatively. You look at things that are like old, like sheened copper mirrors that aren't very good, or the mirrors all speckly. That said, I take mirrors very often. Probably more often than I take manacles. But, yeah, I mean, they're so versatile. Number one, it allows you to look at yourself, which is very nice, right? To be able to, especially when we're talking about, like, the clothes and making sure that you're prim and proper for very specific situations, that you look the part, or you're applying a disguise kit. Imagine applying a disguise kit, but for whatever reason, you weren't with any other companions. And so you were just like, that's like applying makeup without a mirror. You're just kind of like going by feel. The truth is, it's probably not going to look very good. You're going with the mirror to make sure that everything looks right. Mirrors also good for signaling, right? That's the primary thing. Looking around the corners, again, of course, they don't give us any information. All that, this mirror is definitely one of the things that is a grandfathered in from older editions of D&D, because people know that mirrors are very useful. You can reflect light into somebody's eyes, you can use it to signal somebody far off, you can use it to look around corners without exposing yourself. You can do all sorts of things. Obviously you can look at how you look or how something else looks. You can throw it up for a run into a Medusa, throw it up, let them put themselves, try to petrify themselves with a mirror. Those sorts of things. So it's kind of up. It's good for mirrored surfaces are good for attracting types of birds. So if you want to mix that with maybe like a wilderness survival for like a bird trap or something like that, it'll really attract things like pilfering birds, like mockingbirds, things like that. Crows, ravens, things like that. Blackbirds are really drawn to things like that. There's a very specific bird that I'm blanking on the name of that is known for that. Blanking on the name of the bird. You know what type of bird it is. I know you know. And I know too. I just can't remember the name. And that's probably gonna bug me. But that's fine. We're gonna move on. But yes, I use mirrors very often. I almost always pick them up. They are expensive though. So I mean, they're expensive. So I put and I assume that this is like a hand mirror. Like it's this. Like it's not like a hand mirror, like a big one like it's actually used for applying makeup and checking, doing your hair and things like that. Like I assume it's like a palm-sized mirror that you just kind of use, which is what you would use like adventuring gear. That makes sense for that's the size that they use. Oil flask. It's a flask of oil, man. You're gonna need it for those lanterns. You gotta buy it anyways. Always carry around one extra. Last thing you want to do is run out of oil for your light source. This one actually tells us specifically clay flask. Finally we got it. We got it, guys. We finally got them to tell us what the flasks are made out of. It's made out of clay. That makes sense. That's what I figured. Yeah, so this is the poor man's alchemist fire. Throw oil on a creature and then light it on fire. They take any fire damage. The target takes an additional 5 points of fire damage. So 2d4, basically. So does pretty similar. The oil burns for 2 rounds, deals 5 damage to any. So I would assume like if you were on fire, this would also do 2 rounds of fire damage. Additional 10 points of fire damage to you. Which is good. Which means it's basically a half measure for alchemist fire. Which I'm perfectly happy with. Especially for the amount of money you spend on it. It's a really good use for it. And considering you're probably adventuring, so somebody's got a light source, which is probably mundane. Or you have a spellcaster who can probably does some sort of fire damage. You're going to be able to make use of oil flask. I definitely had a sorcerer who made use of something like this relatively recently in a gaming session. We were busting up a bunch of casters who were using a scrying circle, and so they hadn't noticed us. Oh, it wasn't oil. It was a gas bomb. Sorry. And so they rolled out a gas bomb, but we knew the gas was flammable, and then I just hit it with a firebolt, and just basically exploded the room. It did a whole bunch of damage and killed all the magic users scrying in there pretty easily. So that went well. We then thought afterwards, it's like, oh yeah, we could have maybe talked to them and gotten some information, but we didn't have to fight them, and that's the important thing. We just blew them the hell up. Paper and parchment. Is there anything I want to say about paper and parchment? I mean, you know what they do, right? They're for writing on. Or making paper airplanes out of. So parchment is what we're considering vellum, basically. It's made from animal, and paper is made from, plants, basically. Wood pulp or some other source. You could do some things with paper. Anything. Really hard to talk about paper. Because there's not a ton of great uses for it because of how flimsy a material it is and how flammable it is, or how it's affected by moisture, right? It gets wet and then it's not useful. So it's kind of expensive for what you get. But primarily, I mean, these, let's be honest, these things are in here basically for copying spells. That's pretty much why they're in here. Or for using with your forger kit to forge documents. I mean, yeah, technically you could take it to write notes, I guess, but I would rather just buy a blank book and use that, and so rather than having loose leaf paper and parchment all over the place. But yeah, I don't think functionally, mechanically, there's any difference between paper and parchment. I can't imagine there is. There's not. Yeah. So they've got negligible weight. The only difference is in price, which means like if you want really official documentation, it's more likely to be on paper than parchment. Right, more a loftier material, using nicer inks, things like that. Yeah, unfortunately, just not a lot to say about it. You know what paper and parchment are for. Now, as for note taking, I have one of our custom items deals with note taking, which doesn't have basically the vulnerabilities of paper and parchment, being that fire, water, getting dirty, or getting blown away by the wind, even a gust of wind. Right, a writing item that's going to be a lot more useful for note taking for adventurers. And we'll talk about that in a little bit. Perfume. I don't think perfume gives you any mechanical benefit, right? I would probably give you a mechanical benefit if you were going to spend the time to spend money on a vial of perfume, right? Because it's not super cheap. I'm certainly at low levels for what is functionally not a mechanical item, but like if you were going to use it to do some sort of like honeypot situation, or you wanted to seduction roll or something like that, or maybe just like courtesan sort of like performance if you wanted to do that, dancer or anything, or maybe just to cover up a very specific smell. Like perfume is very useful if you were running through the wild and you were being maybe tracked by animals, or you wanted to mask your own scent. Like we're saying perfume, but it could definitely be something like animal musk or something like that. Like you could buy deer urine, and I would consider that under the perfume sort of vial area if you wanted to sort of mask your scent in the wild, which is what perfume's for. Allow you to do something like that, right? So we have more options as players and DMs, right? We can get a little out of the box a little bit if we want to. And then I'd allow you to get advantage on some of those checks, right? Pretty easy off the bat, allow you to do that. I don't think I want to say anything about really Miner's Pick. We kind of talked about picks and matics already. They're items like buckets, like shovels with very specific purposes. And so either you know what that purpose is and you're going into it, and you're going to have the ability to do that thing, or you're going to be in an adventuring environment in which you're going to find those things where you can use them. Like if you're, like we said, you're going through trying to rescue miners from a caved-in mine or something like that. Like you'll have mining equipment will be in there that you can use. If it's an old abandoned mine, maybe they won't be in usable quality, but they'll be there. You might need to do like a mending on it, which could be a good use of the mending spell, which often doesn't come up. I don't think technically the mending spell is supposed to be able to do things like that, but I kind of give the mending spell some leeway because the mending spell is very specifically phrased, and it's specifically phrased basically because player characters, if you don't do that, player characters will really exploit it. But I feel comfortable as a DM to be like, hey, if you want to try to do this alternative thing with the spell, you absolutely can. You can absolutely try to do that. Like, please go ahead. Please, I want you to be clever. I want you to try and do things and different things. I want you to get into that space and do those sorts of things. So please, throw it out there. The worst thing I can say as a DM is really like, I don't think that's gonna work. But usually, if I'm being the dungeon master, I'll be like, I don't think that's gonna do quite what you want to do, but maybe this other thing you could try to do, or maybe if you wanted to, like, you want to do mending to maybe fix this miner's pick. And it's like, that's technically not how mending works, but I will let you like sharpen it and deoxidize it and fix the handle of it. But you're gonna have to spend a higher spell slot or something like that. Sure, you spend, I think mending's a first level spell. Spend the second level slot and we'll say, yeah, absolutely, you fix it. We talked about batons earlier, but we can talk about them a little bit. They'll tell us what it is. It's an iron spike with an eyelet on it, basically to run rope through. So yeah, because it's an iron spike, it's useful for all the iron spike things. We talked about this with the hammer. You can use it to close doors. You can use it to run rope through and ascend sheer surfaces. Though obviously that takes a lot of time and makes a lot of noise. Those are anything that you would use a spike for, like an iron spike for. A baton can be used for that. Not otherwise a lot to say about that. It's primarily meant for climbing, that's why it's part of the climber's kit. But you can use it for, like I said, to close doors, that's probably the main one, or use it in conjunction with hammers and other tools to sort of like break through surfaces, hard surfaces like stone. So very useful. That's the thing you might do if you don't have that miner's pick on hand. Like if you need to make a poor man's one where you use an iron spike and a hammer to try to do it. It's not going to be as effective, but hey, it's better than nothing. Poison. Alright. Poison, we talked about it a little bit earlier with the blowgun. You gotta get this thing out of here. 100 gold? Are you kidding me? This thing is basically worthless in most D&D campaigns. You coat 1 weapon or 3 pieces of ammunition. 3 pieces? That's 33 gold per piece of ammunition. And it takes an action, so it's a pain in the butt to do in combat. And it only lasts for a minute, so you have to spend an action doing it in combat. Because you gotta know that you're going into a fight, because it only lasts for a minute. And it remains potency before drying. It's like, how is liquid on missile ammunition gonna work if it's wet? It's just gonna fall off of it. It's gotta be viscous. It's gotta be sticky or of some sort. Like you ever watch like in media, like movies or television shows when they apply poison to things, it's not like water. It's usually like super viscous, almost like a pitch or tar, very sticky, almost more than syrup kind of viscosity to it. Like it's meant to, and it's generally meant to dry so it stays on there, because otherwise you're using a slashing weapon, you're just going to be throwing that poison all over the place and none of it's going to actually get into the thing that you're trying to stick it in. So poison's got a lot of problems. It only does an extra d4 damage, and it has to be poison damage, which, like we talked about, so many creatures are resistant to, and many are immune to. And it's a DC 10 Constitution save. Monsters have notoriously good Constitution saves. So, like I said, this thing is basic poison is basically worthless. Yeah, I wouldn't waste my time on it. Like I said, and this is why I tend to steer players away from poison, because to make poison useful, because you can't buy it, because all the poison's really expensive. This is the cheapest poison, and it's, I think it's the cheapest poison. Everything else is in the DMG. And it's not worth it for a D4 damage of poison damage. And while it doesn't say in here whether that stacks, you assume that that damage of the same type doesn't stack. That's generally the base assumption. But I mean, if you put it on a sword and you kept stabbing the creature every time, do they every time have to take additional D4 damage? Maybe. Is that worthwhile? I don't know. You're missing a round of combat already to apply the poison. In which, if you did that, you may do more damage with that one attack as you spent that first action attacking than you might ever do with the poison. which is a real trade-off, right? Not a great, usefulness. The math on that doesn't really work out very well. So yeah, I'm definitely against it. I'd say don't take it. Basic poison, you gotta get out of here. You are absolutely worthless to me. And I don't want to make a whole bunch of custom poisons for a game I'm running. Now, if I play with somebody I'm running for somebody who really, really wants to play a poison-based character, sure, I will probably find a way to make it useful. I'm not going to make this useful. I'm not going to use basic poison. That stuff's garbage. But, like, this stuff's garbage. But I would come up with some sort of custom poisons, or maybe some things that give conditions, or slowed, or make... Actually, I think probably the best use of a type of poison build is like, oh yeah, you keep these things, and yeah, maybe it's only... You can only apply them through the blowgun, so you're not really you're trading actual damage during the encounter to instead do the poison effects, primarily, because I think the blowguns only do 1 point of damage. Just straight up static. So you're going to do the blowgun, but instead what it does is it makes them incur, depending on what you hit them with, they incur disadvantage on specific types of saving throws. Right, if there's something that makes them really sluggish, right, now they have disadvantage on dexterity saving throws, which makes it more useful for the rest of your team to do stuff, which now poison's really cool, right? Now you feel like you're really contributing to the fight, especially if you're dealing it with, you only got to hit AC, and you've got something that's, maybe you guys are trying to, I'm trying to think of a scenario. Maybe you guys are trying to, maybe you're fighting something like a giant boar or something like that, and you guys aren't supposed to kill it. You're supposed to, like, capture it and bring it back. And so you guys have got to manhandle this thing and capture it somehow. So if you can get that blowgun, and you can shoot it, and you can hit it where it's going to have disadvantage on maybe strength checks and saving throws, and now your big beefy barbarian has a better chance of maybe manhandling this thing to the ground and grappling it and restraining it. And you're going to be like, I feel freaking awesome in that fight, because we were only able to take this thing down because I had this stupid right poison to hit it with the blowgun, right? That's really cool. Not doing a D4 points of damage to a wild amount of monsters that are just going to be resistant, if not immune to that damage in general. And it's not even a lot of it. And it takes me an action to apply it. Yeah, so you can make poisons really cool, but you gotta do a lot of work, which is why, again, I steer people away from it if I can. But don't do this. I don't want to do this amount of work, please. I'm already running a campaign. It's already enough. Please, give me your grace. After that, 10-foot pole, classic. Love it. Falls on the same issues that we have with ladders, is that, and I definitely run that as a DM sometimes. Like, you want to take the 10-foot pole with you? I'm going to remember that. You need to remember that, because you can't turn around in a 5-foot hallway now because you've got a 10-foot pole. You can barely turn around in this room. You really can't. People can't stand next to you, or you start hitting them with the pole. Right? There's all these sort of weird issues you don't think about trying to carry this very large piece of equipment with you all the time. But it is incredibly useful, like we said, for sussing out traps safely, right? Very good for that. Especially with the 5e rogue, and the 5e rogues are not built the way we've created. Mechanically, rogues are created in 5e, is that they don't really benefit a lot from a wisdom score. And so you end up with a bunch of wisdom and or intelligence, actually. Especially since we carved it up so investigation is under intelligence. And then nobody takes intelligence because it's the dump stat for 5e, because it's not really useful for anything. You have this issue in 5e that I keep running into from both sides of the table again and again and again, is that the rogues find traps by running into them. And then we have to give them uncanny dodge and evasion so they don't die from the traps that they're the ones that are supposed to find. And they can't disarm the traps because they keep setting them off because they're not finding them. Right, well, you get around that with the 10-foot pole where you poke around, right? Your progression is slow, you will make some noise, but the likelihood that you're going to run into a trap that's going to immediately spring on you really, really goes down. if it's some sort of like pressure plate or some sort of tripwire or something, you're probably going to hit with the pole and be outside its area of effect. That's why it's 10 feet. So yeah, classic. And it falls in the same thing I said earlier. Like if you want to use it, you can use it to pole vault over an opening, over a large chasm if you want to. You can use it to carry between two characters, to carry a bunch of gear if you want to. A bunch of items, stuff like that. Hunting, like if you hunt and take down a deer, and you can, strap the deer to the pole and carry the pole back. That makes carrying the carcass a lot easier. Yeah, anything that, and at the worst of it, like I said earlier with the rope, with the ladder example, is like, even let's say that you got in a situation and you broke the pole broke. Maybe somebody tried running across that pole across the pit, right, and that didn't work out, and the pole snapped and they fell in the pit. But now we still have these 5 segments of pole, and if we have a little bit of time, we can cut those up and we can make them rungs, and then we can make a rope ladder with 2 of the ropes, and now we'll have a rope ladder, which is probably a lot faster to get up than a knotted rope. So that solves the ladder problem in a very easy way and a very cheap way, comparatively. Iron pot. Yeah, like I said, most people use iron rations, so in 5e that tends to be, which again, awful eating experience, not fun. I wish there was a little bit more mechanics for the grueling effects of being an adventurer and eating crappy food and traveling all the time. We don't have a lot of that in 5e, even though that's really the sort of thing that kind of really grinds people down on adventures or expeditions, is really the living conditions and the working conditions of what you're trying to do, and not so much the danger aspect of fights. Like not having a good cooked meal for like weeks on end. But also, like, I don't want to take this iron pot with me. It weighs a lot. And is functionally useless. I mean, because we hand wave all the cooking stuff in D&D, at least in 5th edition. So we hand wave all that. The mess kit, if we wanted to take the mess kit, also allows us to cook. So we'd only need the iron pot for very specific things, none of which are related to spells. We don't have any sort of like witch's brew thing going on, so we don't really need it for that. And all the kits come with the things in them, as far as we know, that are necessary to craft items with them. So this iron pot is not particularly useful for it. I mean, even if I wanted to, let's say I wanted to cook, right? I'd probably just use a bucket if I really wanted it. It costs less, it weighs less, and holds the same amount of liquid. Getting a wrought metal bucket rather than a cast iron pot, which is much heavier. So yeah, iron pot, not on my list, unfortunately. Like I said with some of the other items, like this would be an item I'd really have to go out of my way to come up with a way to use it, like a reason to use it, rather than being a thing that naturally has some use that I can maybe versatility wise do something else. This is something I'd have to really go out of my way to make use of in any form or fashion, which is why I never pick it up. Potion of healing. Not much to say about that, huh? There's not a lot to say. It's Potion of Healing. It does what it says on the tin. Potion of Healings are great. They are expensive, especially for low level parties. And I feel that that's by design. When I look at the D&D wealth tables, like by level, like how much people are supposed to be getting, everybody always looks at like this wild amount of gold that gets given out in 5e, and the idea I think was supposed to be that people are like, adventurers are just supposed to be chewing through potions of healing. They're just supposed to be crushing healing pots all the time. And I think they did that as a design way to get around somebody having to play that cleric healer, like we talked about earlier. Then a lot of people don't want to play in the party. Like, I come across that so often, especially if you don't have the full like 4-player party setup, the classic setup. If you've only got 3 players, the part that almost always gets dumped is the cleric. Is the sort of divine role, which is why the holy water option and the potions of healing help make up for that in a lot of ways, in very useful ways, frankly. So I think the idea is that you're supposed to be getting all this gold, but you're supposed to be spending like a large chunk of that gold on healing potions. But I don't think there's anything in any of the 5e books that explicitly says that anywhere in there, 2 players or dungeon masters. Like, hey, like, you need to push them towards giving out, you need to be giving out a lot of potions of healing. They come up really often in the loot tables too, right? So that's why I think that that's also part of the design consideration. But they don't ever, there's a lot of things in 5e that, like, they just, for whatever reason, the designers just refuse to tell the players and dungeon masters, like, hey, this is why this is this way, this is why we made this decision, this is what you need to do to make this system run the way that it's really supposed to run. Not saying that you have to do it, but just, like, you should understand that, like, this is why it's built this way. Which 5e basically at every turn tries not to do for whatever reason. That rulings versus rules thing, where they get it, I think it ends up screwing them up and kind of hurting them in some aspects, and makes things a lot more difficult for players and dungeon masters, especially people who haven't been playing for a very long time, of any type of TTRPG, and can't look at, or don't have the experience, the background to kind of like look at something like this, like I was able to look at it. I was like, all right, we're giving it a lot of wealth, but you can't buy magic items. The only magic items you could buy are common magic items. The most likely common magic items you would end up buying would probably be healing potions. So the idea must be that you should be buying a lot of healing potions, or first level spell scrolls, I guess. So yeah, when you put it in that context, but I only have that context because I've been playing and running D&D and other tabletop RPGs for a while. But you can't expect somebody who's stepping into the role, either as a player into the hobby or a dungeon master, to have that level of intuition into it. Like, they're just not. So you need to be explicit in that, and they're never explicit. It's very frustrating. And they wonder why there's a DM shortage, right? Why people don't run D&D, because yeah, you created a system where people have to know how to do things, but you won't tell them why things are built this way, so they don't understand how to do things, or they try to do things their own way and end up screwing it up because they don't understand the how all this stuff interacts, how the machine works. It's just very frustrating. And the D&G is a terrible book. So there's that. Pouch. It's what your gold goes in, and other things. Pouches are really useful for flour, sawdust, all those sorts of like little bits of powder. They're useful. For those who are uninitiated, you typically use flour in a pouch as the poor man's see invisibility, where you take it out and when you know there's an invisible creature, and you throw it all over the room, and some of it's going to get on the invisible creature and stick to them, and they're going to move around, and you're going to be able to see where they are. That's why you do that. You might do sawdust, because sawdust, like any sort of fine packed powder, also works with dust, produces a very large flame effect. So you could also make, if you had access to a lot of sawdust for some reason, like there's a mill in town, like if there's a sawmill in town, you could probably get a lot of that sawdust, probably cheap and or for free, fill up a bunch of pouches, and you could kind of make a poor man's alchemist fire, even poorer than probably oil, because oil sticks around for a while. But it lets you do like a pretty easy flare up if I was the DM, and be like, oh yeah, you can absolutely like hit this and it'll do, I don't know, like a d6 fire damage. Doesn't have any ongoing, it's just a flash fire. But get something out of it, it'd be cool. Which isn't bad for the cost of 5 silver pieces to have a poor man's alchemist fire. Pretty cool. Does have the same problem that oil does, though, is that you got to set it on fire first. So you'd have to figure out some sort of fuse mechanism, like a Molotov cocktail sort of situation. Which would still be cheaper than a Molotov cocktail, I'm pretty sure, using a pouch at 5 silver pieces, full of sawdust. Pretty sure. But it would take a little work, so it's gotta take a little prep work. You gotta know what you're doing. Still gotta light the stupid thing, which I'd probably mean as a bonus action. I would allow you, between a bonus action and a standard action, to be able to pull this thing out that's already got a fuse in it, light it off the lantern, presumably you have, or somebody next to you, light it off the lantern, and throw it at the creature, at the monster. So it basically takes your entire turn to do, but, you know, if that creature's vulnerable to fire, like if it's a troll or something, yeah, that's pretty good use. Quiver. I mean, we talked about that in scroll cases, where you keep your ammo, right? Useful. That's what it says on the tin. It is functionally, I mean, I guess if you really, really needed to, you could use it as a bucket, maybe, to bail. But a bucket would be better, and would hold more volume for sure. So yeah, I mean, I might even, like, for 1 gold and 1 pound, that's exactly the same specifics of the scroll cases, or map cases, or crossbow bolt cases. So it functionally would make sense to me if you wanted to say that your quiver had a cap on it, an end cap that you could pop down on it. I'd let you do that. Sure, why not? Those are all functionally basically the same item under 4 different names. Which is funny, but yeah, I mean, otherwise they're mechanically indistinguishable from one another. I assume this is also made out of leather, probably. Portable ram. I don't typically take a portable ram. 1, it's kind of expensive for what it does. 2, it weighs a lot. So if you're playing with anybody who's doing any sort of encumbrance, which I feel like you should be doing, and I in general try to play with some sort of, even if it's not like nitty-gritty down to the numbers, but having sort of like when you look at a character sheet and look at the gear the character has and be like, that seems like too much gear. You need to lose some of that weight, especially some of that heavy stuff. So the nice thing is the portable ram gives you a functional +4. So if you're using it by yourself, it just gives you a straight up +4. If somebody helps you with it, you get advantage on the check, which mechanically is pretty close to a +5, not quite, but kind of noodly, but it's about a +5. So if somebody else helps you, you get a +1, kind of. So it kind of actually makes sense, because it doesn't say how many hands. So I guess you could get in a situation in which you were using, you or one of your companions uses a crowbar on the door while you use a portable ram on the door, and then you can both make strength checks at advantage to break this thing open. But considering that you use it to break down doors, which I would also think doors for sure fall under the ability can be leveraged by a crowbar, why would I not just use a crowbar? It already does better than the ram does, and it doesn't require 2 people. It does the same thing the ram does with 2 people. Costs less and weighs a hell of a lot less. So I don't typically take portable ram, I would just take a crowbar. And it's gonna get me the same effect, basically. Yeah, I mean, there's not really anything. Portable ram just by itself is already a weird item. The thing seems like a very weird inclusion to me. Apparently you're just kind of carrying around a 35-pound metal weight. And I was like, it's heavy, and that's part of the problem, is that you have to carry around a very heavy object with you that's primary use is to be rammed into other heavy items, or heavy objects. Now, in most dungeons, I feel like there are equally heavy things that you could find in the dungeon and use as a ram, as an improvised ram. Because as far as the description goes and everything that talks about portable ram, is that it makes it, at least in my mind, the appeal of it is the weight. The weight is what makes it good at what it does. Other than like the crowbar, where the leverage is what makes it do what it does. So for the portable ram, it's just about having a heavy object. I feel like you can find other heavy objects in a dungeon, right? You could find one of those sealed barrels that we talked about, which is 70 pounds, and have two of your beefy boys just lift those up and slam it against the door, and I feel like you'd get basically the same effect. Though, I'll be honest, functionally, when it comes to wooden doors, and you're trying to break down the door, if you're trying to break down the door, just a fun little sense for here. Here's what I call 2 little points for if you're going to do dungeon delving and you want to deal with doors that you're not going to lockpick. It's barred or whatever. First is understanding how doors work and locks on doors. So doors, the weakest part of a locked door is actually the part where the part from the door sticks into the wall. Like all the force from the door goes to that one little pinch point. Right? It's not the door that's keeping you out. It's functionally this little piece of metal that's crossing the threshold between the door and the wall. So that's the part you got to break. Which functionally, if you ever looked at a door that somebody's actually broken in, what they actually do is they break open the little part of the, sorry, so you can see it, the little, where the hole where the bolt goes in, they break that little piece of the wood out the back, because that's basically all that's holding it in the spot. They just bust that part of the wood, which is only about that thick, which is thinner than a door. So that's usually the part that ends up breaking, and the bolt goes through it. That's the thing. You're not breaking the bolt, you're breaking the wood that's behind it. So that's the weakness of a door. And so, functionally, a human can do that pretty easy by doing a donkey kick, like turning your back to the wall, pulling your leg up, and just kicking as hard as you can backwards. You can break a lot of doors like that, unfortunately. So that's the thing about locked doors, is that they don't really keep anybody out if somebody's trying to get in. Especially wooden door situations, like normal wooden door situations. So that. The second part is that I always ask which way the door is open. Because if a door opens towards you, that means that the hinges for the door are on your side. And if the hinges on the door are on your side, you can take an iron spike and that hammer, and you can just knock the pins out of the hinge, and you can just take the door off. And you can actually probably do that. I mean, it's not going to be super quiet, but it's certainly quieter, especially if you muffle the striking area with that blanket or something. So it's not making a big ting, 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 like metal on metal sound. If you do that, if you wrap your blanket around that iron spike, and so it's covering the hammer side and the pin side, is that you could pretty quietly open a door that way. So, something to keep in mind. So really the only doors you need to break down are the ones that open the other way, right? Because the hinges aren't going to be on your side. And assuming they're a double door, that lock part is only between the doors, which are, or between the floor and the ceiling, depending on how it's set up. But usually if they're locked, it's between the two doors, which is even easier to break than just a standard door, because it doesn't go into the wall. So that's information for dungeon masters and players out there. So all that to say that the portable ram I don't find is very useful, especially for its cost and specifically how much it weighs. Rations. They do what they're supposed to do. I talked about this just a minute ago, is that what I don't like about it is that it's dried food, and that stuff is just, it's tough to eat, it's tough to make a living on, it's not fun to eat, it's not very tasteful. Right, jerky, dried food, hardtack, and nuts. So hardtack, technically you can eat it dry, but you really need to wet it. And that means either letting it soak or cooking it. So if you're not bringing that pot, if you bring the mess kit with it, you can just cook it and you can make a hellfire stew or something like that, which is pretty easy. Otherwise, yeah, I mean, you're going to break your teeth if you try to eat those things dry, functionally. But also, hardtack, not a thing that was around during that time. Again, another anachronism, hardtack comes a little bit later, a few centuries later. And in hardtack, if you don't know, it's just like really, really, really baked flatbread. Like, you just take bread, you basically make the dough for bread, and then you bake out low and slow as much of the moisture as possible to basically make yourself a wheat brick. That's basically what you're trying to do. And then, just like with any other dried food, the point is usually not to eat it dry, but to rehydrate it when you make it later. So by putting it in a pot and cooking it with that meat and the dried vegetables and fruits, and cooking that all together in water, and that reconstitutes all of it, and that's a lot more palatable. But we don't deal with that a lot in D&D, which is, I'm okay with giving up that sort of basic, like, not carrying around the pot with you, because I wouldn't. But also, I feel like there should be a downside for just eating terrible food all the time and being on foot all the time. It's not a very pleasing existence. You can do it for a little bit, but it really grinds you down after a few days, much less weeks or months. So yeah, I think rations are fine. They do what they do. I want to, like I said, resource management is a larger place in my game, so I used a resource die for this, and I just roll water and rations sort of into the same thing. It's sort of your supplies. Robes. I don't really know why they set robes separately from clothing. I don't know why they did it. I don't really have a good explanation for it. Functionally, robes are just fancy wizard clothes. They're not really used for adventuring, right? Because they kind of hold your movement back a little bit. They make it harder to do that sort of stuff. So not necessarily stuff that you want to use when you're in a dungeon. But it is where we get the phrase "gird your loins" from, which is very fun. Where you actually is about sort of tying a robe around in a sort of like this weird sort of diaper arrangement around your upper legs, so you can actually have mobility in a robe. But to me, robes stink of downtime. Like, that's what you wear when you don't need to run and jump and climb and swim and do all that sort of stuff. When you want comfortable clothes to just kind of like walk around and do day-to-day stuff in. Robes, incredibly useful for that. And I think robes are more of a status symbol in sort of like the arcane area. This is how you show people you're a spellcaster. At least in a D&D sort of setting. I mean, tons of people wear robes. But just in a D&D setting, this is the thing that makes you stand out and be like, oh, wizard. Okay. Right, at least that's how it plays to me. Rope. Hempen and silk. So we can talk just a minute about sort of like misrepresentation of hemp ropes. So hemp rope, let's see, I think it's got the carrying capacity on here. I think that is one of the things they actually tell you, right? No, okay, they don't. Why would you need to know how much rope a rope can pull before it snaps? Why would that ever be useful in a dungeon delving situation? Of course we don't get that. But you should know that it has 2 hit points. It can be burst with a DC 17 strength check. Wow. I mean, what's the math on that? Between chain. I'm just gonna do the quick math right there. So you're telling me that a chain is functionally only 17%, or manacles are only 17% more difficult to rip apart than a rope? A rope of hemp or silk, which we know is not true. Silk definitely is much more difficult to rip apart than hemp. Some of this stuff just doesn't make sense. It's like, why? But again, this is why we don't tie people up with rope. Like, a DC 20 check's already not awful to try to get through, right? functionally, assuming the character has a, the +1 or 2 to strength, in general, if they're not a strength-oriented monster, they still have a pretty good chance of doing it eventually, right? If you leave them alone long enough, they're gonna get out of it. That's kind of the point. But a DC 17, like anybody can get out of DC 17 with a decent roll, just about. Other things about rope. Oh, so one of the things is that our ideas of rope really got screwed up once synthetic rope came into play in the real world, right? When we look at rope, when you look at it in even fantasy media or anything like that, you often see it, and rope's about, kind of a quarter thick. That's about as far as it goes. That's about as thick as it gets, in most circumstances. But the truth is that the strength of specifically hemp rope, but silk rope for sure, is dependent on kind of how much area cross section it has. So you want to lift things, you need thicker rope, which is why it's really like long pieces of rope that are really useful for really doing stuff are more like ship's rope, which is like that around, right? That's massive. Like, imagine carrying around 50 feet of a rope that's that wide. That's why, versus like nylon rope, which only needs to be like maybe that wide, and that's why we think about that. Because nylon rope, synthetic rope is just so much, the material so much more resilient. We can do so much more with it, and the size and weight of it and volume of it is so much lower. But it really screwed up sort of like modern people's perception of like ropes and what's needed for rope. Like a 50 foot of hemp rope's way more than 10 pounds, I'll tell you that. Especially for a rope that can, as far as we can tell, it doesn't have any hard limitations on it, so it can functionally, assuming you can use it with a block and tackle, well, we're not even going to get into that. That's just unfeasible. But the idea is, like, it's a lot of rope, and it's very thick rope. Which is why you don't put it in the backpack, you attach it to the outside of the backpack. It basically gets wound around your backpack. So why would you want silk rope? Well, traditionally, silk rope is sort of an old style. It's lighter, stronger, and typically makes less noise. Mainly because it's lighter. So that's why you would want it. So usually this silk rope was the thing that showed up when people really wanted to do a lot of burglary and stuff like that, because it's really light to carry around, right? It's by these numbers it's half, but probably hemp rope should be much heavier, and my knowledge of silk rope is functionally non-existent, so I can't tell you. But what the actual weight of something like 50 feet of silk rope should actually be for something that's comparable to hemp rope of the same type. But I can't tell you it's going to weigh a hell of a lot less. Certainly probably more than half. Which is a favorite. Also, like, smaller cross-section because it's stronger material. Which is why burglars want it. It's much easier to run around with. So yeah, that's rope. I mean, you're going to need rope at some point, right? That's why, assuming that you're adventurer, kind of like a dagger, like you're not going to make it out without rations, a bedroll, and rope. Probably torches, right? Those are things that come in every single pack, unless that, well, you might not get torches. I think one of the packs comes with a lantern instead. But yeah, sacks are actually one of my favorite things to bring. They're cheap. They're a super great container because you can ball it up. It doesn't take a lot of space. It doesn't weigh a lot. Holds up to a cubic feet or 30 pounds of gear. Which is, by the way, if you're paying attention, that's almost as much as our backpack. So, right, yeah, we could save our time with tying 2 sacks together, just throwing it over our shoulder like saddlebag style, if we wanted to. Which I think I've done with the character. Like I said, I try to mix up the sort of backpack stuff, because at the end of the day, it's just containers that hold things. Doesn't really make a lot of functional difference. But yeah, I like sacks. Sacks have a lot of usefulness. Obviously, you put stuff in there that you don't want to put in your backpack, or if you want to wrap it up, like if it's something that's breakable or something like that, you throw it in the cloth sack. You wrap it up in the cloth sack, and then you can put it in your backpack. And then if you really want to be If it's really fragile, you take it, then you put that and you roll your bedroll around it, and now it's got, you know, a ton of padding around it, so it won't break. Hopefully. Other things to do with sacks. I have definitely used the sack to capture smaller tiny creatures in a fight. You want something that's really, really helpful, like if you get in a fight with like some pixies or fairies or sprites or something like that, and be like, man, I just throw a sack over that thing and then hold it down on the ground and beat it with a hammer till it stops moving. Right, that's a good use of your action, just to be like, I throw a sack over it. We've also thrown sacks over enemy heads. Or, a funny thing is that we were fighting, I was playing a campaign some weeks ago, and we were fighting these characters that the DM described as having these sort of sackcloth heads over them with like eyes cut out in them. So they're like really like rough, like burlap sacks with eye hole cut out of them. We're fighting a pretty big, beefy monster who's fighting back, you know, pretty powerful. And I'd be like, all right, I want to take my action to turn his stupid sack around on his head. And so we did in post check, was able to do it and turn the sack around on this guy's head. So now the creature on his turn has to be like, do I want to spend an entire action to put down my two-handed weapon and turn the sack around on my head, or try to attack blindly at the people around me? So just right, those clever uses, those things that where you try to do something different, try to change things up a little bit, try to do something that's not... I'm always looking for ways to not just do kind of the standard attacks in my games as a player character, because I've been playing D&D and tabletop RPGs for a long time, and D&D for 10 years, right? At this point, I'm just kind of looking at it and be like, I just want to do... If I can do something that's not hit it with my weapon, I feel like I'm... I don't know, playing the game a little bit more, rather than just kind of waiting my turn to be like, I swing my sword, hit him, okay, he takes 12 damage, next, right? Something that's a little bit more dynamic, a little bit more engaging, especially for not melee, martial characters, who generally can fall into that realm where spellcasters are often trying to choose between spells to do on their turn. Martial characters are like, I hit him with my weapon again, right? And that's not... Since such a large amount of the game is focused on combat, is we try to look for ways to spice up that combat, because the martial characters can be really boring to play because of the efficiency of using weapon attacks, right? That's what they're meant to do. But still, that's really boring, unfortunately. Merchant scale. So, I have never taken this as a player character. And I don't think I ever would, unless I was playing a very specific mercantile-based campaign. Like, if that was the point of the campaign, was to be like Silk Road traders kind of thing, where it's like we go to a place and we get exotic things and we sell them and we make money and we have to deal with attacks. Maybe you start off as like a caravan guard, and then maybe the merchant gets killed in your in one of the early skirmishes, so you end up taking over the caravan, right? Taking over their wagon and learning how to sell their stuff and learning the trade routes and how to go different places. And like I could feel like that could be a very fun campaign for the right type of players. But the players, you got to have the buy-in from the players that they're like, we want to do we want to do this really heavy trade focused campaign, which I just don't think you're going to get from most players. I just don't think you're going to get that buy-in from most of them. But, I mean, I don't think this does. Let me double check, but I don't think it has any functional. Yeah. So functionally this doesn't have anything, but I would definitely say, like, if you were doing that hard trader kind of thing, if that's definitely the sort of, like, campaign, or not even a campaign, if you had one character that definitely had certain, like, that sort of, like, guild merchant background or something like that, which may or may not come with scale. I don't think anybody comes with scales right out the gate. I don't I don't think even that background comes with the merchant scale, but maybe it does. But the idea being that I would use this as a way to either give them advantage or disadvantage on basically persuasion for bartering. So I'd give them advantage, like if they're telling the truth, and then it's going to be like disadvantage if they're trying to lie, and somebody's trying to catch them because the NPCs also will have their own scales and measures. So if they bust that out and you're trying to oversell somebody, they're going to be like, yeah, I don't think so. Right? Really, a little tit for tat, right? Like it goes both ways. Sealing wax. Sealing wax really, as far as I know, really only has the one application. I mean, I guess you could use it to stuff your ears or stuff cracks. Like if you have poison gas areas, you could use it to melted wax to sort of like plug up those holes or something like that in a poison trap, but poison gas trap, I should say. But I don't think sealing wax has a ton of other applications. Of course, they don't tell you what the applications are or what it is. They assume you know what sealing wax is, which I'm not sure if most people know what sealing wax is. Obviously, it's the thing that you put on documents and then you use your signet ring or stamp or whatever to put your emblem in there to seal the documents, so that way you know whenever you receive it and the seal's unbroken that nobody's read it and you got it intact. And you can tell by the seal who it's from. So yeah, that's part of it, but I think sealing wax comes as part of the writing kit or calligrapher's pack, whatever it's called. Oh, I'm right here. The diplomat's pack, right? Yeah, it comes with sealing wax down there. Scholar's pack? Nope. See, some of these kits also have knife in them. I mean, we'll talk about that in a little bit. But it's like, so it's clearly like D&D recognizes that it's a thing, but it's literally a pen knife. That's why it's in there. Which is not a knife that's the size of a pen, but a knife that you use to make pens out of quills. Or to make quills out of feathers, I should say. So yeah, I mean, that's sealing wax. I mean, you could probably come up with some other... It's a little bit different in consistency than, like, candle wax is the thing. So I'm trying to think of, like, a specific application where candle wax also wouldn't work, because candle wax is definitely... Candles are cheaper. So... I'm not sure if I know one off the top of my head, other than it's colored, right? It's usually colored, usually red, but can come in all sorts of colors. Yeah, that's sealing wax. I mean, if you want a forger's kit isn't in here, is it? Containers, we've talked about all those containers. I don't know why there's a separate section for containers when they're also in the main list. But yeah, that's sealing wax. Unfortunately, not a lot to say, and not a lot to say about the next one, because we talked about it, like, when we were doing the discussion with picks and buckets. A shovel does what a shovel does. Like, if you need to move sediment, right? Rubble, scree, any sort of pebbles, boulders, anything like that, soil, anything like that. One of my favorite things when people bring up the shovel argument is when they bring it up as an argument not to have, for people not to take, was it move earth? What's that stupid spell called? I can't believe I'm blanking on the spell name. Right? Oh no, move earth is a 6th level transmutation spell. What's the cantrip? I can't. Mold earth. Not move earth, mold earth. They say, oh, well, you don't need to take mold earth because you can do the same thing with a shovel. You can move uh, you know, you can dig up dirt and move it manually. You don't need that spell for that. It's like, it's 5 cubic feet of earth. Do you have any idea how long that takes to dig? It takes a long time. If it didn't take a long time, gravedigger wouldn't be a profession, and you wouldn't need multiple of them. Before sort of like construction equipment came in. Like, there's a reason they use construction equipment to dig graves today, right? Because digging down 6 feet takes a lot of time doing it shovel by shovel. Shovels don't move a lot of earth at one time. So that's one of those fun things, and people are like, no, you don't need the mold earth cantrip, you can just use a shovel. It's like, it will take me hours to do that, and I'll probably have to make a con save versus exhaustion to move that much dirt. Mold earth does it in 6 seconds. Like, that's OP as hell, man. That means you can essentially make an earthworks in a few minutes. Like, you can make like a ring fort at the top of a hill in like half an hour. when you have a druid or some other sort of caster, I mean, like, I take this 5 feet of earth and I put it right here, right next to it. And so now I'm immediately making a ditch and a high rampart. And it'll take me half an hour to do that, maybe, while everybody else sets up camp. But yeah, sure, you take your shovel, buddy. That cantrip slot's not worth it, right? There's some things. Light, I think, is a cantrip that's not worth taking, because there's so many different ways to get light. Being able to move earth like that's a totally different thing. But yeah, shovels, again, it's a very specific application. So if you know you're going into a situation where you're going to need to move like earth, you want shovel, or you're going to want somebody with the mold earth cantrip. Hopefully with the mold earth cantrip. So yeah, that's all I have to say about shovels. Signal whistle, loves signal whistles. Always take them. Always. They cost nothing. They weigh nothing. I mean, they weigh nothing. They cost functionally nothing. Half a silver piece. Signal whistles can be heard up to. I don't know if it says it specifically. I know what modern ones do. Yeah, it doesn't say. So a modern signal whistle can be heard up to, like, God, what is it, like a mile away? Something like that. I don't even know. Let me see if I can bring it up real quick, because I was just looking at this a little bit ago. Half a mile? Like, that's a long ways, guys. That's a long ways away to hear a sound. To being able to signal somebody. Like, you can go out scouting, very much break line of sight, right? Go scouting out for your party while you're traveling, and you can blow the signal whistle and the party's going to hear it. Not only hear it, but also know what direction you're in. That's gold, man. I would pay 100 times for that. The cost for that. It costs 5 silver? I'd easily pay 5 gold for that, if that's what it does, right? So yeah, signal whistles are great. It's a very cheap look at me. That's what it does. It's an item that says look at me. And that can be used to draw your allies' attention. It can also be used to draw your enemies' attention. If you're trying to provide a distraction for your rogue to sneak by, you can blow on the whistle and take a run, right? And the bad guys will probably chase you down, and your rogue can nimble their way past their defenses and do whatever they need to do. And if they get in trouble, guess what your rogue can do? They can also blow their signal whistle. Well, if you hear a second signal whistle, you need to come running, because I'm in trouble, right? You just tell people that beforehand, and then they know. Because I feel like a lot of parties don't take this, and there's always that point where the rogue sneaks off to do something, and nobody knows what's happened to the rogue, and the rogue gets in trouble, and they don't have a way to tell people. And it's like, you spin the 5 coppers on the signal whistle. That's what you do. You put it on a cord, you put it around your neck. Done. Done. Right, you get in trouble, you blow the whistle. And your friends come running. That's what it does. Yeah. Love it. And take it for every character, if I can. And I almost always can because it doesn't really cost anything. And let's do signet rings next. Signet rings go with the sealing wax, right? It's basically like a coat of arms or other sort of emblem that's on a ring. Of course, it doesn't tell you what it does, but that's what it does. That's what they do. So, right, the ring itself isn't of note. It's a little pricey, but it's what that symbol represents, right? If you are of a noble family, if you're of a guild, right, you flash that around, people know that, hey, you're important. And you're tied to somebody. It's, if the signal whistle is a tool that says, look at me, the signet ring is a tool that you flash and it says, don't F with me, because I have a bunch of power behind me. Right, that's basically what it is. And of course you use it to sign those documents and then you can send them off, and assuming that the document gets where it's going to the person, the recipient gets it and they see the seal that is unbroken, they know it's for their eyes only, and that there's probably something very important that they need to attend to on the inside, and they know who it came from without just at a glance, because they can see the symbol. So very useful. Falls right in line with the Forger's Kit. It's one of the things that you want to do if you have that charlatan background and you do that thing where you have some sort of other persona. If you're going to pretend to be like a guild master, a guild artisan, a guild master, a merchant, a noble or royal, something like that, you're going to want to get a fake signet ring made, which, as far as we can tell, only costs 5 gold, which is really cheap for basically a customized handmade piece of jewelry. Very cheap. And you can get a signet ring made, and that'll bring a lot of validity to you pretending to be somebody you are not. But yeah, that's it for signet rings. It's about flashing the emblem. Soap. Soap never comes up in 5e. Right, the same way that we don't really address how you eat or how you poop, we don't address how you bathe. Soap is useful for some other things. It's got lye in it, so you can break it down for if you need to neutralize some acids, if you really need to break it down. Because it's a base. It's an alkaline material. Other things you can do is you can use it for lubrication, right? If you got that 10-foot ladder stuck in the hallway and you need to really squeeze it through, you can lube it up with some with a lather of soap. But functionally, you can do the same thing with oil, which would probably be faster. But maybe not as cheap as soap. But assuming you have access to water, because you're going to need some water for that, then you can do that. You can do carvings out of soap. I mean, you can do them out of wood too, but that's something to consider. Maybe you have maybe that's your side hustle. If you have the wood carving tools, I would say that you can make decorative soaps with them, and that'll be your side hustle as you make little decorative soaps and sell to people. So you buy hunks of soap and then cut out little like seashells or maybe little animals or stuff out of them, whittle little soap creatures and sell them. I don't know. Yeah, that's about all soap is useful for. I mean, in 5e you also have prestidigitation, which will just clean. So otherwise, I mean, you could make some slippery floor traps, which frankly would cost you less money than the ball bearings, but probably not worth the time it takes to make that happen. So spellbooks. Spellbooks are more expensive, twice as expensive as a normal book. Yeah, so basically it's a leather-bound tome with 100 blank pages. Now, why does it cost twice as much as a normal book? We're not given a reason. As far as we can tell, there's nothing specific about the material components of a spell book that makes it special, right? When we just looked at the description, didn't say anything. If we look back at book, it actually brings up spell books. Where's book at? There it is. Anything that can be represented using text or pictures. A book of spells is a spell book. So functionally, it's the book's not a spell book until we put a spell in it. So, like these are one of those weird 5e things where I'm just like, what? Why are there two separate? It might contain those things, or anything else. So we can. Is the spell book supposed to be? So you're telling me there's a world in which it costs more to buy a blank book than a printed book? Because that's basically what a spell book is that it is a printed blank book with specifically 100 pages in it. Huh? I mean, yeah, maybe the demand for blank books is less, but considering we don't have really any other great way to take notes, it's not like journals and like accounting books necessary for like accounting and bookkeeping for a business in general weren't necessary. There's for sure a need for blank books, especially from a business standpoint, and I can't imagine that would be more expensive than the time it takes to print books, which we assume this is with the Gutenberg style press, I guess, which takes a long time to print. I mean, less time than writing it by hand, but certainly not anywhere near today's mass-produced printers do. So, like, I think it's going to take you a long time. And it doesn't give us any indication that it's the page count that's the reason. So really, the spellbook is just... I mean, I'm gonna be honest. The reason I think a spellbook's so expensive is so that starting out wizards have to spend money, because they basically don't have to buy any other armor or arms. So I assume that this is the only reason it's 50 gold is to sink the wizard's starting wealth at the beginning of the game. Otherwise, I can't really see a reason. Because unlike something like spell scrolls, like when it talks about crafting a spell scroll or writing a spell into a book, into a spell book, that is where the cost associated comes from. Nothing, because that's the magical effect, is the very specific inks and things that you have to use to transfer the magic power into the book. Like, that's where the associated costs come from to either the book or the scroll, is in the crafting of the specific spell on the paper. But not, as far as that's concerned, it doesn't say anything about the base material of the paper being any different. I don't think so. Does it? I can't remember. Let's look. I'm gonna look real quick. Let's say transcribing spells. So this is under wizard. Yeah, and it's not even a sync because you start with the spell book. So only if you were doing if you were deciding to do starting by wealth only, and you wanted to take the starting wealth instead of the prearranged stuff. Preparing. Ritual casting, learning spells. Your spell book. Copying a spell into the book. When you find a wizard spell of first level or higher, you can add it to your spell book. If it is a spell level you can prepare, and you can spare the time to decipher and copy it. Reproducing the basic form of the spell. Okay, here it is. So for each level of the spell, the process takes 2 hours and costs 50 gold. The cost represents the material components you expend as you experiment with the spell, as well as the fine inks you need to record it. Nothing about the book itself is special. So I don't understand why there's 2 books in here. And it's equipment list. So I did have it right. Like, that is the reason. So yeah, I just buy a normal book. I mean, is there a difference in the weight? A normal book weighs more. A normal book weighs more. That the insinuation there is that it has more pages, right? Assuming that we're not giving any dimensions, so the dimensions we assume are the same. So a normal book has more than 100 pages in it. Maybe 200, maybe 250. Because it weighs 5 pounds, and the spellbook weighs 3 pounds. So I assume most of that's kind of the covers, probably. So it maybe has 200, 300 pages in it? Why would I ever buy a spellbook? Why would I buy a spellbook? I don't understand. Why would I buy a spellbook? Because it doesn't... I don't know. Man, that's another lights my brain on fire thing up there with ball bearings. Iron spikes. They're the same thing as batons. The only difference is they don't have the eyelet to run the rope through. So we already talked about their uses, so we don't really need to go over that again. They're cheaper, I think. Right? No. Oh, but that's for individually. So they cost about a silver a piece, so batons are somehow still cheaper. I guess the idea being that iron spikes are very specific, and probably their density, where batons are trying to be light. Yeah, because they don't give us any other information. Yeah, so I functionally say that's the difference. Spyglass costs a lot. Really useful item. Really great low-level loot. It's a cool low-level loot item because you can assume that even if you go by D&D 5e standards where they can sell items at 1/10 of the cost, that's still 100 gold that they can sell a spyglass for, which for a low-level party equals 2 healing potions. That's pretty good loot. But it also gives you advantage on sight-based perception checks. I'm pretty sure that's the bonus for it. Oh, it actually doesn't even say that. Cool. But yeah, that's how I've always run it, is that you can magnifying glasses for investigation checks, a spyglass is for perception checks. So it allows you to see things in the distance, which probably actually not that useful in 5e now that I think about it, but especially in sort of older editions in D&D where starting distance for encounters was more of a thing, especially because as you're traveling or you're doing like a hex crawl and things, like you may see a group of people that can be up to like a mile away and still be within your vision line, but you're like, I don't know, that's a group of people. They could be shepherds, they could be a pack of hobgoblins, rampaging hobgoblins, but that's when you bust out the spyglass and be like, oh, yeah, no, it looks to be like a bunch of farmers. And then you can go investigate. You can choose whether you want to approach them, investigate that, and try to figure out what's going on. Maybe they're having themselves a little lynching, maybe a little witch burning. If you want to intercede there, maybe they're just looking for something. Maybe they're seeking, a kid that got lost in the woods, and they're getting a search party organized. Right, you're right up on that. Or maybe it is that a group of hobgoblins that are getting ready to raid across the countryside, and you're like, yeah, I'd rather kind of avoid that, so we're going to go seek cover somewhere else before they see us. So that's really cool. That's how I use them anyways. That's how I find it useful. And of course, you can be on the ship looking for land, or trying to ascertain the colors and flags of a different sea vessel, trying to figure out what that is. Tent, 2-person. I almost never take a tent. I take some other gear instead. So here's the thing: is that it's a simple and portable canvas shelter. We talked about like if you just want to take a roll of canvas, that's actually cheaper. And assuming you have a staff or something else, like you can make a pup tent pretty easily. You don't really need to, because the issue is that for a 2-person tent, this is kind of expensive for what you kind of get. When you can kind of functionally make the same thing, because the canvas, as far as we're told, it's not even treated for water, so it's still going to get wet on the inside. But that's another story. So I usually use some other amount of gear. Also, because of the way that sleeping works in 5e, there's no benefit for having a blanket, a bedroll, or a tent mechanically in 5e, just kind of off the cuff. You kind of have to go out of your way to dig through the wilderness rules to be like, and usually that's about making sure that you wear the right kind of clothing, much less than how you camp. Because there's not a lot of negatives mechanically as 5e is laid out for issues with climate, for issues with weather, that sort of stuff. Really didn't come up very often, which is fine. It's just not necessarily the game that I love running and or playing in, because it feels like a large portion of like the natural world just isn't an issue, which is, it's fine. It's very specific. I'm gonna say it's a very specific mode of fantasy play, so whether you're into that or not is gonna probably make up your mind about things like this. Tinderbox. It makes fires. Helps you make fire. Fire good. We like fires. Flint, fire steel, and tinder are usually dry cloth soaked in light oil. Actually, it probably would be char cloth, and not dry cloth soaked in light oil. But it could be. It's more likely to be char cloth or like catgut or thistledown, something like that. Some type of like dandelion fluff, that kind of stuff, because that stuff goes up in flame like that, which makes it very useful for getting kindling on fire, kindling and tinder on fire. Also, like I love this, like it's flint and fire steel, but yeah. They kind of talk about this, but this is not something that comes up in D&D very often. Is that, yeah, it's not a super quick process. It takes like a minute to light something, if you know what you're doing. It's not like matches. It's not like you spark it and then it just goes up, right? It usually takes a little bit, and then you do it to get an ember, and then you've got to coax the ember to become flame. Yeah, it's not something, and it's something that you can't do on a windy day. And there's all sorts of issues that kind of come up with it. But again, since we're not running weather, that stuff's less important. So it depends on how much you want weather and the climate and things like that to play into things. Torches. I will typically dump torches if I can. They don't make a lot of bright light. They do it in a radius. And they take up a bunch of space. And they've got exposed fire. Pretty much the only redeeming feature is that you can make a melee attack with them, which is cool. But I'd rather have a lantern any day. So pretty much, this is actually, torches is one of the reasons, the inclusion of torches in basically every single starting equipment is one of the reasons why I may often take starting wealth as opposed to the packages, is because it'll waste my money on things like torches and mess kits and things that I just don't think are very useful. It's like I'd rather have that money to spend doing something else, really, with that money than doing this. So yeah, torches, and they exposed flame, which means it's very easy to go out. Like, it can be snuffed by monsters that know what they're doing. It can be the wind can just take it out if you want, right? a strong wind gust can actually put out a torch. And then obviously you can't use torches in the rain. That doesn't work. So lanterns are pretty much a better option at every point. They cost more, sure, but they're way more reliable, and they burn for a lot longer, because a torch only burns for an hour, right? Yeah, duration 1 hour. So I mean, a pint of oil, sure, costs more along with the lantern. I mean, we can look at the costs associated real quick, because it's significantly more, I'm pretty sure. Let's say you're gonna want that bullseye lantern. Already 10 gold, you're in the hole. And oil. So 10 gold, 1 silver. Compared to, they usually give you about 10 torches to start off with. So you can have a pint of oil or 10 torches. Now remember, torches are big, and you're carrying a bundle of them. Already doesn't make sense with adventuring equipment, right? That's a ton of stuff to carry on you. They're 10 pounds, which you can never really trust the weight in D&D stuff. That's all very wobbly, which is why I don't think it's a good system for encumbrance. I'd rather use sort of like a volume-based system for encumbrance. It's usually not that things are too heavy to carry or lift. It's usually that they're too cumbersome to sort of like carry. So yeah, I mean, if I've got the money to start out, sure, I'll take torches if I have to. But it's also like, I'll be honest, as a player character, I can be a real cheapskate, especially at level 1. I'll do starting wealth, and I'll buy more of the fun adventuring gear stuff, and I'll buy like the cheapest necessities or the cheapest arms and armor, and instead just pick the stuff up off the dead bad guys. Like we're fighting, you'll fight quite a few humanoid monsters, especially in the low levels, and be like, I'm just gonna take their gear, right? I'd rather start with like I may even start, depending on the character, with no armor, maybe a shield, depending on what type of character I'm playing, right? And with then like a cudgel, like basically a club and a shield, and that's what I'm going to wade into combat with in that first combat. And then if they're humanoids, right, I'm going to end up taking some of that gear, and I'll be like, cool, just immediately got myself mundane gear that would have cost me a lot, and now I'll just put it on. Because we don't do anything with sizing or anything like that in 5e. I mean, armor, we do some of it, so like you're not going to steal goblin armor if you're a medium creature. Like, that's not going to work. But their weapons are the same size, so keep that in mind. But yeah, then I'll cheap out. Like, I won't buy torches. I won't buy any light source if I don't have enough to buy like one of the lanterns. I'll spend some of that on like the signal whistles and other sort of small stuff that's a little bit more useful. Maybe even something like the fishing tackle, something like that. Do things like that. A vial. Vials are kind of expensive for what you pay for. It's a gold. It is glass though. Comes with a cork stopper. Usually, because I think bottles are very similar in cost, right? Yeah, so bottles are twice as expensive. Now, obviously, they weigh more, because vials have negligible weight. But a bottle also holds significantly more than a vial does. Does it even give us the volume per vial? 4 ounces. So, yeah, I mean, a bottle holds a lot more. So, oftentimes I come across a decision that I'll carry like 2 extra bottles, just in case, because I'm like, if it's worth enough for me to take a vial of it, it's probably even more worth it for me to take a bottle full of whatever substance this is, or whatever I'm trying to capture, whether it's samples for something that I want to, as basic crafting ingredients to make something else, or oil, right? there's a lot of times where, kind of going back to not buying standard equipment, like cheaping out on some of the standard equipment. Like there's so many times that you'll run across, especially in low level dungeon, you'll run across things like oil, or like they have a lantern. You're like, all right, well, I just take their lantern, or I pour out their oil into my vial, and then I have that instead. And right, you can scavenge things. They have rations, right? So take some of their rations. Those sorts of things that you can kind of come across pretty easily. Water skin. They're a water skin. You can put other stuff in it, right? You can put 4 pints of liquid, so you can put quite a bit in there. Usually it's water or wine, right? But you can also put oil, right? Oil skins, put oil in there. Nice thing about a water skin, assuming that it's not a rigid water skin, that it's one of the flexible ones that's just kind of like a pouch with a spigot on it, is that you can make yourself a little, instead of oil, if you want to put oil in instead of water, you can make yourself a little water gun with oil. Squeeze and like spurt oil all over a creature, which can make it a little bit easier for lighting them on fire if you want to do the poor man's alchemist flask. So that's a very easy way to get around that. Whetstone. No, never take it. Waste of time. Has literally no mechanical benefit in 5e. It's a fluff thing. Very much like the bedrolls, right? Bedrolls, you don't need bedrolls in 5e. You don't need a blanket in 5e. You don't need whetstones in 5e. You don't have to do any sort of maintenance on your gear. Again, one of those things that kind of gets shoehorned into most equipment packages for backgrounds for starting characters, and then you're like, here's a rock that I can't do anything with because it doesn't do anything mechanically. So, yeah, one of those things you just kind of toss out with soap, right? At least soap I can come up with a reason to use. A whetstone, unless a DM like goes out of their way to make an entire like maintenance system for maintaining your gear, which includes like oiling up things and make sure that you have the whetstone, like using a hammer to like bend things back into shape, like armor back into shape and things like that, like punching out creases. And it's just not useful. And then it's just empty weight. It's an empty weight, stuff in your backpack that's filling up your backpack that you take with you all the way up to level 20 and is never useful to you. Because that would require you coming across a weapon that was dull. So it has to be, first off, a bladed weapon that's dull. And then you use the whetstone on it. But the whetstone actually mechanically, nothing in the mechanics, the rules say that makes it sharp, or if there's a penalty for using a dull weapon. So there are issues. To the point where it's like, I don't even know why we include it. We include it probably because I can assume, but I don't know off the top of my head, that there must have been some sort of old school, and maybe it wasn't ever written down explicitly, but certainly there must have been like enough dungeon masters that were like, hey, you got to sharpen your tools and weapons. Like, you have to maintain them, or else they don't work anymore. And that made people be like, all right, well, I guess I gotta do that, so I guess I better get a whetstone. How much does a whetstone cost? Yeah, I buy a whetstone. Heck, I'll buy 2. Just in case the first one goes bad. I get all the wet out of that stone. I squeeze all the wet out of that stone, and it's a dry stone. Then I need another whetstone. I think we can quickly go over the equipment packs, and then we'll jump over to... We'll get to the custom items, and we'll finish out the custom items, and we'll be good. We can talk about the equipment packs really quickly. They're really just packages of the stuff we already talked about, though. So, the Burglar's Pack, right, has the backpack useful, the bag of ball bearings, which I don't like. 10 feet of string. Can't buy string anywhere else, by the way. I do not have an answer for this. Which is why, sometimes I've looked at other people's stuff, content online, and they talk about, I never take the bell. I was like, the bell's super useful. It's like a poor man's alarm tripwire. I like the bell. right? It's to, you know, make sure you're not caught unawares. It's a poor man's alarm spell. And why would I cast... I mean, I could cast as a ritual, but if I wasn't a ritual caster, I would probably take the bell and string instead of wasting a casting of alarm. So that works with a bell. Also, a bell kind of works a little bit like the signal whistle. It's very much a look at me, so you can set up like a little Rube Goldberg kind of situation where you can like put a bell somewhere else in the dungeon outside of another entrance and then tie the string around it all the way over to somebody, and then you can like pull it over here so that forces all the bad guys to go that way, and then you guys can sneak by or surprise them from the backside. Right? It's very clever play oriented. Candles, sure. Like I said, it's perfectly good for the rogue. Yeah, that's the people who use candles, nobody else. Crowbar, yep. Hammer, yeah. Batons, I'd probably rather have the iron spikes, but yeah. Absolutely. Hooded lantern. Why do we give them the hooded lantern? The burglar, if there's anybody who should be getting the bullseye lantern, it should be the burglar's pack. So that's probably... I would rather have 1 flask of oil and the bullseye lantern. Tinderbox, water skin, and rope. So yeah. All that. I do think it's a little weird we get 5 days of rations instead of a week's worth of rations. Like, the rations are different for different kits, which is weird. I also think it's weird that they put a price to them. Like, hey, like, this is an off-the-shelf thing you could buy. Like, hey, you walk into a store in some sort of settlement, you're like, could I get a burglar's pack? Oh, me? I'm a law-abiding citizen. I would never burgle. Thank you. So what time do you close shop? And what time do you go to bed? Just making conversation. Definitely not going to break into your place of business after you're gone and asleep. Diplomat's pack. Chest. Already a pain in the butt. As somebody who's taken the Diplomat's pack multiple times, the chest, you're just like, how do I transport this thing? This thing's huge. 2 cases for Master Scrolls. Yeah, absolutely. Set of fine clothes. Yeah. Bottle of ink. Yeah. Ink pen. Sure. Why not? Don't really need it, but sure. A lamp. Okay. Sure. I think in an adventuring context, it would probably make more sense to have candles. Like if you really need to pull out your lap desk and really start taking things down, which I don't think this one actually... That's usually one thing that I add, because I don't think it's on any of them. I was looking at the Scholar's Pack. The Scholar's Pack doesn't have it either. It's sort of like a lap writing desk, which things... Like if you're going to have a chest, you might as well have that. That allows you to like just basically pin things, gives you a flat surface to work on while you're traveling. 2 flasks of oil, sure. 5 sheets of paper. The vial of perfume's a little weird. I assume that's for spritzing on the document, right? For your letters, along with the sealing wax. But the Diplomat's pack itself doesn't actually come with a signet ring, and I'd rather have the signet ring than the vial of perfume. That makes way more sense to me. And soap is... Yeah, well, I guess the vial of perfume could also be for you to wear as a diplomat, as well as the soap to make sure that you wash yourself. I mean, again, we don't really talk about smells a ton in D&D. I mean, we try to, or at least I try to. Trying to imagine, like, what we are, the senses of when the adventurers show up. It's like, well, these guys smell awful. They smell like stale sweat and piss and blood. Like, these are not nice people. I don't want to spend a lot of time with them. They smell very bad. But yeah, Diplomat's pack, the chest is... that's a sneaker. That's where I'm like, you've got to have some way to carry this. Because like I said, in my mind, the chest I'm thinking of is like a footlocker. Right? It carries a bunch of weight. It carries up to 300 pounds, so it's got to be pretty sizable. But, like, the Diplomat's pack doesn't give you a backpack. so you're clearly supposed to carry it in that, but then the Diplomat's pack doesn't get used to, doesn't give you anything to sort of like be able to carry that by yourself. Oh, nice. Yeah. Have a good one. I'll see you later. Bye. But yeah, so that's the thing, is like you gotta have a frame or something. You gotta have some way that this person can carry it on their back, because unlike what I'm thinking of is like the variant noble background where you're a knight, where you can actually get servants, you're not gonna have anybody with you to carry this stuff. And the person who's most likely to get let's be honest, that the person who's most likely to opt into getting the Diplomat's back is probably not the sort of person who has the strength to carry it. Those character builds usually don't go together. Usually. That's what strong arm diplomacy, right? That's what we're talking about. Dungeoneer's pack. This is the goat, right? That's the go-to. Backpack, crowbar, hammers, pitons, torches, tinderbox, rations, water skin, 50 feet of rope. Yep, if you're going into a dungeon, those are all things you're going to want with you. It's not super exciting, but it is exactly what you need. So, it is what it is. Can't fault it for that. It's exactly what you're trying to do. Entertainer's pack. Say this one of the things was like I cut out the bedroll. I don't want the bedroll. 2 costumes, that's nice, but since the entertainer pack is kind of weird because it doesn't give us, the costumes don't really give us anything. Other than kind of what I said, which is sort of up to the DM to describe. So 1 costume is probably enough. I also don't know why the entertainer would need candles. That one doesn't really make sense to me. So I'd rather lose the costume and the candles and come up with maybe a lantern if I could. Probably have to get a lamp. Probably just torches, let's be honest. But like, candles just don't make sense to me here. Disguise kit. I mean, that's why you take the entertainer's package, so you can get the disguise kit usually, right? But also worthless if you're doing an entertainer that doesn't have proficiency in a disguise kit. Which I think you can do. I don't think you have to take disguise kit proficiency. Maybe you do. I'm not sure. I'll be honest, disguise kit is probably one of the least useful kits in 5e D&D, is because so many player characters get access to disguise self or alter self or the hat, the magical hat that allows you to cast basically disguise self on yourself. Like, it's so easy to come up with an arrangement that allows you to magically change what you look like, that the disguise kit is kind of not useful. And a lot of, especially once you outgrow the first few levels, probably by the time you're 3rd level, it's just not useful very much anymore, assuming that the hat of disguise, that's what it's called. Because I'm like, if you have the opportunity, if you're playing in a game where you can buy magic items, you would just buy a hat of disguise because it works better than the disguise kit. The only nice thing about the disguise kit is that it can kind of stand up to physical scrutiny. So if you were going to like pretend to be somebody, and then as part of that you were going to a party where there was dancing and you got asked to dance, you could dance in a disguise kit. But if you tried to dance with somebody under the guise of disguise self, it's because they're going to be touching you. Your partner's going to be touching you. They're going to pretty quickly realize that something's not right about you, right? Because the way you move is not going to be in the same proportions as the image that you present. Explorer's pack. Like I said, you either pretty much take the Dungeoneer's pack or the Explorer's pack, one of the two. Usually whichever one you get access to. I usually take the Dungeoneer's pack because it's got the crowbar and hammer in it, which are way more useful. Because down here you've got the bedroll. That's useless. The mess kit. That's also useless. Torches are fine. Rations are fine. Water skin's fine. I'd rather get rid of these two things. Get rid of my torches and get a lantern as a real explorer. I feel like I should be more prepared for outdoor exploring stuff. But that's just me. Or maybe give me a tent instead. Maybe. Because bedroll costs as much as a tent. I might rather have a tent. How much does the mess kit cost? That's super cheap, right? And mess kit. Oh, it's two silver. Never mind. That makes sense. Yeah, I'll pretty much always take the Dungeoneer's kit though if I can get my hands on it. Priest pack, one of the weaker ones I feel like. Backpack, blanket, candles, alms box. Ooh. Notice how the alms box is not in the adventuring gear. It is. This is why I didn't use the D&D Beyond list, because it's got all the weird things in there. It's got the alms box in there. It's got the incense blocks. It's got the censer. It's got the vestments. So you get a bunch of stuff in the priest pack that is just not adventuring gear. So functionally you get a backpack, a blanket, 10 candles, a tinder box, 2 days of rations, and a water skin. Well, that seems not very much worth it. I mean, I guess you could call vestments a robe, I guess. And the Scholar's Pack, which I think is probably one of the better ones. Because you get the backpack, you get a book of lore. What's the book about? How is that useful for us? Right, because none of the books... The book is an idea, it didn't give us any information. Remember, the book's 25 gold too, so it's a big portion of this entire package. Bottle of ink, ink pen, sure. Parchment, sure. A little bag of sand, they don't tell you what that's for drying up the ink. It's fine. But it's also good for pocket sand. You need a blinded enemy? Boom, pocket sand. And you get a small knife, which again is a pen knife, which they don't tell you. They give you an ink pen instead. So you're like, what the heck am I supposed to use the knife for? Well, you're supposed to make it a pen with it. But yeah, that's the idea. Anyways, so those are the scholar packs. I like the scholar pack. You kind of have to go out of your way to choose. You got to work with the DM on the book of lore, and that comes up to something we're going to talk about right after I get done with. I'm going to take another break, use the bathroom again, get some drink. Then we'll come back and we'll talk about the custom items, and that's going to dovetail directly in from the book of lore. So we're in a good spot. But I am going to take a quick break, and then we'll get back to it. We're going to do the custom items, talk about a few other things we haven't talked about, and then we're going to end this thing out. But I will be back in just a little bit, and I'll see you then. Okay, bye guys. Alright guys, go ahead and get back to it. Obviously if you guys like the comment. If you guys like the content, feel free to comment, like it, subscribe for more, and with your help, I too can learn how to talk. But only with your help, so subscribe. Anyways, let's get back to it. So, I was going to talk about the Book of Lore. That's about to come up with something I want to talk about. So the first thing that I want to talk about sort of custom mundane items that I add to a lot of my campaigns, and players seem to like it, and these are probably my top 5 or 6 items that if I'm a player, I will also ask the Dungeon Master if I can have in the campaign. And I don't think I've ever had anybody say no, but I think that could happen. It just hasn't come up yet. So the first one, which deals exactly what we're talking about with something with the Scholar's Pack, is the Book of Lore. What is that? That's a problem, right? That's sort of the problem. A big problem with sort of 5e is that we don't know We don't know, like, with the incense, the censer, the vestments, the alms box, the little bag of sand, the small knife, the fact you can't buy a knife in 5e, which is a tool, like the most foundational tool in the world, and we can't buy that. So you might be going, what am I supposed to do with this book of lore? Well, a thing that I use in some of my campaigns is something that I call, sometimes I call them pocket references. Sometimes I call them almanacs. Sometimes I call them field guides. I don't really have like a standardized name for it, but I usually have an offering for it. And basically what it is that it has a very specific subject. And with that subject, basically, you can spend some time referencing the material to give yourself guidance. The effects of guidance. It's not a magical spell. You're using an item to give yourself guidance for that specific type of proficiency. So, there are almost 50 proficiencies in 5e between all things. I've got a slightly different list to make it 50, just so it makes rolling for random proficiencies for some stuff easy whenever I need to randomly roll for it. But I've got the list pulled up here in my DM binder. But the idea is that basically you can spend some money on this little book, which we know a book costs 25 gold, so I think sometimes they fluctuate and sometimes they make it a little bit more expensive, sometimes they make it 50, kind of depending on what it is. But the idea is that a player gives them a way where they can get the effects of guidance, which is probably one of the most useful spells in 5e, right? They can get the effects of guidance, but it's very limited. And they have to have time to reference the material. So it's not like this isn't something you can pull out in combat while you're actively in a fight. But if you have, a couple of minutes, up to 5 minutes before you do something, you can kind of flip through the guide and kind of get some information. And it's sort of like, if you want to think about some of it's like a farmer's almanac, something like that sort of thing. So like if I wanted to, like a farmer's almanac or a book of husbandry would be like really good for something like animal handling. Tells you like how to deal with animals. Or maybe there's a list of stretches and forms and things like that for how to do acrobatics better. Or what's the name of the really famous, one of the famous actors' books? I can't remember. I'm trying to remember what the name of that is. I'm drawing a blank on it. But if you wanted something that like gives you an ability to maybe get guidance for your next performance check, you could do something like that. So you spend a few minutes studying the material and you go, okay, I've got it. Take your book, close it, put it back in your pocket, go do your check. And this is something that could work with tools, like I'm looking down here. Like you can do it with playing cards if you want to. If you had like a Dummy's Guide to Blackjack or something like that, and you wanna take that and learn how to play blackjack a little bit better, and give you that extra 1d4 on your gambling checks, things like that. And so you can the player characters could themselves sort of like amass a library of these like pocket-sized books for like anything they wanted to. If they really wanted to spend the time to do that, they could. It also gives access to, I like it because it gives access to players the ability to use guidance without forcing, probably the one like magic caster in the group who has access to guidance to have to take guidance. I mean, I would in general would take guidance anyways because like I said, probably the most useful spell in the entire rule system. But that doesn't mean you should have to take it. Like, I shouldn't have to take light. You guys have ways of making light. I don't need to take light as a wizard. Like, do your own thing. Same sort of thing, like, I don't need to take guidance because I have a way... Like, if you're a rogue and you want to... Like, the Ninja's Handbook or something that gives you the ability to, like, do stealth a little bit better. That you can reference all the time. Because you pick up the ones that are the most useful, basically, for the checks that you do most often. The only thing that I might not give it for would be something like Perception, because Perception's already such a weird check, anyways. Be like, how do you get better at noticing things? Now, you can, right? You can train to do that. But it is sort of a weird thing to think about. But it could be something that's like tells you about like how to be more aware of your situation and things to look out for, danger signs and things like that. So maybe that's what goes in something like the Perception book and something like that. Like, there could be one for thieves tools. There's one about like how to navigate water vessels, right? Tells you the basics of like rigging and sailing and how to sail from points, and the basics of like how to tell which direction the wind is blowing, how to orient your ship your boat to travel the best and fastest, how to watch out for reefs and shoals and things like that. So that's the first one that's on my list, is basically a pocketbook, right? Costs about 25 gold, more or less depending on the circumstances. And you show up, you buy it, it gives you the ability to do guidance on probably 1 or 2, even 3 of the checks that you do most often as a PC. And you just have a clutch of these little sort of, here, I've got a little notebook here, because this is always kind of what I imagine the size to be. Like, they're not these heavy tomes. They're like, come here. They're like this size. Just a little book. You open it. Right. Look at your notes in here and go, alright. Well, let's see. I'm trying to jump over this chasm. Let me get to the part about jumping in my athletics book. My, like, physical, excellence book or whatever. It's going to be some sort of, like, stretching and workout book for peak physical exercise. My exercise book. Oh, good form for jumping. Here we go. For long jumping. Alright, so I need to run a little bit. And I definitely want to make sure, focus on lifting my legs, not my body. Okay, that's good for distance. Gotcha. Like, that sort of stuff. And kind of give you the ability to get that guidance on the check. And you just take it, and you put it back in your pocket, and go do the thing. So that's the first item I kind of want to touch on. So that's one of the ones that I commonly add in or ask if I can buy in a campaign. Be like, hey, if there's anybody who sells books, and then obviously this is the first time I played with the Dungeon Master. I explained to them kind of what I imagine the book to do. I pay 25 gold, and as long as I have some time, a few minutes to sort of like reference the material, I can basically give myself guidance for the check, for a check that I'm going to do up to a minute later. And most DMs are like, oh yeah, no, that's fine. Because usually there's somebody in the party who has guidance, right? They're like, well, they could just cast on somebody anyways. It's a cantrip. There's no reason why you wouldn't be able to have access to this, right? And you're going to pay, like, 25 gold's not nothing, right? Somewhere between 25 to 50 gold. It's like, that's not nothing. That's an expensive purchase for mundane gear. And it's something you can use over and over and over and over again. And that's why you only pick it up for the things that you, like, kind of use the most often. Like, it would definitely be one, like, if I was gonna do a focused healer with, like, a healer's kit who does a lot of medicine checks, I'd want some sort of, like, medicine practicum sort of handbook that I can take a look at, like a first aid book that I can kind of look at. or identifying illnesses and symptoms and treating them. Like, these are the sort of herbs you want to look for that you're collecting that will help you deal with the reducing fever or whatever. That sort of thing. So one of the issues with sort of the pocket reference field guide almanacs is the same issue we have with the cell books, same issue we have with any books, any paper, is that they get wet. And that's a real issue, or can be a real issue depending on the type of D&D you play. I like to add a little bit more of that, because then it makes things like crossing a river way more of an obstacle than would be just like we wade across it. It's like, sure, you wade across it, but now all your gear's ruined. Like, all your dried food is no longer dried. It's now very wet and soppy. And it's gonna go bad real quick. Your books are completely wrecked. That sort of stuff. So, I have another item in there, which is a oilcloth or a... Let me pull up a good one. Or, well, today we call it tarp. It's actually a tarpaulin, or tarpaulin, which is basically oilcloth or a tarpaulin. Right? I was wondering if I could get a good picture of oilcloth. Let me see some images. Okay. That one trying to do. Yeah, that'll suffice. Let's put it up here. There you go. So oilcloth is basically fabric that's been treated to be water resistant on one side. So if you have sort of this oilcloth, it means that, or wax cloth can be used sometimes. And these things can be used to sort of waterproof things, at least for a little bit, or at least make it relatively water resistant. So it's a very nice thing. It's like, if you have books, you can wrap them up in this oilcloth, and then hopefully they won't get wet or get stuff on them, and then you can protect those things. The same thing, you want to tie up all your foodstuffs, all your rations and stuff in this water resistant, waterproof bag, so that way you don't have to worry about that getting spoiled by water or rain or any sort of elements like that. Getting pulled into a water elemental, right? Getting subsumed in a water elemental, you don't have to worry about it ruining all your stuff, maybe. Those sorts of things. So, kind of adding that. Now, the other benefit it has is actually you can make a... Because basically it works like a modern tarp. Right? Essentially. Because you can get it double-sided, too. But it's usually just canvas coated with either like a... I think it's like a linseed oil, usually. But you can also get it double-sided, and obviously not made out of, plastic, like these are. But, because these are very modern. But the effect is the same, and the term is quite old. For these sort of modern synthetic materials. But the idea is the same. But one of the things that you can do with it is that you can make a oh, that didn't pull up exactly what I was looking for. It's okay. There. It didn't pull up what I wanted either. Okay. I'm trying to bring up a suitable image to kind of show what I'm thinking of. No, but you could do these two. So, one of the things I didn't talk about is the tarpaulin or oilcloth. That's what I typically use instead of buying a tent. It's a piece of treated cloth, which is essentially all the tent is. And be like, we're gonna have staffs or poles or something that we can use to anchor like a pup tent, which is all the a normal tint in D&D is really meant to do. It's like you can do that, then you could just have a sheet, which is going to be a lot more versatile for other things. Because the other thing you can do out of it is, you know, I'm just gonna look at it this way. Is this little guy? Let's choose this guy. Come on. Is that when we're talking about rivers and getting across them, is that you can use something like this. Is that basically you can make a raft out of it, or a little boat out of it. Sort of like, I mean, there is a D&D magic item that is folding boat, which is kind of this item, but in a magical sense, and turns into actually a quite large boat that can fit like a dozen people in it, or something like that. You could turn it into a very large boat if you want to. Or a small, like, canoe kind of boat. The thing with the survival raft is, like, if you have that oilcloth or tarpaulin, you can build like a stick frame and like put this thing in it, and it will hold your weight and your gear, and you can fashion some sort of paddle. Obviously you probably wouldn't have, if you're gonna make a fake raft, a survival raft, right? Why would you be carrying around an oar with you if you don't have a boat? That's a very weird thing to have. But assuming you have like that 10-foot pole or the staff or whatever, you can probably push yourself along the bottom of the stream bed. I mean, most rivers aren't that deep, especially small rivers that you're not going to need sort of like a bridge to cross. You can probably get yourself across, or you can fashion yourself a little bit of an oar. If you have that shovel, there's a good use for that shovel. It digs earth and you can use it as a paddle. So that's why you bring your shovel. That's why it's a good piece of... It's still not a good piece of adventure gear, I think, to pull with you. But coming up with a way to propel yourself is probably a lot easier than... I mean, you could push yourself across the bottom. That would be the initial way I would try to do it, probably, if I was in that situation. But you can figure out a way to make some sort of propulsion device for your raft if you really need one. If you're not able to touch the bottom with a staff or 10-foot pole. So yeah, that's sort of the other side of it. So it's going to keep you dry, which is very important in the survival aspect, and travel aspect. But it's also going to keep your gear dry, which is probably more important, especially when you have things like the Wizard Spellbook, which again, a Wizard Spellbook is just a book. So it's wild to think that you have an entire class that's built around the power of knowledge being tied into a book, but also can't be... Your wizard can be completely obliterated by a heavy rainstorm. Like, you can take one of the most powerful characters in your party, and it's like, oh, well, he accidentally fell in the river, so... he's going to be useless until he gets all his spells back, and he's going to have to spend hours and hours and hours copying them from a new source. Which is why, if you're a wizard, you should probably have a backup spellbook. Consider doing that. Or getting a magic spellbook. A magic spellbook that's not going to be... because magic spellbooks are usually protected against that sort of stuff. But, yeah. That's it. So we have our guides. We want to keep our guides dry, so that's why we have the tarp. We could wrap that up to make sure that they stay nice and toasty and dry and not ruined. Now, talking about books and paper, just like we as players probably take a lot of notes and Dungeon Master take a lot of notes, our player characters probably want to take some notes too. Now, we run into the same problem with anything else, is that, number one, for taking notes, ink and parchment is not a very good system. Like, ink's really runny. It's really not good to, like, ad hoc, just on the fly, making notes on it, because it's going to run all over the place. It's a mess. You can't immediately roll it up. It's not very good. It also, just like anything else, is very expensive. Like, pieces of paper or parchment are relatively expensive, and you need to buy them all the time, and they're kind of a pain in the butt to keep around with you. But there is a solution, and it's a quite old solution. As far as I know, it goes back to at least Roman times, and probably beforehand. But let me pull up the... And I was actually watching a video about... of course I was watching a video about the border of Rome and Germany. And this actually came up, so... Well, let me get a good picture of it. Because the picture I found was quite small. I want a larger picture. Ah, yeah, that'll work. And that is a wax diptych. So basically, it's a mold. It's usually a wooden frame. This is a diptych, which is 2. There's a triptych, which is 3. But usually 2, and it folds closed like a normal notebook. And you can open it up, and then on the inside, it's got this clay form. And that you can write into, you smudge into with this little stylus, and then the other end, it's not really well represented here, but usually there's like a blunt kind of brush end that you kind of scoop and you kind of reform everything, so it allows you to basically take notes, write notes down, look at them later. It's not going to be ruined by water, or pretty much any of the elements. Not going to really get dirty, not going to... Now, if you get it hot enough, obviously the clay is going to be an issue. It's going to start to get a little runny, and then stuff's going to get malleable. And also, it's made out of wood, so, you know, you can light it on fire. But, you know, usually, like I said, they're usually about this size. They open up in flats, and you have the little stylus, and usually there's a little place that sticks in or gets attached to or has a little string tied to it, so you don't lose it. And you can make your notes, and when you're done making your notes, you use the other end, you flip it around, and you just rub everything smooth again, and you can take more notes on it. So that's one of the things that I usually ask for, because it's a very easy way to make notes, and it's a heck of a lot cheaper than buying parchment. Now, you will have to come up with some sort of price with your DM, but considering the price of most sort of like clay and wooden items, you can assume that this is probably not a very expensive thing. I would probably say it tops out at maybe like 5 gold, and even that's, I would probably put it more around like the 1 or 2 gold mark, because it's an incredibly useful tool. It does take some time to make, but you could functionally make this yourself with the skill required to make it relatively low. So you can make this probably pretty easily by yourself if you had a PC that wanted to make one, because all you need is some wax, right? It's a wax tablet, so all you're gonna need is some wax, and that's, you can melt down candles to do that if you want to. Some wood, you're gonna be able to find some wood somewhere that you're gonna have to cut out basically the little indentions where you're gonna melt all the wax down, and then you just have to make a stylus, which is not very difficult. But yeah, like I said, these have been around for thousands of years, so relatively, there's no reason why your character couldn't have these, right? The technology is certainly there. It's not a very high-tech sort of thing. It allows you to basically get a reusable notepad, which is something you otherwise cannot get in 5e, and a book costs 25 gold, and a spell book costs 100 or 50 gold, and probably has fewer pages. I'm still really hung up on that spell book, as you can tell. I really don't know what to make of that. But yeah, I love a diptych, and it closes. The nice thing about a diptych is, because I mean, you can get one that's one-sided or ones that are two-sided. The nice thing about two-sided is that they close, which means the wooden outsides can actually protect your notes from getting accidentally rubbed away or anything like that. One thing you could also do is, I guess you could make it 4 writing surfaces if you wanted to put wax on the outsides as well. I probably wouldn't do that. I also don't think that my player characters need to carry around that many notes. But I've definitely used these in items, like when we have a sneaky situation where we're sneaking up and I need to communicate to somebody, but I don't have telepathy, but I'm right next to them. And so, you know, pull this thing out and scribble a message on it and like hold it up to them so they can understand what I'm talking about. And I found that works out pretty well. Right? Just in the same way, like if you had a notepad, you could take out a notepad, write him a note, and say, "Hey, do you see this guy? Do you see what he is doing? Do something about that, please," or whatever you're trying to communicate. So that's number 3, and I like it. You drop it in the water. First, it's going to float because it's made out of wooden wax. Second, it's not going to get screwed up if you drop it in the water. The worst thing that can happen is that you're going to drop it in the water and it's going to start floating downstream, and you're going to have to catch it. But that's way better than I feel like getting a piece of paper barely wet and completely ruining all your work. But that's the wax diptych. Ooh, the next one is I said I was going to come back to the bottle, so glass bottle and magnifying glass. So magnifying glasses are great, but they cost 100 gold. A bottle costs 2 gold, and you can put water in it, and it basically will do 16 times magnification. So I learned watching a little documentary about monasteries during the medieval times, and they were focusing on script illuminators, so the people who do like all the fine detail work and colored drawings and illustrations in like a monastery when they're making books, basically. And that is apparently what they would do, is that they would take a glass bottle, they would put water in it and use the water through the glass bottle as magnification, which will do about 16 times magnification, to like give them the ability to see that small detail, so they can make the small details with their very, very tiny, quills with ink. And I was like, oh, I saw that and I was like, why the heck would I ever buy a magnifying glass? And sure, yeah, there's going to be times where it would be much more useful to kind of just be able to whip out your magnifying glass and immediately look at something. But the fact that I just need water, which is something I'm carrying with me anyways, a bottle, which I already said that is something I carry with me anyways, to be able to put a little bit of water in a bottle and use that as magnification for, was essentially a 50th of the cost and get the same effect was, sounded good to me. And so that's something I do now. So I forget about magnifying glass. Now, still I don't have a good analog for a spyglass. Still gotta buy a spyglass, and that's even more expensive. But it's great if you run across one. But to make one would be very, very difficult. But magnifying glass is very easy to get around because of the magnification of water. And that's pretty readily available for us, as is a glass bottle. And it's already proved, so I didn't even have to come up with that. That's just a thing that already exists and has been used for many, many, many centuries. Oh, and the last one. So I talked about how I wouldn't take a crowbar with me, and I wouldn't take a hammer with me, and I wouldn't take one other thing that's, again, a very foundational tool, just like knife, that's not on our D&D adventuring equipment list, though it should be, is this guy right here. Let me pull up an image of him. Yeah, I mean, it's called a few different things, a few different areas. Oh, that's a good image of one, but it's pretty small. I'm looking for a big image. Let me see what this looks like before I should throw it over. Oh yeah, that'll do. And it's something called, actually this, before we jump away, this tablet, this diptych, is actually from Instructables. So if you want to learn specifically how to make this in real life, there's a tutorial on Instructables.com on how to make this. That's how I know it's not very difficult. This. So this is sometimes called a crate tool or a box tool. It is a multi-tool is what it is. So if you want your crowbar, hammer, and a hatchet together, again, hatchet, not one of the most common tools, one of the oldest tools that we have available to us as humans. like little axes. Yeah, not important in the D&D world. We have shovels, but we don't have axes or hatchets. Wild. But anyway, so this is a box or crate tool. So it's got a pry bar on it. It's also got a nail pry on it. So this is a tool that's specifically made to basically work on crates. Specifically, like I said, it's either called a box tool or a crate tool. It's made specifically to open them. And so it has all the tools you would need to do those sorts of things, which are all very useful dungeon tools. So this is one of those things where I usually ask the DM if I can have this thing, and then I pay usually the combined price of the two most expensive things, which I think are, well, we don't have a price for axe, and a hammer costs basically nothing. So between a crowbar and a, I guess it's a crowbar and a hammer, right? Those are the only two things we have a price for, because we can't get a price on the hatchet, because hatchet's not part of adventuring gear. So basically, pay those combined prices to get this one tool that does 3 different things. I've never had a DM kind of flinch on me on that. They've always been like, yeah, sure, if you're willing to pay for it, you know, and the higher price for this basically multi-tool. But yeah, it's really, really expensive. I cannot tell you the amount of times that this has come up. The amount of times we run into a situation in which, oh, well, if we only had a hammer. I've got a hammer. Man, we'd get this open if we had some sort of pry bar. Hey, I've got one of those. Or like, hey, we need to break down this door, or something, and be like, oh, well, this is one of the things where it's like the whetstone would actually be important in play, because the difference between a weapon and a tool is significant. Trying to break down, trying to like do something like cut a tree branch with a battle axe is just a great way to get a really dull weapon that's not going to do any good in battle. But hey, I've got a hatchet. It's specifically for doing this sort of work. It's thicker. It's a little bit softer. It doesn't hold as fine an edge, but it's definitely weighted better for that type of work. This is about having a tool that allows you to do different things. It's a multi-tool, right? And allows me to do 3 different, very common, very useful things when I'm doing the dungeon delving or exploring in the wilderness, right? Giving me the ability to do hammers, to leverage, do that lever action that we want from a crowbar, and to use a hatchet. Which is something that comes up often, we just don't ever talk about it in fact. So, yeah. That's it. I love this tool. I use it all the time. Definitely highly recommend trying to get it. If you're a DM, offer it to your campaign. It's a fun tool for them to find. It's like a poor man's any tool. Get the any tool, of course, can be a shovel. If only this could become a shovel. Oh. Then that's the dream. We're gonna make the other end a shovel. in a pickaxe or a mattock on the other end. Which, you know, arguably might be more useful than the hammer end of this tool, but that's for another time. That's another discussion. And then the last one that I didn't that I hadn't talked about is I think it's called a water sack, which sounds dirty, and in some ways is not. Basically, I'm a good, yeah, or a water bag. Sometimes they're called a water bag. But I'm looking for this one specifically. Here we go. I think that's kind of small. I'm looking for a good image. The idea of a water bag is that it's basically a lined burlap sack usually, or canvas sack usually, with a spigot. So imagine basically a bigger but easier to transport water skin, and you're starting to get into the right area. Oh, here's a good one. And let me open this. That's what you said. This image was huge. Show me this huge image. All right. Well, apparently it's not a big image. Well. It's basically showing me the same image, which is not really the image I'm looking for. I'm looking for a slightly different image. This'll do. It's not a great picture of what I'm trying to show off, but it is a picture of what I'm trying to show off. So this is basically it. So it's got very much like we talked about, sort of like that oilcloth kind of. Now imagine that the oil part of the oilcloth, like the actual waterproof part, was on the inside. And then you sort of attach a spigot to it. And then when you don't need it, you just kind of roll it up so it doesn't take space like a water skin's. Sort of like, depending on what kind you get, sometimes they're rigid, like if it's boiled leather, it's rigid. But other times, it's soft, but still takes up a lot of room. But the nice thing about a bag is that you can just kind of roll it up. And usually it's for carrying relatively large amounts of water. It's usually not for a small amount like a water skin is. It's usually, I think they come in like 5-gallon variants. And so it's usually a, quite large bag. Sort of like if you imagine like a tote bag, it's kind of like that. So it allows you to carry more water. The other nice thing that you can do with it, and the nice thing that you can do with basically any sort of what is basically a bladder, is that you can fill it with air, seal it, and now you have a flotation thing. So if you had a couple of those, we talked about wanting to try to get across the river. Well, we could use our tarpaulin, our oilcloth, to make our own little raft, and then we could put these bladders together and sort of fashion them together in another little raft that'll sort of like carry our gear across, that can float our gear across. And so now we can move pretty quickly across the river, and maybe only, 3 going back and forth, or maybe if we can get the gear across, somebody can swim across if they want to swim. We can take their gear, put all the stuff on the rafts themselves, and then just swim across, which is probably how you would do that. Where everybody takes their armor off and puts them on the raft, and puts all their gear on the rafts, and then swims pushing the things across the river, and then get out of the river, get dressed back up, and break everything down. But I like them because they don't take up space. They're versatile. I find them to be a little bit more versatile than the standard water, oil, wine skins. So I like them a little bit better. And so those are sort of the custom items that I usually am trying to kind of think about adding to the game. This one's probably the least amount. It's more of just kind of a fun thing to add to the game rather than a thing that is super useful. I mean, yeah, the bladder idea is useful, but usually there's other ways to get around that. There's a character that's got Tensor's floating disc or something like that, which is obviously the preferred method. Obviously, comes up so often that there is a named wizard spell for it in D&D. Like, carrying stuff off the ground is important, especially heavy loads. And that's why you carry floating disc, right? That's what it's for. So then I wanted to talk about like just a handful of things. We've already talked about a lot of these things actually, because I'm thinking about it. So I had a list of sort of like 5 things that are not custom items, but already mundane items, and I kind of talked about them already, a number of them already. But let's go ahead and go through the rest. So the first one was things to spend money on that you might want to take with your adventure is a good bottle of wine. So what I've learned is that a good bottle of wine will go a long ways in life and in D&D. It's a good gift when you're meeting somebody, if you're trying to, parlay favor with them. It's relatively inexpensive for what it can do. And it mechanically might give you an advantage on a roll. It might just be a nice thing. It could be... I was playing an old school game where we were doing this very, very, very old school hex crawl. Like, we were playing OSE, first edition style, playing the game, doing a hex crawl around a sort of central town. We're playing basically a West Marches style game. I was trying to think of the name. A West Marches style game where there's like a big pool of players and we're all getting together every once in a while to play a game with one DM, and there's sort of like a central town, and then we're exploring the wilderness around it. And one of the things I picked up is like, I pick up a pretty decent bottle of wine. We come across some hobgoblins that were making camp. We decided not to fight them because this is old school D&D, and you try to avoid fights like your life depends on it, because it does. Like, any fight will get you dead very easily. So you want to try to avoid them. So instead we decided to talk with them. I bust out the bottle of wine, give it to them as a present, like, hey, you know, let's bust out the dice, let's get the drinks flowing, you know, pass the tobacco around, we're gonna sit down, have a little cool time with these monsters, technically, but they speak common, right? We can communicate with them. So sit there and spend some time with them, do some contests, you know, have some back and forth, talk about them, ask them about stuff they've seen in the region, so they can give us some clues about what's in nearby hexes before we, you know, we can actually have a idea of where we're going. And right, really like ease the tension. Obviously, there's a lot of tension when you first roll up onto another party of basically monsters, where people are like, we don't know how this is gonna go, right? That's why there's a reaction roll in old D&D, and be like, we figure out whether they're immediately hostile or not. Maybe they're friendly, maybe they want to trade, maybe they're open to talking. You don't really know until you get up there and try, unless you... I mean, if they're going to be super aggressive, if they're hostile, you're going to figure that out really quickly. And if they're really friendly, you're probably also going to figure that out really quickly, because they're probably going to call out to you. But having that nice bottle of wine really sort of like kicks off that thing, like, hey, you know, why don't you take this? This is pretty good wine, you know, we got it for you. You know, let's share a cup and talk about it. So that goes a long way. So you can do that for nobles or merchants. If it's right, you don't have to buy the most expensive bottle of wine, but don't buy like table red, right? You buy a decent bottle of wine, and it's super useful. And if you ever run across, or if you never run across it, you could just one of the nice things you do is, like, after you do dungeon delve, if you didn't use it in the dungeon delve, you get back to town, you crack open the bottle of wine with your you know, fellow adventurers, and you each drink a glass, and in a celebratory glass to your dungeon delve into an adventure well done. And then you just buy another one for the next adventure. Let's see, after that, sack. I already talked about the sack. So many great things. You can put things in it, put it on people's heads, capture pixies, small creatures like that are kind of nuisances, put them in the sack, and then beat the snot out of them while they're in the sack and can't fight back. Talked about change of clothes. That was number 3 on there. Making sure that you have a change of clothes, just in general, because like I said earlier, with the soap, adventurers stink, and your clothes stink, and you stink. So take a bath and have a change of clothes. And then you're gonna want the clothes that approximate the level of society of person you're trying to interface with. So if you want to go down to the poor side, and you want to slum it a little bit, you know, you're not going down there in Sunday's finest. You want to kind of dress down, and then dress up when you're meeting influential and important people. All right, number 4, which is over here. You guys gotta make use of mounts of vehicles. Like I said, this kind of goes in with it. I said that I don't give out bags of holding very early in the campaigns, if at all in some campaigns. But especially in those first few levels, like you're gonna be in it. You're gonna be really kind of grinding it out on some of this stuff. So it's really useful to have mounts which allow you to A common misconception is that having horses is going to make you faster. It's usually not going to make you faster, but it is going to make you be able to travel all day without being exhausted in any form or fashion, generally. And then having a beast of burden, or better yet, a vehicle to carry stuff in, is going to allow you to carry a lot more gear with you and carry a lot more treasure back, which is good if you're doing the encumbrance stuff, which again, I think you should be. I think most people should at least try playing with it. And I'm not saying do the 5e, or you count tick boxes for ammunition and you do track pounds for encumbrance, but you use one of the many variant systems. I use the resource die mechanic, and sometimes if I want to do it, I'll do a thing where you can carry a number of items, a number of bespoke, like specific items equal to your strength score or something like that, and then you get maybe a few extra slots depending if you're wearing a backpack or not, or can lash something to your backpack and functionally carry it that way. Just to kind of make there's more of a decision about, like, do I want to leave a piece of adventuring gear so I can take more treasure back? What if I need that rope for later? I don't know where we are in the dungeon and where we're going. Good thing there's all 5 of us have the same length of rope, so maybe I can just drop mine and carry some more treasure. But yeah, first of all, animals. So animals, pretty much kind of everything except the mastiff kind of fall in the same category, which is usually a mount or a beast of burden. They all kind of functionally fall in that same area. My go-to is the donkey or mule. They are extremely cheap comparatively, and they have great capacity. But they're cheap, they've got great capacity. If you know anything about donkey or mules, they're better. They're generally better for beast of burden work than horses are. A draft horse is usually meant to do things like pull a plow. That's usually what draft horses and oxen are for. I mean, yeah, they can also pull things like wagons, but most often you'll probably see a donkey or a mule pull it instead, because they pull almost the same amount of weight. Let's put it that way. They pull pretty close to the same amount, 80 pounds, technically less in weight than a horse. Also, so one of the things that's not clear on this table, but is clear if you look at the stat blocks, the donkey/mule is a medium creature. Bruh, that means you can take it in the dungeon with you if you need to. It's gonna fit in the dungeon. Your warhorse is not gonna fit in the dungeon, but a donkey will. And you can take it with you and you can carry your stuff in the dungeon. Now, granted, if you have to, like, take a rope down a hole, you know, obviously, unless you have that block and tackle, you're not gonna get that donkey down the hole, much less back up it. But unless you've got some other way, if you can goad it into the bag of holding somehow, you can put it in the bag of holding and run up and down it, run up and down the hole and take it out. But otherwise, yeah, great things to have. I learned quite a bit about donkeys that I didn't know about them late last year, and they are very fascinating animals. I had never really put much thought into them, but they are very cool. The fact that they will so just as an FYI, like this 8 gold donkey that you're buying, this thing can fight off a bear in real life. Like, this thing can fight off a bear. You know what's not doing that? Your horses, they're not doing that. Your one dog, that's not fighting off a bear. Your pony's not fighting off a bear. Your camel's probably not going to fight off a bear, but your camel's going to run away from a bear. So that leaves camels, your donkey, an elephant, or a warhorse. If you want to fight, like, just a generic wild animal. A natural predator that's going to come around. Donkeys and mules, they are stubborn. They are not afraid of fighting. They will fight with you. And they will kill you. And they're not as flighty as horses are. Horses are incredibly flighty as animals. So, yeah. I really like them. They're really useful. They're medium-sized creatures, which means you can bring them in the dungeon with you. And they can fit in tight spaces. Any space that you can fit in, the donkey can fit in. I mean, mechanically, 5e speaking. The only thing they can't do is obviously climb a ladder or descend. So you'll have to find some other way around that. Camels are great. Still prefer a donkey or mule in general. The only thing I would like, pony, get out of here with this pony garbage. The only person that rides a pony is small children and halflings. I guess halflings ride ponies, but I would much rather probably, well, they're probably a little bit, have better temperament for riding than donkeys or mules do, who are really good at working, but they're also very, very opinionated. Let's put it that way. Stubborn, but they're opinionated. And so if you try to make the donkey or mule do something it doesn't want to do, you're not going to get that thing to do that. Whereas a pony has horse temperament, so it's a little bit easier to pulling stuff. But a donkey or mule will work a lot harder and for longer than a horse is going to. And the cost effectiveness between these animals is just insane, right? So I always be like, one of the things that I do is be like, let's get us a donkey or a mule. It's pretty good by itself. It can carry a lot of stuff, way more than I can, which means we can move faster, which is always good. And then another thing, and this depends on how you feel about things, right? But get a dog. This is not as poor man's alarm. Like, poor man's alarm is the string with the bell. This is, hey, I want something that's really got much better smelling and hearing than I do to watch my camp while I'm sleeping. The dog's going to do that. Now, the only bad thing about dogs is that, and this is going to depend on you as a player and DM. Here's the thing: if you get in a fight with a dog, the dog's probably going to die. They do not have a good armor class, and they don't have really any hit points. So they are not really for fighting. So they're also medium because mastiffs are quite large dogs. So your small creatures can ride on them, and still probably rather ride on them, donkey or mule, and it would still be cheaper. And I think the mule's got a better stat block anyways. It's got a worse armor class, better hit points though, and carries a lot more. And sure-footed, which is really nice. So they're really hard to knock prone. Their hit kind of sucks, but that's alright. Even though technically a donkey's kick can crush a bear's skull, which is, I don't think actually horses can do. I think that's one of the things that they can do that horses can't. But yeah, so you make use of beast of burden. This is a thing that, right, you don't see in contemporary D&D, but is very, very common. The sort of hirelings and animals, like you have an entire group of people, right? It's not just 4 or 5 people like in the dark. It's like you have like a caravan of your own. Like you have hirelings, people who take care of stuff for you. You have animals with you. It's a procession, right? It's a whole enterprise when you go adventuring. You can literally, well, we'll get to that in a second. You can also buy barding, right? And some of the other stuff. Vehicles. I'd say a cart is a good alternative. If you look at the difference between cart and, where is it? Donkey or mule, the cart costs more and has less capacity. So, the nice thing is you don't have to feed a cart, but let's be honest, ruminant, those guys, they eat grass. They're not that much to pay for. Assuming you're not taking them in the winter, they can probably eat grass and be fine. You might want to get them some oats for nutrition, but I mean, they're kind of self-sufficient. You certainly don't need to be paying that animal feed per day unless you're in the city or you're, like I said, you're traveling by winter, basically, so nothing's growing for them to eat. Pick up some saddlebags, obviously. Yeah, so carts are fine, but I would probably rather get a mule or donkey, just because they carry so much more. And cart's going to have the same issue the mule or donkey is, which is like it's going to be a pain in the butt to give it up or down the vertical surface. Chariot, I have no idea why you'd ever want to get a chariot. I really don't. I'm sure there's some reason, but sleds, wagons kind of fall in the same thing. We've got our stabling per day. I guess that's the nice thing about a cart, is that you usually don't have to pay for stabling for a cart. So no feed, no stabling. But, I mean, I guess your cart can break. But, meh. Other vehicles. Water ones, those don't come up a ton in 5e, or just in D&D in general. I wish they did more. I actually like doing some aquatic stuff. Especially because it's a low barrier to entry with things like lakes and rivers, and you can take like a small boat. Something like, it's more similar to like a keel boat. Or not keel boat, I'm thinking longship. Keel boat's not gonna work. Keel boat's gonna have too deep a draft for rivers. But, yeah, I mean, I'd like to see some more. The waterborne vehicle options are very, very limited. I think there's, I know there's plenty of the third-party resources where people, especially after Saltmarsh came out, where people were not particularly happy with some of the options in there, and sort of the limited options as far as waterborne vehicles are, that people have gone and done a lot more work on that third-party work. So there's plenty of better ones that you can find, because ships and boats are a crazy sort of like very fun thing to sort of dive into, about the different sizes and different shapes and what they're useful for and what their rigging's like and sails. It's a lot of fun to kind of jump into that, to make that more of a permanent thing if you want to focus a D&D campaign around there. There's a lot of food, a lot of meat to chew on in there if you want to get into that. So yeah, but basically I'm saying, you know, you should hire mounts and animals and do things like vehicles. Like, I don't know why we have a rowboat in here, but we didn't take a canoe, which seems like the more likely thing to have. It's something like a dugout or a canoe, or something that you can, not a rowboat, because a rowboat's very specific in its orientation, but something that's because you really don't have anything that's in between like rowboat and longship. There's basically nothing. I mean, I guess there's keelboat. I thought keelboat. Maybe I'm misremembering that from 5e. I don't know. Maybe it says up here. No, of course it doesn't. Because I was thinking that maybe keelboat's what I'm thinking of. That's more of a sort of like riverboat. I mean, longship does that, but maybe a keelboat's a smaller version. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of, sort of like a riverboat. Well, I bet, you know, frankly, I bet if we look up, I think it's in here. Yeah. Oh, but it's not going to tell us the type. The ship has a deck run. Yeah. So, I really, really like the folding boat because it turns into a boat and a ship, which is really cool. It has some drawbacks. Mainly the fact that anything that can't fit inside the box that the floating boat comes into just kind of falls out. But when you're talking about a ship that's 24 feet long, 8 feet wide, has draft of 6 feet, it has a deck, 5 sets of oars, a cabin, and a mast with a square sail. So this is what I'm thinking of. I'm pretty sure that this is what's meant by keelboat. I think. Maybe not. Maybe this is keelboat. Yeah, this is probably keelboat. So I think that this is. They didn't use the functional words here, but I'm pretty sure this is keelboat, and this is longship. This is what they're using for it. Even though a longship, I mean, if you go by Viking longship, doesn't have a deck cabin in it, but does more appropriately fit that, and with a draft of only 6 feet means that it could be river navigable in a lot of places. Even though this one makes more sense. That's for sure about 2-foot draft. You can go just about anywhere. It has an anchor. This one... Oh, also has an anchor. Okay, good. So this only has 1 pair of oars. And you can fit 4 people. So this is functionally a rowboat. I guess. For 1 pair of oars for a boat that's 10 foot long, which is... Okay. And has a sail. Okay. Alright, and that's a long tangent. But yeah, I mean, there's lots of places to play in here. But like I said, I would probably get a third party, a little bit more explicit vehicle list if you want to do waterborne stuff, just because it's a bit rough. These descriptions are a bit rough. And I do think there are descriptions of them, I think, in the player's handbook, but I don't remember what they are. And I'm not going to look them up at this point, because we're kind of getting to the end here. So those are here. So there's one other thing. So like you said, get mounts of vehicles. It's a real cool way to add an extra layer of not just complexity, but an extra layer of sort of like crunch, some bits to nibble on, like making decisions. These are things that you outfit, animals that they come to love and kind of become sort of like NPCs in their own right, if you're doing it right as a DM, and they're going to want to spend money and attention on and sort of like build that relationship with. Right, they're going to get fancy gear for them and better gear, better barding. Those are things they can upgrade, which is one of the things you're always looking for. A way for players to spend money in 5e if you're following the usual sort of like gold payouts for adventuring. You're always looking for something for them to spend money on. This is a good way. Get them to spend that money on animal, making sure that all those animals have bits and bridles and saddles and stabling, and they need their own feed, and they need to, if you want to pull a wagon, they gotta have that. Maybe you want to do upgrades to the wagons. Maybe you want to make sure that they have the barding so they can be protected, because they don't have a lot of hit points and their armor class sucks. Those sorts of things to try, sort of get them on board, and everybody's sort of tied in, having a lot of fun with it. So in addition to the mounts, is that you might want to also get people. And I don't think, I don't know if there is anything for hirelings. They don't even really use that term anymore, I don't think, in 5e. Yeah. So, as far as I'm concerned. But I have the notes for it, so we can just do that. First of all, buy services. That's a good way. Like, sometimes you don't really need to buy a horse or a ship. You could just buy passage. So a cab goes about a copper a mile, so that's usually used for like inner city travel. You can get a coach, which is meant for like between settlement travel, which is about 3 coppers per mile of travel. And you can get mail, you can send mail, which is about 2 coppers for travel. Or you can get a ship's passage, which is about a silver per mile. So it's a little bit more expensive, but comes with the cabin and kind of assumes that you're going to be traveling with a destination that you probably can't get to otherwise, because different continent or whatever, or would be extremely slower to go overland. I mean, if you're looking at it's basically what is that, 3-to-1 ratio? 3 to 4 to 1 ratio, which feels about right for trying to take water travel as opposed to overland travel, especially how slow overland travel can be because you have to deal with the terrain. Whereas, I mean, there's plenty of things you have to deal with on a ship, but ships in general go faster because they can sail 24 hours a day, which usually animals cannot go 24 hours a day, including us humans. But if you have a skilled crew that's working around the clock in shifts, then they can absolutely keep that ship going. And you want to make the ship go as fast as possible because that means they make more money doing that. And then in addition to that, also think about hiring people. So sometimes in D&D we hire people for bespoke sort of services. Like you go to the armor smith and you're like, I want this very specific armor piece made, or you want a very specific weapon made, or you want something specifically enchanted, so you go to some sort of wizard or some sort of mage tower to get those things accomplished. But you can also like hire people to come with you. The hirelings, like I said, hirelings isn't really language that gets used in specifically 5th edition, but I think contemporary D&D, WotC era D&D, we don't use that a lot. Like I said, in the OSR, sort of OSE era play, that style of play, you're usually bringing a whole bunch of people with you, right? That's what your charisma stat's for. It depends on your charisma stat in old school D&D is a function of how many people you can basically hire for yourself. And basically each player's in charge of their hiring different people for their character. So everybody has their own sort of like personal retinue of hangers-on that they buy, their own sort of like posse of people, their entourage that they bring with them. And those people come of all skills. You come down from, we talked about light being kind of a problem, it's like you have to carry the torch in your hand. Yeah, you can literally hire somebody to do that. There's a name for it. It's called a link boy. Or a torchbearer. You literally hire usually a youngest page age boy, so you know, somebody who's like 10, maybe a little bit older, to basically hold your light for you. So you hire somebody to hold your light for you, to take care of your animals, to a porter to help you pack stuff and carry it with you, and who can carry your stuff in the dungeon. You can hire people who help you fight, right? You can buy the allegiance of sellswords and things like that. So I've kind of abstracted what is available in 5e. And so it basically kind of goes like this. If you want to buy somebody some unskilled labor, it's about 2 silvers a day. If you want to buy somebody who is skilled labor, that's about 2 gold a day. So that's going to be getting sort of skilled artisan. Like their work is worth about 2 gold a day. If you want to buy somebody who's what I call an expert, that's 4 gold a day. This is somebody with either very sort of a higher level of training than the skilled laborer, or has a very specific type of training than the skilled laborer. So if let's say you guys are trying to unravel, your party's trying to unravel some sort of mystery dealing with a god thought dead, but is now you're finding out maybe just lost in time, and you're trying to figure that out, and that's sort of like the primary adventure. You can be like, yeah, we have to go take care of this dungeon, but I'm gonna go to the library and hire a professional researcher to like comb through this library and put together everything we know. And this is literally the players being like, hey, could you like prepare a lore dump for us? Kind of an exposition dump for us while we go on an adventure. And so you can pay this person, 4 gold a day to sort of like sit in the library, do professional research while you guys go do the next dungeon. And when you come back, they should have some extra information or some clues for you, or at least be able, if they don't have any direct information for you, because maybe they didn't have access to it in this specific location, be able to tell you where you could go to maybe get that information. Or at that point, right, depending on how you want to play the game, like if it's, maybe you guys went to the dungeon, did 2 weeks in the dungeon, you came back, you talked to the person's like, yeah, I did 2 weeks of research, and, that's 4 times 14, so 56. 560, 56 gold? 56 gold. It says 56 gold, thank you. My results are, I wasn't really able to find anything here, sorry, but I do know, I got a lead that there is a book in the library that's in City XYZ, that you can go to. You could go there, but I also know somebody who works there, who's the person I got the tip from, so if you want, I can pen a letter to them and send them, if you want to, you know, in this, when I start working with other sorts of things, and be like, hey, if you want to get a bank note prepared for a certain amount of money, I'll send it to them and ask them to do the research for it. So then I just got to figure out the mail rate, and I'll send the letter, and you guys can send it and countersign it and do that. And so then, like, your players are like, all right, well, we're going to spend some money to send this letter there, and we're going to go to the bank and get the bank note, which is basically, banknotes are the forerunners of the modern, we don't really use them anymore, but paper checks, basically. It says, hey, this piece of paper is worth this amount of money if you take it to this place, which is basically how checks function. And so you, instead of just carrying around a whole bunch of money on you, you would have like bank notes, a roll of bank notes, and then you'd be like, okay, well, if you take it to this place, this is worth 50 gold, so I don't have to carry around stacks and stacks of gold with me. Be like, all right, we'll send them this bank note, and here's the money to get the letter to that place, the delivery rate to that place. And so you can mail this to your friend, and they'll do that, and we're going to go back into the dungeon for another week or two, hopefully get that all figured out, travel out to the dungeon, get that, come back, and hopefully we'll have an answer, or at least an agreement, or maybe they'll send us some sort of message about it, and do something like that. So that allows you to, right, that already gives you a lot of ways in which you can slowly sort of siphon money off the players, right? But also give them the ability to follow up on stuff in pseudo real time without them specifically having to take care of every single thing, by hiring experts to take care of the stuff that maybe they're not very good at, right? Unless you have a wizard in the party, you probably don't, or somebody who has the researcher background. You probably don't have anybody in the party who's really good at doing research, so you hire an expert at research and you pay them a small stipend of money, and they take care of that. So in addition to basically those 3 levels I have, which is 2 silver, 2 gold, and 4 gold a day, then there are sort of modifiers I put on top of it. So if you want to, those are the rates if you just want to pay somebody to do something for you, like the researcher. Now, if you want them to come with you on an adventure, you're like, okay, you're gonna have to pay them hazard pay, which doubles their price. You're gonna have to, if you're not gonna provide them with gear and supplies, their price doubles again, because they're bringing their own stuff and they have to maintain that stuff. And then there's also a jobber's cut, what I call a jobber's cut, which is basically at the end of the adventure, you took a handful of people into there, and then everybody gets a jobber's cut, and then you take 10% out of the kitty, and that goes to everybody you hired. So they take 10% of the loot. And that's what keeps them in the dungeon, basically, is the ability to get 10% of whatever you end up finding. So sometimes that's not a lot, and that's on top of their day rate. So they get paid their day rate. So it's kind of weird, because at low-level adventurers, you can actually end up in dungeons, so you have to be careful, and the player characters have to be careful. So be very honest and transparent with the players when you're talking to them about this. If they're thinking about hiring somebody to come with them, and you're using this sort of rubric, be like, look, if you do this, and we definitely had this experience when I was playing the OSR OSE very standard West Marches hex crawl, is we would hire sellswords for a run, and we'd get back and we wouldn't have gotten a lot of treasure, and the people we hired end up making more money on the adventure than we did as the players. And we're like, all right, well, then maybe we shouldn't hire them. Or maybe we should do something easy, like don't hire these people until we're sure that we have a specific use for them, right? Instead of just having them follow us around for a week, getting into very basic fights very basic skirmishes we could probably take care of if we're buying sellswords. But and this came up in a game that I played and actually it came up in the game we played yesterday. We were talking about, well, there were 2 different ways we need to get across the mountain range, and there's basically 3 ways to do it. There is the go around route, which is the common route. There is a tunnel that goes all the way through the mountain range, and we can do that, but it's very expensive to get basically the trade permits to use the tunnel. It's very expensive. I think he told us it costs like 400 gold for a basic permit. We're like, whew, that's pretty expensive. Like, we don't have, like, we could buy it, but it would take a lot of our gold to do it. And it's like, or we could try to go up and over, but that route is apparently very dangerous. And so I was like, well, we could try to hire a guide. Like, we're in the town right before the mountain. Like, certainly there's got to be a guide. Like, somebody's got to take the option to go over the mountain rather than through it or around it, which is going to take a lot of time. So there's got to be some people in the middle who don't have enough money for the tunnel, but don't have enough time to go all the way around the mountain. So they opt to take the higher threat that's going to over the mountain path that's going to be faster, but, you know, bad things can happen. And so, yeah, we spent part of the session tracking down a guide and somebody who might help us, and then decided not to use them in the end, but it wasn't going to be too bad. I think they wanted us to pay them 90 gold to take them across, for them to take us across, which we thought was relatively reasonable. We just ended up coming up with a better solution than that, a more clever solution than that, that was going to cost us less money and get us there faster. So we found out a way where we had really difficult time getting hired on as sort of like the caravan guards for anybody who was going through the tunnels. And that's partly due to our party's makeup and partly due to the situation. So we really struggled with that. But we found somebody who had passage, who didn't have the money to hire us as guards, or said that they would, but they would only be able to afford us the breakdown of like what they would make after they got their goods to market and sold it. And so I asked them for the ballpark figure. They gave me the ballpark figure. It's a pittance as far as we're concerned. And we're like, all right, well, that's definitely not worth taking the job on. It's like, wait, but how about if I pay you what you were going to pay me, and we're able to use your travel permit to get into the tunnel? And they're like, oh, yeah, we can do that. So great, we'll get into the tunnel that way. It'll cost us a sixth of what it would to hire the guide. It's gonna be faster too. And everybody's like, great, sounds good to me. Cool, that's what we're gonna do. So yeah, but the idea with the hazard pay and the private kit and the jobber's cut is that it gets relatively expensive to hire people for dangerous situations, which makes sense. Especially people that you have to pay them a lot because they don't know you and they don't really trust you, right? They're not part of your party. So the idea is you pay them a lot, which is a great way. Like, you're not going to be able to do a ton of that at low levels, but once you start getting into the like mid levels, it makes more sense to, because the thing about the skilled labor or expert labor is it doesn't really go up. Like, the prices don't ever go up. But when you start running into, like, I ran that level 12 one shot where, you know, per fight, these, you know, the PCs are getting like 500 gold gemstones and stuff like that. And of course, they're like in the mid levels of D&D, so they don't have anything to spend that wealth on as sort of murder hobo adventurers. It's like, oh, but you could hire these people to come with you, and now you can actually afford to do that. And now that allows you to carry more stuff out of the dungeon if you want to carry more stuff out of the dungeon. Again, if I don't give them a bag of holding, which I didn't specifically. I don't think any of them picked up a bag of holding for that one shot. Not that it mattered. I didn't give them any loot that was going to be a concern for, but in an ongoing campaign, it might be. Actually, it certainly would if I was writing it. But yeah, I think that's sort of everything I wanted to talk to. That was sort of the breakdown of all the adventuring gear and all the custom stuff and how I'd use all that extra stuff and how you can do it to sort of add a lot of... put a lot of meat on the bones of the skeleton of adventuring gear, because I feel like there's so much that we can do with that stuff as dungeon masters and players in D&D 5e that doesn't get used a lot. And I just want to see more love given to that exploration pillar in general, but specifically I want to see I want to see people get to experience the exploration pillar in the same way that I do, and be able to showcase a little bit more why I love it so much, why it's my favorite sort of pillar of play. And the longer that I play D&D specifically, but tabletop RPGs in general, the less interested I am in combat situations. It's sort of like year by year, it's sort of like that's definitely the thing that brought me into the hobby early on, but then has just slowly kind of gone down and down and down and down in my interest, because we have all these sort of codified rules around combat and how to use certain spells and how to do certain abilities, and in a lot of ways they kind of put you in a situation where you're kind of doing the same things over and 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 over again. And I don't feel that way about exploration, because there's so much more flexibility with clever play and what you can do with things and how you can get around the obstacles, and really plays to how I like to think about challenges and obstacles in tabletop RPGs from both sides of the screen. This idea that I think of it like as a physical cube object that's just sitting on the ground in front of you, and be like, you have to get past this thing. You can go over it. You can go around it. You can go under it. Or you can try and go through it. So you figure out which way, based off of your characters and your party composition and what you're trying to achieve, and what's the best use of your resources. How do you want to get around this obstacle? It doesn't matter how. As a DM, I don't care how you do it. I don't care if you fight the monsters. I don't care if you sneak around the monsters. I don't care if you talk to the monsters and convince the monsters to let you go by or to join your side. I really do not care. I just care that you figure out the solution, that it's your solution, and you guys figure it out, and you're able to sort of feel like you get that juice, right? Like you're like, this is a great idea, and everything came together, and I love it when a plan comes together and works. Like, that's the sort of feeling that I want, and I want other players to sort of experience, because that's what I really like about D&D, and it's the part that I love about it. And very little of that has to do with combat, because the combat rules are so specific and structured, where the rest of the game is not nearly as much. And it's in that flexibility that I really love. And so I just hope that you guys get a little insight from this as to how I feel about it, and hopefully you'll take some of these things and use it and run your own fantastic games, or ask your dungeon master if you can add some of those custom mundane items in, and get some fun out of that, get some more clever play, do some more fun, cool things, and have a better game in general. But that is going to be it for me. This was a long stream, but a lot of fun. Thanks for sticking around for it. If you enjoyed it, make sure you like, make sure you subscribe. This will probably come down in a slightly smaller edited version, but make sure to share the channel with people that you think will like it. Send it to your dungeon master, send it to your players, get their feedback. Tell them they don't need to watch the full thing. They just need to watch a few snippets. Send them a timestamp from it. Don't send them the whole thing and be like, before the next session, you guys need to watch this 6-hour-long thing. Don't do that. Please don't do that. You're not going to have any players if you do that. Or you're not going to have a dungeon master. One of the two. But that's it for me, guys. This was a lot of fun, and I will see you guys next time. Alright? Bye.